cape there. Overall, I do think this set does look pretty good. Good job, Karma. I mean, it's very very interesting. So good job.
What is up, chat? Here's the dealio. Right now, I'm not seeing any information on this. I'm trying to find more. There's no updates to any of it as of right now. So, I figured this would at least be better than just watching the now waiting screen as I continue to try and find information. So what is up to all y'all in the chat? I'm getting conflicting information onto whether it's been postponed. Some sites are saying there's no postponing whatsoever. I'm not seeing it on any schedules. The official website states that, that meetings were adjourned until 3 p.m., but I'm not seeing what the meetings would have been about in regards to whether it was about this congressional hearing or meeting. So, figure. AI said it already happened last night, to be fair. When I was looking into this last night, AI was saying that it already happened on September 8th, or October 8th. But last night was the 7th. So it hadn't, never trust the AI. It definitely hadn't already happened. So I'm still looking for information. Government not being clear. I'm shot. Yeah, you're telling me. Exactly. So I'm going to keep looking for it. We're going to keep having, information, conversations, the whole nine. But shout out to all y'all in the chat while we continue to look into this. So yeah, bear with me here. I'm just going to keep refreshing, checking C-SPAN. Say today. Alright, I mean, the AI right now says it has not been moved. It's set to take place it was supposed to take place at 10 o'clock EST, which would be 9 o'clock my time, which means it should be 10 minutes in, but not seeing anything. I'm not seeing any updates. I'm not even seeing any updates on it. We got this right here from, oh, nope, I don't know what this is, but never mind, hold on. There we go. Marcus bet on whether CEOs of Discord, Reddit, Steam, Twitch will mention free speech during testimony on October 8th. So we've got some market bets from 4:30 this morning. Kalshi's reported 38,062 volume in over the last 24 hours on the market for what will CEOs of Discord, Reddit, Steam, Twitch say during the testimony on the radicalization of the online forum users as House Oversight and Government Reform Committee on October 8th, making it one of the hottest markets on the platform today. Market's currently implying a 24% chance for free speech, which is down from yesterday when the market implied 828 probability. So people are taking bets on this. People are taking bets on this, which shouldn't come as a surprise. People take bets on everything nowadays. All right. Any CEOs of Discord, Reddit, Steam, and Twitch say free speech is part of their testimony on the radicalization of online forum users. I mean, Twitch, Reddit, and Discord, that is obviously going to be their argument. 100% obviously going to be their argument. Steam, I don't really know if they have a dog in that fight because they're not really a social app, per se. Let's see. All right, let's see if I can find more information on the actual stream. Let's see, let's click this link here. Nope, nothing there. I should play some bets on this myself. All right, let's refresh C-SPAN. I don't really want to watch it from C-SPAN, but I prefer to watch it directly from their own site. All right, U.S. Senate. Let's see. This is live right now. What's this? Is this live? No, it looks like this wrapped already. I would not be surprised if they're running late. Government can't do shit efficiently. Obviously. Let's see. Legislation real government eyes. So that's about reopening the government. Yeah, I mean, nothing I saw said the shutdown affected this. Let's see. I was surprised when Steam was announced. I was not surprised at all. Any and all attempt to try and blame video games for violence, I mean, ever since Tipper Gore started that shit in the 90s. So, yeah, no, I'm not surprised at all by the announcement of Steam. They're going to try and blame video games in any way, shape, or form that they can. All right, GOP oversight. Let's see. Do they have any upcoming streams? I'm looking at the GOP oversight committee right now. Their official channel. Full committee hearing, oversight. Yeah, this is from 2 weeks ago, so clearly not. All right, what else do we have? Let's see. Frankly, I wouldn't want to watch from GOP oversight anyway. Like I said, I want to watch it from. Usually have a lunch hour stream in the afternoon. Why the change? Read the title, buddy. Read the title. Come on. You're smarter than this. I believe in you. Alright, so I wonder if, I mean, I'm sure we got lots of stuff going on all at once. Like, as of right now, because there is stuff happening live. Senate meets as lawmakers remain in shutdown deadlock. Let's see what's going on with this right now. No, even this doesn't, is this live right now? Is that, yeah, I mean, so we've got stuff going on. It doesn't look like there's any work being done. I mean, what a shock. It's the government. And by the way, it's not muted. There's just that little audio because nothing is happening. Let's see. But yeah, like I said, we'll keep looking. We'll keep looking, crew. Let's... search chairman, Comer, couldn't find either. Yeah, well, yes, I know it's the House that's doing. I'm just saying that I was showing there was stuff still going on. I know that that House is the one doing the Twitch and Reddit stuff. But my point is that despite the government shutdown, we've got live streams and meetings still going on. That was the point of me showing that. Not that it was happening in the Senate. I'm not retarded. All right, let's see. Yeah, because if you Google House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, I mean, you can go to house.gov and they've got nothing going on right now. Committee activity. Let's see, I'm going to the hearings tab. And then, I mean, the most recent thing that was updated was September 18th. And we know they've had hearings since then. All right, this is getting absurd. I mean, again, I cannot find any information. Sorry, allergies. To show that it's been canceled or postponed. You would think that they would give some sort of update. Let's see. There's, yeah, Senate doing stuff on the funding bills. Mail-in ballots case is live right now. Speaker Johnson is live right now. Here, we'll go ahead and listen to what this has to say while I search.
If you want to have a tantrum, this is not the third grade. This is the lives of American people. Real lives are at stake. Real careers and families. Will they be able to pay their house note come the 15th? That's at stake. The safety of our air traffic control system. So that some senator that wants to have a tantrum can make a point? I think the American people are getting sick of
No,
this
hold
charade
on,
that's
hold
going
on.
They know what the Democrats in the House did to shut the government down. But they also know that just 4
Let me see. I'm
senators
looking at
doing the right
postponings
thing
right now.
can turn this around and open the government back up again. And yes, we have big differences on a lot of things that we need to be negotiating on. All those bills that Chairman Cole and his appropriators sent out of committee, you can't have those negotiations while you're in a shutdown. And they know that, but they don't mind inflicting suffering.
Okay,
on
well, it
American
doesn't.
people 'cause they make a point.
This one is not
The
being
American
listed
people are
on
gonna
the
start making
postponing
points.
list.
People could pick up
The
the
government's,
phone and call
the
their Democrat
Twitch
senator.
case.
We did a press call yesterday in the states of Georgia and Maryland, where all 4 senators there could literally end this today.
Yeah,
but they've all been
it's
5
very
times
strange that
voted
we're
no
not finding anything.
on the bill to get the government back open. It was
One way
ironic.
or the other.
Maryland delegation of Democrats held a press conference
Interesting.
just days ago talking about how bad a shutdown.
All right,
would
keep
be
bearing
for
with
the
me.
state of
I'm gonna
Maryland. And they're
keep
right.
looking.
The irony is they're the ones who voted to shut it down. Over 150 employees in the state of Maryland alone will be hurt. And they're on
Well, I
the
checked
Democrat
X. I haven't checked
delegation
X
is
yet.
saying
All
how
right, let's
bad
see.
it's
Let me
gonna
check
be,
X.
yet they're the ones who voted to inflict that, quote, suffering on the people of Maryland. This madness can end. This madness needs to end with sanity finally emerging. Bring some common sense in. And Chuck Schumer, if you can't do the right thing because you're so afraid.
Oversight Committee has not posted
think
X
about the
in
jobs of
19
millions of
hours.
families out there who don't want to have that suffering inflicted on them. And let 4 other of your Senate Democrat colleagues do the right thing for you. Let's end this. Our whip. Tom Emmer.
8 days. We are now 8 days into the Democrats' shutdown.
Good.
8
Fuck the
days
government.
their
It needs to
troops
stay
are
shut
not
down.
Getting paid. Border Patrol agents are going without mission-critical funding. Federal workers are being forced to figure out how to put food on the table for their families.
Hold on. I may have found something. This is from 4 minutes ago. Let me
American people hostage to appease their radical base.
let me pull this up. Hold on. We may have some information. Here we go. Twitch CEO hearing where Dan Clancy will testify has been moved to 3 p.m. EST. Moved to 3 p.m. EST, which would mean 2 o'clock my time. Which would mean 4.5 hours from now. Which would mean 4.5 hours from now.
Ask unanimous consent.
Let's see. What's this going on right here?
Mr. President, it's now been a full week, a whole week.
All right. Could not care less. Could not care less. All right. Let me see if I can confirm this, and I'm not going to scroll through X Live because that could be fucking terrible. I've seen some shit. Let's see. But I've got plenty that we can cover up until then. One moment here. All right. Yep, we already know. We're actually going to react to this full video. I've got plenty of things for us to react to and do during the stream. So, lunch stream adjourned. No. I mean, we're already live. I'm going to stay live. We're already live. I'm going to stay live. Thanks for the sub, Randy. Appreciate you, brother. So here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and we'll watch some videos. Hey, Super Tims, what up? Thank you. Shout out. We'll do some reactions. And then after after each video we'll check for updates. Maybe I'll check for updates during videos as well, just in case. So in the lead up to the congressional hearing, I gotta turn on the chat so you guys can see it. My bad. Chat. There it is. There we are. And then, all right, perfect. So, yeah, today's gonna be a long one. Today's gonna be a real long one. I'll probably have to take at least a few minute breaks now and again, grab drinks, go to the bathroom, stuff like that. But since this is topical and this is in the news, this was already on the docket to be reacted to anyway. So I'm gonna keep searching for news on this while we do the reaction, but we'll start off with this Nux video. 35 minutes. This is short for him. This is short for a Nux video. Government asked me to comment on Hassan Piker. Let's go, son. Let's go.
Heartbreaking news. Hassan Piker found alive this
Shout out.
at 30.
Appreciate the sub, Kaya.
Isn't me wishing for his death or anything. Alright, I'm not him. But a truly heartbreaking news. We found this as the date for his court date gets closer and closer. Every day we wake up to a new surprise. Truly heartbreaking news. An Antifa terrorist, Hassan Piker, who honestly is a valid military target at this point for the Trump admin if they really wanted to start drone striking terrorists. Heartbreaking. Found alive. 34 years old. Now,
That's not him calling for death. He's just stating facts. The government did list Antifa as a terrorist organization. He would technically be a valid target by all governmental standards.
I, again, do not wish for any violence.
Yeah,
to
shout out
happen
to
this
all
man.
140 of you
Violence
watching
happen.
right now. Mad shout out. Thank you.
So, anyway, here's the breaking news. Ethan, are you sure you want to attack my character during an act of genocide, Hassan says, while strapping dead Palestinian children to his chest? Now, Hassan Piker has been doing something pretty wild lately. Pretty weird. It's pretty insane.
Audio's
honestly.
coming through, right? Kedzilla says he can't hear
There's a war
it.
going on in the Middle East. A lot of you probably didn't hear about it. It's like this whole drama between Israel and like Gaza. There's like this drama, all right? There's a drama going on. It's kind of crazy. Now,
All right, perfect.
the
Thank you,
interesting thing
Christopher.
is, Hassan Piker always made believe he cared. He always made believe that he cared that children were dying in Gaza. Now, the reason why I say make believe.
Yeah, as proven yesterday, Hassan cares about nothing. Not only his own fucking dog, which he uses as a prop, which he uses as a prop to seem like a good person. Like, we all know Hassan doesn't care about jack shit. We all know that Hassan is a capitalist cosplaying as a communist. He can only perpetuate his grift due to the amazing system that is capitalism. That being said, even if he didn't care about the dead children in Gaza, even if he didn't care about the plight of the Israelis or the Palestinians or the Ukrainians or the Russians, even if he didn't care about any of that, you would hope, you would wish, you would want to at least believe a little bit that he gave a single fuck about his own dog. Even that was bullshit. I cannot imagine being such a sociopathic prick that you don't even care about your own goddamn dog. So yeah, if he doesn't care about his dog, no goddamn shit that he does not care about the dead children in any foreign conflict. Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine, whatever.
And not that he actually cared, is because he wants the war to keep going. Trump tried to make a peace deal, and he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. He does not like the peace deal. He actually is not a fan. Now, if there's a genocide going on, and there are people starving in Gaza, wouldn't you want a peace deal? Now, again, this is a very obvious question, but the answer is simply he actually wants more Palestinian babies to die. He is genocidal. He wants as many Palestinian babies to die as possible because it's so much easier to strap them as criticism defense protests against his chest. So, again, he is pro the murder of Palestinians and Jews. That's pretty rare. Now, most people are only pro the murder of...
To be fair, we could just... That way we can stay to his leftist sentiments. Like, here's the perfect defense for Hassan. Like, he wants to strap these babies to his chest. He wants to not care if they die. But as a leftist, Hassan is not even a leftist. As a full-blown communist, Hassan Piker is ultimately very pro-abortion. So just consider strapping the babies of Palestinian children to your chest as defense, as fetus meat shields. Consider this just really, really, really late-term abortion.
One of the two sides, he found a way to be pro the murder of both. Now, I might think that this is not a very nice thing to say. It's not.
Base, Rodrigo.
People don't like the truth. So I made this tweet calling out all the indescribably evil stuff that Hassan Piker has done over time. Like, calling for the death of Senator Tom Cotton, Rick Scott, landlords, fascists, Zionists. He said someone's got to do it regarding Trump. He supports Luigi Mangione, murderer. He refused to condemn the murder of 2 Israeli staff.
You know what? I didn't even think about this. In regards to the hearings for today, wasn't it provided, wasn't the proof provided that Luigi Mangione, however you pronounce that, also used, sent Discord messages, was an active Reddit user, things to that effect. So I imagine, yes, Charlie Kirk was the catalyst for these hearings, which, by the way, does worry me because these old fucks in government, left or right, are very unaware to how the internet works. I mean, we could tell by the Mark Zuckerberg hearings from a few years ago. But yeah, I'm sure the Luigi Mangione stuff will also come up as well.
In Washington, D.C., he stealthily justifies the assassination of Charlie Kirk. He supports the terrorist organizations Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. He wants an IRA-style terrorist organization in the United States. He's also part of a terrorist organization. He clearly, he is protected because he breaks the terms of service infinite times, threatening viewers' lives with what appears to be a gun, doxing the private info of his critics, uncritically reads terrorist manifestos, tells his audience...
Now, to be fair, he didn't dox the private info of his critics. I want to be fair to Hassan here. He didn't dox the private info of his critic. He doxed the private info of one of his supporters that he thought was a critic.
Threatened ICE agents, participated in violent riots in LA, which makes him a terrorist, in my opinion. He stated America deserves 9/11.
Yes, Ryan, it was moved to 3 p.m., so 2 p.m. my time. So we're just going to go, we're just going to keep streaming live all the way up until then.
Because he's going to court.
So, yeah, for those of you that are just coming in, and for those of you that are new, the hearing is still happening, but it was postponed from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., which for me would be 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. So, we're just going to do a bunch of reactions and streams, and we're just gonna blow through it. We're gonna go hard into this. The only worry I have, I don't know how long these hearings will be. And I'm supposed to be on Cinevere's 1,000 sub celebration today, which is at 4 p.m. my time. So hopefully that shit's wrapped up within 2 hours, because I don't want to disappoint my girl. But if I have to miss out on it and switch to Cine, then that's what we'll do, because my obligation to my friend and partner in crime comes before whatever dumb shit is happening politically. But maybe we'll get lucky.
He's going to Congress. We're actually getting rid of him in real time.
I'm sick and tired of it. Left-wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. Uh-oh. Slice them up, slice them and fucking dice them. What the fuck is this? Letting their intestines...
It is so easy to say that from the, behind the comfort of your several $1,000 computer and your multi-million-dollar mansion while letting everybody else take the fall for you. Like, again, at this point, it is patently obvious that what Hassan has done is call for violence. Like, that, you guys know that I'm the biggest free speech supporter on the planet. I am a free speech absolutist within the confines of the law, that is. And there is such a thing as speech that is not protected. Even if Hassan is protected, by the way, even if you were to make the case that it is not a call for violence, which I actually do think maybe could be done in the court of law, it very obviously breaks TOS. It very obviously breaks TOS. And if you've got individuals like Asmongold, they can get suspended for 2 weeks by saying that Islam is an inferior culture, which it is, by the way, then yes, there should obviously be full-on suspensions, if not permabans, for Hassan's rhetoric.
just ride on stage.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video.
No, Christopher Baker, you were wrong. Hassan is not the only one allowed to incite violence on Twitch. You were wrong. Because his orbiters are allowed to do it as well. Frogan and Denims and Bad Empanada, they're all allowed to do it as well. So it's not just Hassan. It's Hassan and anybody that suckles at the teat of his golden Twitch revenue.
Game, sorry. Holy shit. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would...
I see a lot of people asking when the hearing starts. I'm going to put a pinned comment in the stream. Give me one moment here. All right, perfect. Let me pin this comment real quick. There we go. Because I see a lot of people asking about. The hearing, because I know people will be coming in, late at different times, things like that. So yes, the hearing is still happening. It's just been postponed. Clancy getting a pre-hearing goon session, boy. Shout out, Sonia.
For the record,
No, I'm not gonna change the title of the stream.
United States of America.
Kill Rick Scott.
But I'm gonna kill you with my AR-15. That's the type of messages they were leaving in this dude's office, and he's resigning. Like, he's literally his last term. You actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean, which is, I think that shows that there is a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential.
Yes, there's a lot of anger and resentment and untapped potential, from a minority. Because you gotta remember, who won the popular vote, bitches? Who won the popular vote? Donnie Boy did. Whether you like Trump or not, I couldn't give a fuck less. He won the popular vote. Clearly, the will of the people spoke. So when you got these motherfuckers saying someone has to do it, they are a minority. They are just a very loud minority. Just like the people that support cutting the cocks off a 12-year-old Timmy and think that he should be allowed to play in sports and shit like that is a very loud minority. And I'm so glad we're in a position now. We're seeing people that decide, you know what? I'm not going to stay quiet about this shit anymore. God, we live in the best timeline.
Untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact.
Not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hassan Piker, who has 2.5 million followers on the platform.
That is 2.5 million brain dead motherfuckers. That is 2.5 million individuals the world over who have got the combined IQ of your average Reddit mod. This is truly abysmal. I would say I would wish that most of them were hate watchers. But, like, if you get off to hate watching Hassan Piker, that's a level of masochism that, like, wouldn't even be allowed on Pornhub.
I like the frankness and the bluntness, Clancy said. He's comfortable saying what he believes.
Yeah, this is.
No, I am not live on Rumble. We are only live on YouTube. These Discord streams only go to YouTube. I will eventually be doing Restream and putting my streams on other platforms. But as of right now, the lunch hour streams are exclusive to YouTube. That said, we do stream several other streams throughout the week to X and to Kick. But this one is YouTube exclusive.
Hassan Piker posting the schematics of a homemade shot.
Correct, Christopher Baker. The Uniparty is evil.
Prime Minister of Japan, in regards to Tom Cotton, a senator of the United States.
Someone has to do it.
Now, Hassan Piker has been.
No. It's not just a random tweet. Only the bets plus. If you go to the House Judiciary webpage, it states that they have adjourned until 3 p.m. Like it's not just a random tweet. So before I even went live, there were statements that the House had adjourned until 3 p.m. The statements just didn't mention this specific hearing. But if everything's adjourned until 3, that would include the hearing.
Because of Hassan, Twitch CEO and many people in Twitch have been called in to testify in Congress on October 8th. And it's going to be a glorious day. So I made this tweet, and believe it or not, someone in the government actually reached out to me and asked if I could actually provide evidence behind these bullet points. And I complied. They told me.
Based! Like, look, I'm no fan of complying with the government. Fuck the government. We don't need the government. However, the enemy of my enemy is my temporary ally, and that's what I like to see. The enemy of my enemy is my... Never say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's not. The enemy of your enemy is not your friend. Having a common enemy is not enough to foster a friendship. That being said, the enemy of your enemy can be your temporary ally.
Told me that they wanted to be prepared in regards to the hearing. So you're welcome for your service, America. So yeah. Again, I don't know if it'll mean anything or if it'll go anywhere, but they did reach out, and I was more than happy to assist in any way that I possibly can. I mean, trying to keep America safe. I've never shied away from the fact that I think it's...
For those of you asking, by the way, after each video that we react to in the lead up to this, I will be checking for updates. So when this is over, and frankly, during it as well, I will be checking for updates.
Hassan Piker needs to be in jail. He supports terrorist organizations. Like, what are we doing? Like, I thought that was it. Calling for violence? All right, that's pretty bad. But supporting terrorist organizations? Like, literally, why? Now, Hassan Piker still says that October 7th, the massacre done by Hamas was fake because he supports Hamas, the terrorist organizations, and he will literally try his absolute best to whitewash it. I will have you know there's a website now that stores a lot...
It wouldn't be whitewashing. It would be brownwashing. Just saying.
A lot of raw footage of the October 7th massacre. It is w.hamas-massacre.net. You could look it up if you want. I suggest you don't. It's probably the most horrible thing you can ever see. Ever. It's the worst thing ever. It's so bad. I've seen so much violence lately with Charlie Kirk and Irina Zarutska. This is the worst thing ever. It's thousands of people murdering innocent people and celebrating as they murder and rip them apart with their bare hands and rape them. It's the most disgusting, horrible, nightmare fuel thing of all time. I'm only telling you it exists because it exists and there's evidence of it, despite the fact that Hassan will run defense for these terrorists. I will... maybe link it in my description if YouTube lets me. I doubt it because it's linking to very horrible stuff. But if you want to find it, it's www.hamas-massacre.net. I again urge you not to go there. Don't look it up. It will ruin your life because you will never forget it. So don't go there. But it does exist. They don't blur it. It's horrible. It is a nightmare. It is terrible. It's not all the footage that they have, but it's the one that they... were able to put out, I think, with confirmation from some of the families that they let that be in the public. This is not safe for life. I'm just letting you know. I'm just telling you that it exists. Hassan Piker denies it. It does exist. That's all. Anyway, he supports terrorists. Classic. So this is Hassan Piker, terrified that he's going to jail and that he's going to get beaten up. So this is Hassan creating
currently
an environment
still
where
no
it's okay to
update
kill
that I'm
someone like Charlie
seeing.
Kirk, because he will continue to do his absolute best to basically gaslight the world and say that Charlie Kirk is a Nazi and deserved to die. That's essentially been his position the entire time. And now he's scared to be seen in public.
Y'all know how Charlie Kirk wasn't a Nazi. Do you want to know the dead giveaway that proves that Charlie Kirk was not a Nazi? Bro, he did not have their sweet-ass sense of style. He did not have their sick-ass drip, bro. Like, however you feel about Nazis, hopefully not good. Let's be real. Nazis ain't exactly cool folk. But they got some sick-ass drip, bro. Nazis knew how to dress, son. Charlie Kirk did not. Well, I love Charlie Kirk. Nice dude. Charlie Kirk was a good dude. But, like, he didn't have the drip, guys. He didn't.
I missed the social Hassan era. There is unfortunately an obvious setback there.
Correct,
because
Troll. He was. And we'll probably talk about that further.
Always against right-wing guys, by the way. The political incidence is against right-wing people. So nothing to worry about there. Destiny went out and he basically did a public Charlie Kirk-style show, and he had very little security because, well, no one on the right is actually trying to kill you people. It's more of a one-way street, actually.
To
be fair, nobody on the right is trying to kill Destiny, because when Destiny is put in, jail or prison for his contact with an underage individual, the fact that we just recently saw court documentation come out that he attempted to facilitate the trafficking of an underage individual across state lines to meet up for, his sexual proclivities. When Destiny goes to prison, they have a way of handling those types of folks in the pen. If there's one or two things you don't want to be in prison, it is a child or animal abuser. Oddly enough, Hassan and Destiny are both.
How those political incidents have had some pretty significant consequences in how much I can go out in the real world and socialize with other people. So
obviously, this is Hassan saying he's not able to socialize with people because of political violence, which is something that, for the record, Hassan is probably the #1 American propaganda of political violence in the world. All right? For the record. And I think it's important to note.
Oh, hold on. The Twitch hearing may be going. Hold on, let me see.
Free press. I want to be clear. Protecting a free press does not mean ignoring.
Yes, it is live. It is on C-SPAN. All right, hold on. Possibly. It looks like Stuttering Craig is reacting to it. Let me check C-SPAN. Because they're talking about social media censorship. Give me one moment here. Let's see if I can find. Let's see if I can find it. One sec. Let me go to C-SPAN. Okay. Alright, y'all have to bear with me. I've got to find out. Alright, hold on. Yes! Here it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses.
Thank you, Ranking Member. One point of clarification for the record. Murphy versus Missouri was not decided that way. It was sent back to lower court for additional arguments on standing, not on the merit. Professor of Law. I would like to introduce our witnesses for today. Our first witness is Mr. Eugene Valek, a senior fellow with the Hoover Institution at Stanford University and a professor of law emeritus at UCLA School of Law. He's an expert in First Amendment law. His writings have been cited over 300 court opinions, including 10 Supreme Court cases. Welcome. Our second witness is Mr. Alex Berenson, an author, independent journalist, and victim of the Biden administration's embargo on free speech. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Berenson and his story and what we can do to preserve speech online. Our third witness is Mr. Sean Davis, Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of The Federalist, a conservative news outlet that was subject to censorship and demonetization efforts for speaking out against the COVID-19 shutdowns. And our final witness is Mr. Gene Kimmelman, a senior policy fellow at Yale's Tobin Economic Policy Center and a senior research fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School.
Well, if this isn't it, this will at least be a lead up. I mean, this is a live hearing on social media censorship right now. So
at this point,
I'll see what else I can find, and we'll keep this on for the time being.
For your own opening statement. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
This is a topic that is, I think, very important and something that I've been very interested in myself. I should also say, by sheer accident, turns out that today is 50 years to the day since my parents brought me to the United States from the then Soviet Union. So thank you to the United States of America for letting me in. Very, very glad to be here. I wanted to speak briefly about the First Amendment law on the subject, both that which is settled and that which is not entirely certain. So one thing that I think is worth noting is that the word jawboning is sometimes used in two different senses. One sense is coercion, when the government is essentially threatening someone with retaliation. As a means of suppressing either that person's speech or getting
it looks like, I mean, this is the one that's live right now on social media censorship. There's no others that are live that would imply it's about the Twitch and Reddit stuff. So we're going to keep this one on for the time being. And I will keep checking for updates.
To restrict, again, either their own speech or other people's speech. So the government coercion is generally unconstitutional. I think, indeed, in the remarks of Chairman Carr seem to be an attempt at coercion, whether or not they actually caused the suspension.
That's exactly what I'm thinking, Matt. For it sounds like these, Matt Stanford. It sounds like these people are censored to establish the argument against platforms later. Correct.
That the National Rifle Association had adequately alleged coercion on the part of New York government authorities aimed at trying to get insurance companies to limit ties to the NRA as a means of trying to interfere with the NRA's political advocacy. So that is pretty well settled, that that's a constitutional problem. Now, what about persuasion? Well, in some situations, the government is entitled to urge entities to not speak. You can imagine a situation where a police chief calls up a newspaper and says, look, I'm not trying to coerce you. I know I can't coerce you. You can publish this article you're about to publish, but it's going to interfere with us catching the criminals. And you wouldn't want that, right? So could I just ask you, please, to do this? You know, some amount of that has got to be permissible. Or to take another example, as to misinformation.
Hey, shout out, thanks for the sub, Jeremiah.
You're about to publish this article or this op-ed, and it's just false. It's just wrong. Don't you want to be corrected on this? Again, some amount of that, it seems to me, has to be constitutionally permissible. At the same time, there is a complication because the line between coercion and persuasion is often very hard to draw. And that's particularly true when the speaker has power over the listener. The Supreme Court has most clearly recognized this in the employment context. Employers are entitled to talk to their employees, including about unionization. They're entitled to explain why they think unionizing would be a mistake. But the court has recognized that in looking at what the employer says and seeing if the employer is speaking coercively, one has to appreciate that the employee is dependent of the employer.
I mean, so when it comes to employees speak, or when it comes to employers speaking coercively, there's also a fine line between coercion and incentivization to incentivize. Like when it comes to the vaccines, for example, when it came to the vaccines, the company that I worked for at the time incentivized us to get them after they attempted to make it mandatory. And our office revolted against the mandatory vaccinations. They walked that back and instead incentivized us to get them, like with additional, bonuses and stuff. So again, that's a line that can be very difficult.
Mechanism for trying to restrict speech. And
hey, shout out, Jeremiah.
A few amendments down in the Fourth Amendment. If you have a roommate and you notice some evidence of crime, and you call up the police. The police can use that evidence.
You've missed nothing, Angmar.
That's not a government search. The police didn't search for it. You did. On the other hand, if the police call you up and say, hey, not trying to coerce you, but could you please rummage through your roommate's papers? That does become Fourth Amendment, a search subject to the Fourth Amendment. Precisely because it's encouraged, substantially encouraged by the police. The police become enmeshed with a private search. So that suggests that there's something similar may apply to the First Amendment. So let me just close with suggesting that this is in fact the right body to be.
No, they haven't officially started. This is the
some of these problems can only be
hearing
solved
on
through
social
statutory
media
action,
censorship right now.
through laws that maybe limit attempts at systemic persuasion and systemic suppression of speech, even if it's not technically coercive, at laws that facilitate finding information about that, and at laws that actually provide a cause of action, which the Congress has for over a century provided against state governments, but provided against the federal government as well.
Thank you very much. We'll now recognize Mr. Alex Berenson to deliver his opening statement.
Senator Schmidt, committee members, thank you for giving me the chance to speak on this crucial topic. On August 28, 2021, Twitter, as it was then called, permanently suspended my account, supposedly for violating its COVID-19 misinformation rules. The ban deprived me of my largest and most vital platform for my journalism at a time when many Americans were eager to hear what I had to say about COVID and the mRNA vaccines and viewed what I wrote millions of times a day. Twitter's decision was no accident. It came after a deliberate and relentless campaign by the Biden administration, as well as at least one senior Pfizer board member, to violate my First Amendment rights. Led by Andrew M. Slavitt, an official in the Biden White House, the administration began pressuring Twitter to silence me almost as soon as President Biden took office, with both public and private attacks on my reporting. Frontline and senior Twitter employees viewed what was happening to me with dismay. Going back to 2020, the company had previously defended my right to speak as third parties demanded I be censored because Twitter believed that it should be a place where free speech and debate.
Mind you, this was not Twitter. I mean, it was Twitter, but remember the Twitter files. This was the FBI. These were a bunch of three-letter organizations. This was government-based censorship. The Twitter files proved that this was government-based censorship.
In the words he wrote to another Twitter official just days before he silenced me, this lobbyist hoped, quote, to keep the target off our back. None of this is speculation. Thanks to internal emails and other documents that Twitter turned over to me before Elon Musk took over, and more documents that Musk voluntarily and graciously turned over.
Shout out, Jeremiah. Thank you for the gift of sub, brother. Thank you.
In fact, after I sued Twitter
Truly
in
appreciate it.
in December 2021 over the ban, the company admitted I had not broken its rules and that my tweets, quote, should not have led to his suspension, my suspension. The company even reinstated me in July 2022. Again, that's before Elon bought Twitter. By then, though, I'd already suffered and still had a lot of people who were depending on my reporting to help them think about COVID vaccines and COVID lockdowns. In losing my access to Twitter, I lost my best chance to offer Americans my dissenting views on the Biden administration's COVID vaccine mandates that the Supreme Court would later strike down. Federal District Judge Jessica G.L. Clark laid out all these facts in two rulings she made this year on a 2023 lawsuit I brought against the Biden administration and senior officials at Pfizer for its censorship, for their censorship. In fact, in a ruling just last week, Clark noted that, quote,
I did remove the pinned comments as we're watching live stuff now, yes.
The Biden administration unconstitutionally violated my First Amendment rights in 2021. Yet in the same ruling, Clark still dismissed my lawsuit. That may sound impossible. A federal judge agreed my constitutional rights had apparently been violated, yet said my lawsuit over the violation could not move forward. But it's true. The Supreme Court has made it essentially impossible for me or anyone to win monetary damages for violations of their First Amendment rights by the federal government. As the law now stands, federal officials can run censorship campaigns like the one the Biden administration carried out against me with impunity. At worst, they may face an injunction, but they will never have to pay for doing so.
Mind you, they will never have to pay for doing so because they orchestrated the entire thing. Everybody remember the Twitter files. It seems like so long ago, but remember the Twitter files. The government had a back door into all social media sites. So they were behind this. They're not going to pay out to people they censored for their own, they censored intentionally using their own back door.
Practical matter, users are generally not privy to the communications between federal officials and the companies, so they have no way of proving the pressure existed or that it led to their censorship. My case is exceptional because of the documents I have proving my rights were violated. Yet even so, I've been unable to obtain a remedy so far. And expecting companies to resist censorship
Correct,
on
Matt.
behalf of their users or business partners is unrealistic. My case, as well as documents the House has unearthed in its own censorship investigation, shows social media companies dislike the Biden administration's efforts to force them to censor users. Yet they had many other interests before the federal government. They viewed sacrificing speech as the price they had to pay to stay in the administration.
Now, mind you, I am not a fan of Biden. You all know that. I'm staunchly anti-Biden, anti-liberal, the whole nine. However, I want to make it clear that this is not just the Biden administration. This was the deep state. This was the uniparty. Just as many Republicans and quote-unquote conservatives, rhinos, hate Trump and hate the Trump administration. This is 100% the uniparty tactic because behind closed doors, they are all buddies. This is heel versus babyface style tactics, no different than WWE. The Republicans and Democrats pretend to hate each other, all for visual optics, and they all go to the same fancy restaurants and fuck the same underage children on Epstein Island behind closed doors. This is not just the Biden administration. This is the deep state. This is the bureaucracy. This is all of it.
That wrong. I urge you to take it.
Thank you. We'll now recognize Sean Davis to deliver his opening statement.
It begins with censorship, it moves to the destruction of statues and monuments, and it ends with the murder of people. It begins with censorship, it moves to the destruction of statues and monuments, and it ends with the murder of people. The drive to silence speech doesn't end at a podium's edge or at the four corners of a page. It always advances toward the violent elimination of speakers. And that is because the authoritarian impulse
The violent
to
elimination of
silence speech
speakers.
is
Wonder
driven
who he's
by a
talking about.
totalitarian desire to seize total power by any means necessary, up to and including the murder of one's political opponents. This dynamic was made clear on a Tuesday afternoon in Utah last month when my friend Charlie Kirk was assassinated in broad daylight by a left-wing transgender ideologue who is enraged by Charlie's clear understanding and teaching.
It started way before that, Jeremiah. It started in the 40s with
that
Russian
boys cannot
infiltration.
become girls, and girls cannot
Look
become
up Yuri
boys.
Bezmenov.
Charlie was murdered by this left-wing assassin who had been radicalized by demonic transgender ideology because he was one of the most bold and effective speakers in the country opposed to this evil ideology. Rather than see a nation unite against terroristic violence designed to permanently silence speech, we actually saw the opposite. We witnessed people praising the murder of Charlie. We witnessed people thanking his assassin. We even witnessed members of the United States Congress all
What up,
but
Tech
say
Rat?
that Charlie deserved it. That isn't the only recent example. The Democrat candidate for Attorney General in Virginia was revealed last week to have called for the murder of one of his political opponents. Even worse, he also said he wanted his opponent to witness the murder of his own children, to watch them die in their mother's arms.
You telling me a Democratic representative
To
said
make
this
him feel
shit? Color
pain
me
for having
shocked.
Different political opinions. How many here today condemned that insanity? Or publicly recognized that someone with such a broken moral compass is simply unqualified to be a state's top law enforcement officer? We have heard the tired cliche that riots are the language of the unheard. But the reality is that violence is the language of the unhinged, and far too many people in this room are fluent in it. My name is Sean Davis, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of The Federalist, a conservative digital media company that focuses on politics, culture, and religion. I'm also a victim of illegal and unconstitutional
The
censorship.
Federalist has absolutely been
My
censored, by the
company,
way,
my
for
colleagues
years.
and I have been the targets of a coordinated and global multi-year censorship campaign. In 2020, a foreign government-connected outfit in the UK colluded with Google.
I'm adding
to
a new
demonetize
pinned
The
comment for
Federalist.
those of you just joining.
Our crime? We published an article in the summer of 2020 entitled, "The Media Are Lying to You About Everything, Including the Riots." Later that year, in the midst of a close and heated presidential election campaign, government-funded efforts in the U.S. repeatedly censored Molly Hemingway, the Federalist editor-in-chief and a New York Times bestselling author who's here behind me today, and me because of our election reporting and commentary. I was censored for posting a screenshot of and a link to a Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision requiring mail-in ballots received after Election Day and lacking a postmark to be counted and presumed as valid votes. Molly was censored for posting a link to an article the Federalist published. The headline of that article, "America Won't Trust Elections Until the Voter Fraud is Investigated." But the censorship didn't stop there. We were also targeted for bankruptcy and destruction by the U.S. State Department and its Global Engagement Center, or GEC. Despite the fact that GEC was explicitly prohibited by both the U.S. Constitution via the First Amendment,
Yo,
and its authorizing
you don't want
statute,
further proof the government sucks at everything? You don't want further proof the government sucks at everything? How these motherfuckers got a worse mic than me? And I'm using like a fucking $80 second-hand Blue Yeti. How these motherfuckers got worse mics than me?
Forcing big tech companies like Facebook, Google, and Twitter to throttle access to our content. In essence, our own government, secretly and without any due process, charged us with thought crimes, convicted us, and sentenced the Federalists to death. The censorship efforts our government funded with our money are still being wielded against us today. I'm here today to testify about the unconstitutional and illegal censorship of my company and my colleagues. But I'm also here to help you understand the real-world consequences in flesh and in blood of the drive to silence your political opposition. It doesn't stop at the page's end. The effort to censor and silence political opposition is not the final step in the effort to usher in tyranny and authoritarianism. It begins with censorship, it moves to the destruction of statues and monuments, and it ends with the murder of people, and it has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now recognize Mr. Gene Kimmelman for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Cantwell, members of the committee. It's an honor to appear before you today. So as we've experienced this explosion in digital technology, which fundamentally is transforming our media landscape and information ecosystem, I think the fundamental principles that our democracy has always relied upon remain the same. First, we must prevent government from censoring protected speech, as Mr. Volokh said. Second, we must also prevent media and information distribution platforms from concentrating enough power to block the competition and diversity that fuels open debate in our society. I'm worried that the current FCC is heading down a dangerous path on both of these principles. Recent statements from Chairman Carr echoing the president, threatening to revoke broadcast licenses for presenting content unfavorable to the administration.
Troll says this wouldn't be an issue. People were actually following the TOS and not their own personal biases. Here's the dealio. The reason they are not following TOS is because they are in on it. They don't have to follow the TOS. They are exempt from the TOS because they are purporting the message that they want purported. They are trying to force a societal change. And if these private companies and even public-facing companies can play favorites to push societal change, they will do that. This is broad, open, blatant attempts to force a change in the hearts and minds of the people. And it is all propaganda. The TOS only needs to be enforced on one side, and it's the side that goes against the message they want to perpetuate.
Multiple broadcast licenses in the top markets that are the most popular broadcast television stations, and having ownership in 2/3 of all markets, covering almost 80% of all households in the country, even though this appears to violate
Asman Silver, I'll take it.
Set at half that level. Chairman Carr seems to be moving forward. And this is on the heels of Skydance, backed by Oracle's owner, Mr. Larry Ellison, buying Paramount Global CBS, now seeking to
Interesting. I wasn't expecting to hear the Skydance stuff come up.
Discovery, more studios, more networks, cable channels, and Mr. Ellison appearing to pick up about a 20% stake in TikTok. And the FCC is also considering allowing companies to own multiple national networks. These deals, and certainly more to follow, likely threaten to build a form of private censorship through outsized media power. It is time to update the law and establish new guardrails to promote local, diverse, and independent media. The threat to democracy also comes from the
I don't like that terminology. Time to update the law. Update the law often comes with more restrictions and more regulations, not less. To me, that seems like a grab for more power, and that's the last thing we want, is government with more power. Now, maybe he means update as in loosen restrictions, but somehow I doubt it. That's never what these types mean.
Behavior, continuing the antitrust enforcement from the Biden administration. However,
catch you later, Sonia. You're a gem.
To eliminate the enormous power of these tech platforms. More needs to be done. Congress must give antitrust enforcers more tools to truly open up the tech information distribution platforms and modern media markets to robust competition. We need to reduce concentration of control in these markets, private control that can censor just as the government can censor. In conclusion, I want to say it is really time for Congress to update the Communications Act, to jump in and put an end to the threat of the bullying that we're seeing from the FCC, which chills speech and eliminates open debate and information flow in our media. And
agreed. Get rid of all three-letter organizations, including the FCC. Fuck the FCC. Fuck the FBI. Fuck the DOJ. Fuck the ATF, especially.
Few hands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fuck the DOE. I can go on.
I guess I'll just start there with just a quick question. So, Mr. Kimmelman, you are the CEO of a group called Public Knowledge. Is that correct?
I was at one point, sir.
Okay. What years were you the CEO of Public
Yes,
Knowledge?
I will post the link to this direct.
Okay.
No, I mean,
let's just take a. Do you think it's appropriate for these sort of NGOs or nonprofits?
Hey, thanks so much, Puppy Tracks.
With government agencies.
Yes, I am an anarchist, Matic. Absolutely, I'm an anarchist.
Disinformation or malinformation.
Mr. Chairman, I've worked with NGOs for many, many years.
That being said, realistically, I know that anarchy is not feasible, so I lean, while I am an anarchist, I know that to be successful, I'll need to lean more libertarian.
Well, let me get more specific then. Do you think it's appropriate that the White House was working directly through a number of different agencies to work with the University of Washington and Stanford Information to sort of outsource their censorship enterprise to find out what the posts that they didn't like and then work with, and then
no worries, Matic.
Or coerce social media companies to punish those folks?
Well, Senator, I think it's...
Yes, I'm anarchist light. Correct you, Alpha Omega. I'm an anarchist that understands the real world and knows that anarchy is not, at least as it currently stands, tenable.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the details of what might or might not happen there.
What about the scenario I just gave you, though?
Working with a university to
flag misinformation so that the government then can coerce social media companies to throttle.
I never think government should coerce social media companies, so
what up, Gooch?
Okay. Part of it is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davis, your testimony described how in the summer of 2020, Google attempted to demonetize...
Michael Malice is my hero, Matic. Michael Malice is my hero.
Critiques of violent Black Lives Matter riots. It's documented that the Center for Countering Digital Hate, the CCDH, specifically worked to demonetize the Federalists for these critiques. Could you just describe what tactics specifically were employed to do that?
Yes, sir. Thank you for bringing that up. So I believe it was in July of 2020. We started receiving emails from an NBC News reporter based out of the UK. I don't remember her name exactly. And they were almost taunting, asking for comment. Hey, Federalist, how does it feel knowing Google's is about to demonetize you for hate speech or something like that? I'm paraphrasing. And this was news to us. We hadn't broken any rules. We had gotten no notifications of breaking rules, that we had violated Google's terms and conditions or AdSense's or whatever. And so we started calling around to contacts at Google and learned that, oh yeah, you are about to be demonetized because of hate speech. Was what we were told. We had racist, violent hate speech, which was not true at all. And it was the CCDH who was working with this NBC News, I think it was called the verification unit at the time. They were working together and colluding with executives at Google, to this day, I don't know who, to come in and secretly demonetize us. And what I found most offensive about it was they were all in on it. They had news articles ready to be written, kind of crowing about how we got demonetized. We were able to fight back.
Preemptive news articles are absolutely a thing. I don't doubt this for a moment.
Largely, what was interesting was in that initial news article targeting us, they had cited that news article, how the media are lying to you about literally everything, including the riots. The NBC News ended up stealth editing that out, and they worked with Google to come up with a new rationale for demonetizing us, which was our comments were mean. We had an unmoderated comment section, so we ended up having to delete our comment section to avoid being demonetized by Google because a bunch of foreign connected government outfits decided that they didn't like what we were publishing.
Okay. In limited time, I want to, Mr. Berenson, it's clear now that during the Biden administration, CISA, which is mentioned a lot in this report, obviously, operated kind of a switchboarding mechanism during this period, flagging disfavored content from domestic sources for social media platforms. Based on what you've seen, how is CISA specifically doing this? What was the abuse really all about?
Well, again, I think you laid it out. You know, they redefined infrastructure. You know, so it wasn't actual physical infrastructure or software infrastructure. It was things people were saying. And you know, there was a period very early in 2022 when they actually tried to redefine terrorism as quote unquote misinformation. There's a bulletin from February 2022, which I think DHS put out and then retracted under pressure. So, you know, once you start saying that people's
completely agree, Jeremiah,
is terrorism, you're going down a bad path. And I don't think that's something that either party should do, honestly.
Thanks. Ranking Member Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to yield to my colleague for a second to make a statement, then I'll finish with my questions.
Thank you. I'll do my questions on the record because I have to leave, but I wasn't going to speak, and I appreciate Senator Cantwell's willingness to let me say a few words here, given what happened in my state this summer. First of all, I think Mr. Kimmelman knows that I've been out front on monopoly issues and antitrust and
Google's not in bed with the right people. The right people are in bed with Google.
Working with Senator Cruz and Senator Lee and Senator Kennedy and many others on that issue, and I continue to believe that it's a legitimate solution. Secondly, I think what happened with the chair of the FCC was wrong in the last month. I appreciated Senator Cruz being out front on it. I truly do, and calling it out, and I'm looking forward to that hearing to try to get some sense into what's going on there. With not just the Jimmy Kimmel moment, but many others. Third,
why the fuck you bring up Kimmel as if this has anything to do with it? That's been debunked over and over.
But to me, it should not be that radical that we say, number one, that if speech is violent or it incites violence, that is different than other kinds of speech. But that with these AI videos where you can't even tell it's yourself or not, I had this experience at a hearing, that they could at least
the video won't go any louder. Sorry, bud. This is my normal volume.
It's over whether something is the violent side and the hate side or whether it is the legally, constitutionally allowed speech like parody. But at the very least, these videos should say something about prepared for by AI or digitally created. I just happened to be late on CNN last night, and Robin Williams' family was on one of the shows talking about how he's dead, and they've created AI videos that don't say digitally altered that people think are real. So
nobody thinks they are real. Nobody thought the Robin Williams stuff was real.
Identity. And the last thing, when it comes to these horrific mass shootings and acts of violence, I have come to see it as all-purpose haters, which is something that the FBI actually said after the Annunciation church shooting in Minnesota, because that shooter actually hated President Trump in the manifesto, hated wokeness, hated Jews, hated Muslims, hated Hispanics, hated blacks, and shot these two little kids, Fletcher and Harper, through stained glass windows.
Don't pretend to care about this shit.
Catholic church. Then you go to the shooting of my dear friend, and I had a good discussion with FBI Director Patel about this in Judiciary. He lost his friend, Charlie Kirk, and we mourn that. And we lost our friend, Melissa Hortman. That shooter literally had a manifesto or ramblings that targeted mostly, and in fact, all Democratic office holders, and he went to the houses of the people that he knew the addresses, and the ones that he didn't, he wasn't able to go to. He went after law firms, businesses, went after Planned Parenthood, and then left a actual letter saying that he did it because he was supposed to assassinate me, which is on X about every 5 minutes with my name with assassination, which I think is completely not a good idea for public safety, but I can't get it off. So the point of all this is that to say it's one side or another, when you look at the Cato Institute report that came out this year of this extremism and what's triggering these basically mad murderers to commit these acts, whether it's in the Michigan temple or whether
Tim Wayne, she's not talking to any of the CEOs or anything from Twitch, Reddit, Steam, or Discord. That's what you're referring to. That has not happened yet. That live stream that hearing has not happened yet.
Targeted in their heads, and they go out and create these mass crimes, and it's on us to figure out what's triggering them and to actually do something about it instead of playing the blame game. One of my answers is an assault weapon ban, or at least 21 years and under. That would have helped in Uvalde, Buffalo, Parkland, doing something about this instead of just blaming each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Senator Schmidt. Mr. Davis, government censorship in the name of fact-checking is an unacceptable trampling on our democratic values. Knowing what we know now, how should social media companies respond if the government comes to them to deplatform users based on their political opinions? What's your suggestion?
That's a great question. Thank you for raising it. If I could wave a magic wand and create a solution or a response there, what I would say is anytime a government goes to a social media platform, Google, YouTube, Twitter, whatever, and they tell someone you need to take this down because it's hate speech or misinformation or whatever fancy label they want to throw on speech they don't like, first off, those tech companies should tell them to take a hike. We don't censor anyone. We're a platform. We're not a content company.
Alrighty, I
think they should have to disclose it to the public and the people.
Bad news. We will get back to this in a moment. I don't know if this is legitimate, but it is worth mentioning. So I'm seeing posts stating there is no House Oversight Committee hearing with the CEOs of Discord, Reddit, Steam, and Twitch today. Despite the initial invite letter suggesting October 8th, no hearing was actually scheduled. They're still working to find a date that accommodates all 4 company schedules. We get this one as well. Update here, I neglected to mention the hearing is not happening today. I'm told the Oversight is still communicating with Reddit, Steam, Discord, and Twitch on the testimony. Also, House canceled its hearing schedule this week anyway because of the shutdown. So, I don't know that this is correct. I don't know that this is true. But that is what I'm seeing these accounts report. So if it was changed or postponed or altered, we will of course cover it live when it does happen. But we're going to keep watching this on government. We're going to keep watching this on social media censorship, and I will. We'll wait for more updates as they come. So just giving you guys an update in the for being intellectually honest with all of you guys.
Mandates, and that's sort of what you
yes, stall tactics is most likely correct.
They knew that those might be politically unpopular. They started pressuring the companies to deplatform people like me. I mean, they've been doing this, but they upped the pressure, and that's when President Biden said that Facebook was quote unquote killing people by allowing people like me or RFK Jr. to speak. The biggest legal protection that social media companies have is what's called Section 230, as I'm sure you know, where they're essentially immune from lawsuits from users over the decisions they make for content. So they have all the immunity of a traditional publisher to make decisions over what speech they want to carry.
Did the White House, do you have any kind of information or records? Did the White House specifically say what they would do to Twitter?
Well, so they specifically, they publicly said that they were going to reconsider Section 230. That was, again, in July. And they had privately said to Twitter in April, they had, based on Twitter's own records, said a really, quote unquote, a really hard question about why I was still being allowed to speak.
You're telling me, Christopher?
From my point of view, and my lawyer's point of view, that all by itself was a First Amendment violation because it forced Twitter to start looking at me in a way that Twitter had not previously done, and that was in secret. And and I'll say this.
Again, there was no transparency.
No transparency
that Mr. Davis spoke in.
Yes. So I mean, look, I don't like what Brendan Carr did, but he did it publicly, and we can have a debate about it. What's really problematic is when the government goes in secret to these companies and targets individual users or individual categories of speech. And I think that shouldn't be allowed. I think that both parties should
remember, Patrick, it's not just the Democrats, it is the Uniparty.
User or an individual post, as if it's legal, is wrong. And nobody's ever said that I'd said anything illegal. And actually, I think most people now would agree that a lot of what I said has been confirmed. So I think that that's a pretty basic place to start.
Thank you. Mr. Volokh, you mentioned a reporting mechanism that might be a promising idea for companies that think the government is coercing them. Can you describe to the committee how such a mechanism might have prevented a situation that Mr. Berenson just described, and how would you structure that mechanism?
Sure. It is the best disinfectant. There may, in fact, be certain kinds of requests to remove something that might be justifiable in certain situations if they're not coercive, but they're just kind of appeal to somebody's better instincts. Maybe, maybe not. But presumably it's something that members of this committee, that other members of Congress might be interested in, that reporters for newspapers might say, well, here's a list of all of these things that the government has been asking that people remove. Is it justifiable or not? Is it excessive? Does it show political bias? That's impossible to do if it's all essentially corporate secrets.
Completely agree, Ryan.
Secrets. Is there, I'm picking up on Senator Klobuchar's, I'm over time.
The only thing I could think is that new information has arisen, and they had to take that information into account.
I think many of us
because,
are with
I mean,
AI and things that are
this was a
happening
scheduled
there.
hearing. We have legal documentation showing as such.
At least to get a label. Do any of you know, are these social media companies, any of these companies?
Patrick Pedersen, unfollow all you want. I could not give a shit less. I'm not changing my views because you're upsetting spaghetti about me and my anarchist views. The way I see it, if you think the issue is one-sided, if you think the issue is only the Democrats and you don't acknowledge the existence of the uniparty, then I don't know what to tell you, brother man. I don't know what to tell you. There's literally no way on God's green earth that it's just one side. Like, no, we've got verifiable proof that both sides are involved in this. You think it was only Democrats on Epstein's Island fucking kids? Nah, dude. You are the one that needs to do better, my friend.
You can have an algorithm that will reliably do it, and there's going to be false positives and false negatives. There's also always going to be an arms race, right? If there's a better fake technology, better detector technology, better fake technology that evades the detector technology. I'm not up on all the details, but my understanding is right now there is
I agree, Nick. I agree. Assuming that it's true that it's being rescheduled. Assuming that it's true.
On what's comedy, what's satire, opens up a whole another avenue then.
That's absolutely right. There certainly is no software you can write that says, oh, this is obvious
parody, Mad Hatter,
and therefore it shouldn't be taken down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Professor Volokh, for both the statement you made about Brendan Carr's coercive tactics, and that wouldn't be appropriate, and for your recommendations on transparency and rules that I think would be a concept of just making sure that things were clear. And to my colleague's comment, Senator Klobuchar, one of the reasons I appreciate many things she said, but one of the reasons I support the Blackburn legislation and joined her as a co-sponsored on the Copied Act is because it gives the content holders some rights, and it shows who the content holders are, and even in the case of compensation, which is an important issue to keeping competition and perfect information. I will just note that during this debate, this committee and this body passed a public health emergency language related to deceptive practice language. It was unlawful to engage in deceptive practices related to the treatment, cure, prevention.
Base Jeremiah. Don't be a yes man. Don't take what I say for gospel. I could easily be wrong. As much as I believe in what I'm saying, I need to be fact checked just as much as anybody else. Based.
And we wanted to make sure that we were being protecting consumers against deceptive practices as it related to that. That was passed in a very, very big bipartisan support by this
Emperor Pause, I was thinking the same thing. We were actually reacting to his video before this went live, and we'll go back to his video when we wrap with this when we wrap with the social media censorship hearing.
Banning, the actual algorithm. We have this attempt by Carr to kind of realign the deck chairs at this moment that we have competition shrinking. And so that's why it's so concerning to me. And the unevenness, we had a hearing here, Facebook whistleblower who literally said the company knew that it was putting.
So Christopher Baker, good information did come from the Twitter file hearings. I watched those. I was reporting on those. The thing is, the information that was good from those was more good for the public. Government didn't do anything about it. Shocking. Nor should they, because again, the government fucking sucks. But the information that came out was verifiable proof that the government did have back doors into all these social media companies. So if nothing else, at least the truth was out in the open for us regular people that are quote-unquote conspiracy theorists about this sort of thing.
In a very vertical way, have such an alignment that that influence that we're talking about now of not being coercive is actually done in major ways, even as my Republican colleague in the House is saying he's concerned about this as it relates to what TikTok might be doing.
Yeah. Well, Senator Cantwell, I think it's a critical issue because as
Facts,
the technology has changed, the entire media landscape has changed. So I think we have to update our understanding of where is the excess power being used, how is it being used. These examples you've heard today all relate to a gatekeeper in the media landscape that is a tech company. We haven't always thought of them as being part of the same ecosystem, and I think we need to do that. Because if you have such enormous power over the major ways in which the public gets news, information, can keep up about whether it's their community or if it matters of public health or national affairs.
I reject the use of the term news. It is propaganda.
Reasonable rules, or that there's full competition in the marketplace to give people the checks and balances in the media. And that's
You don't think Professor Wallach's statement about transparency is a bad idea? It's a good idea.
No, it's a great idea. I think transparency is one element of this, but it's not enough to prevent the kinds of concerns about coercion and suppression if too few people have the megaphone, have the
for those of you asking about Dan Clancy, it's possible, it seems like it is possible that the hearing has been postponed. We're waiting on more information. So no, nobody from Reddit, Discord, Twitch, Steam, nobody has spoken. That might not even be happening today. We'll see. I'm, getting updates constantly as this stream goes on.
All of this vertical integration. And the next thing you know, it's kind of like on the sports issue, you put so much of it behind a paywall. How is the consumer just kind of
shout out Nick Cunningham? Thanks, brother.
Changed by this whole change in the landscape.
It's a huge problem, and that's why we need to make sure there's adequate ways for the companies that really invest in news and information and gathering information that the public wants, engaging people.
Hey, shout out! Thanks for the sub, Kyle.
And finance that and present it so it's not all dumbed down.
Correct, Thronkill.
And,
correct.
Kind of diluted. In an internet where there's just such massive information flow that you can't tell fact from fiction.
And you're talking about localism now.
Absolutely, it's localism, and it's preventing the few companies that seem to have amassed quite a bit of power already from getting any larger and acting as gatekeepers to our public debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to all the witnesses for being here. If there's no objection, I'd like to put into the record a letter sent from this committee back in 2018 to the chairman of the FCC requesting that Sinclair Broadcasting licenses be reviewed because in the minds of the 12 Democrats, including 2 on this committee, felt that Sinclair was perpetuating misinformation. So we'll put that into the record, which I find, given the conversation.
Shout out St. Hugo for the 2-banger, throwing up the skull and bones, throwing up the Jolly Roger of the Straw Hat's face.
We can do it then. You have your time. So, Mr. Wallach, you mentioned
Thank you, brother.
You came to the U.S. 50 years ago. We, to this day, congratulations. I came to America a little bit more than 50 years ago, which I hate to actually say in public testimony because it makes me feel old. How many TV stations, you probably like me had to learn English watching TV. How many TV stations and news information sources were there back then?
So I do remember
the button.
I'm sorry.
You have to hit the button so you can hear you.
Button, sorry. When we came to LA, I think there were maybe 6 or 7 VHF. And then if I twiddled the antenna right. I could get like 4 or 5 UHF.
Did you listen to a lot of podcasts?
I believe that I was not allowed to listen to podcasts in 1975.
It didn't exist. It didn't exist.
Exactly.
Did you go online and get sources from online sources?
No.
Did you go on X or Facebook or Twitter? Did you open TikTok?
I did not.
Facebook, Instagram.
Guys, this is on the record. They're asking if in
I just find it
1975 he
that my
went on X
colleagues,
and TikTok.
Are talking about how broadcast TV and monopolism, Mr. Kimmerman, you talked about that, which I thought was just fascinating, that there's all of a sudden this lack of resources to find information when there's never been more ways to get information than there is today. But Mr. Kimmerman, I have a question for you. You're over at the Harvard School, is that correct?
At the Kennedy School, yes.
The Kennedy School? So you would agree with all of us, I think, that free speech is important. You would agree with George Washington's comment that if freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent, we may be led like sheep to the slaughter. You would agree with that, right?
Certainly.
What are you doing about Harvard's F rating for free speech?
I'm a fellow at the Kennedy School. I have a very...
No, I mean, have you spoken to your colleagues? Have you made a protest? Have you rallied the students to say, how do we get rid of this F rating? I mean, I can't imagine Harvard students would find it objectionable to have an F in anything. What are you doing about fixing Harvard?
There's a lot of discussion I know around me about trying to make sure there's an open environment for learning.
But they have an F rating, just to be clear. They have an F rating. Harvard University has an F rating in free speech, and you're here giving us lectures on free speech doesn't exactly...
I won't lie, homie's kind of cooking.
Mr. Berenson, quick question for you. We need to put on the record, what was the outrageous things that you said in 2021 that got you thrown off Twitter? I mean, were you planning to overthrow the United States government? Were you creating a militia? Like, give me an example. Give me a flavor of the outrageous things that you must have said.
The tweet that got me banned from Twitter on August 28th, 2021 began, "It doesn't stop infection or transmission." Yes.
Are you saying that a mask, a cloth mask, does not stop the spread of COVID? How dare you say those kinds of outrageous comments?
I said that the mRNA vaccine did not stop infection or transmission.
And did it?
I mean, I think I might be the only person in this room who wasn't vaccinated with the mRNA vaccine. They all got
Did the vaccine stop the
No, of course not.
So you were allowed to be wrong, but you were right. Does that make it? Now, what accountability has been in place for that? Like, who has been held accountable for this?
Well, Twitter actually admitted that they shouldn't have done that.
No, they admitted it. But what accountability? Because that cost you money. That cost you direct money in your pocketbook. What accountability has been put in place?
There's been none. I mean, more important than accountability, I didn't get to tell people what I thought. And there were, I mean, I was getting hundreds of millions of views.
Same,
a month.
shrapnel,
People
no
wanted to
vaccinations
hear
up
what
in
I
this
thought. The
bitch.
Biden administration didn't like it, and they forced Twitter to ban me. And I will also say it is outrageous.
So you're saying the United States government, elected officials who swore an oath to the Constitution, told private media companies to terminate your account, which cost you your money. I assume you're not naturally wealthy from 5 generations of wealth and that you actually have to work for a living. And that ability to earn an income was taken away from you because you dared to have an opinion on a vaccine?
I regard it as more important that I wasn't able to say what I thought. The money matters less to me. And I also have to say this. Pfizer made $100 billion selling that vaccine, and Pfizer officials cooperated.
I think $100 million is probably a low ball.
It is a scandal. Let me just say one thing. If I had been reporting on plane crashes and Boeing had colluded with the Biden administration or the Trump administration, it would be a national scandal.
No, it wouldn't. They would have covered that up too. Why? Because that actually likely happened.
On a social media company.
Boeing has cover up after cover up.
With this.
Yeah, and her opening statement, the ranking member talked extensively about protecting free speech, but then stated she wasn't referring to hate speech. I think what maybe my colleagues mean to say is speech that they hate. That's right. Because it's hate speech is in the eye of the beholder. Would you agree, Mr. Davis?
I completely agree. Hate speech, misinformation, disinformation, they're just fancy words that people use to shut down speech they don't like.
Right. So if I say that there's only such thing as a man and a woman, that maybe when I got to the U.S. 50 plus years ago, somebody would have said, why did you say that? Like, obviously, there's only men and women. I come from a culture where our entire language is male or female. But that could be considered hate speech, right, if I say that?
It was for a long time. If you said that on Twitter for several years, you ran the risk
shout out
of
with the
being
sub. Thank you,
censored,
G. Shelton.
shadow banned, or permanently suspended.
Well, Obviously, we'll talk more about this topic.
For those of you that want a link to this particular stream, it is being streamed on C-SPAN right now. I will drop it in the comments.
During the Biden era, that were absolutely applauding people being thrown off social media, that were saying
yeah,
that
Matt, I haven't gotten any vaccinations since high school to play sports.
Misinformation was considered an insurrection.
And let me tell you, high school was longer ago than it looks for me. I look good for my age.
Because a moronic second-rate comedian who makes $16 million a year got fired from his job for having atrocious ratings is somehow now an attack on free speech. I don't know that they have the moral high ground here, but thank you for your testimony, and I recognize Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and speaking your mind. It's about the First Amendment. Appreciate that. Because the freedom to express yourself and
William
speak your
Shatner?
mind is the
appreciate
cornerstone
that.
of America. It's one of the main ways we distinguish ourselves from other nations. In the United States, you are free to criticize whomever you want, including government leaders, without government censorship. And so it is wholly appropriate and indeed necessary for this committee to hold oversight hearings that focus on protecting this critical right from being eroded by anyone. But that is not the focus of today's hearing. Rather than providing us with a forum that will evaluate truly harmful government censorship, this has become increasingly commonplace under the Trump administration. We're undertaking an effort to settle old political scores against an administration that is no longer in power. There are issues that we have to deal with, and we do want to support, and we must support free speech. But this hearing is not the place. 2 weeks ago, I sent a letter to Chairman Cruz calling for the FCC chairman to testify before this committee after he threatened to revoke broadcast licenses over Jimmy Kimmel's comments criticizing President Trump.
Which is not what happened.
I was particularly concerned, as I know the chair was from his statements calling the threat mafia-like. Chairman Cruz called the threats mafia-like. With this clear attempt to suppress speech, comedian. However, I'm disappointed that that's not what's the focus of today's hearing. Chairman Carr's later backtracking, claiming there's some sort of local community exception to the First Amendment. There's no exceptions. You have free speech or you don't. We know those limits. There's precedent for that.
What limits? Tell us.
Comments,
what limits,
shitlib? Were reprehensible, and his demands of full accountability. And we demand full accountability. Indeed, his weak excuses have been repeatedly contradicted by the president's own statements. President Trump has said outright that the reason the FCC should revoke broadcast licenses is because of negative coverage of his administration. I want there to be journalists.
Trump says a lot of shit. So do all politicians.
This is the clearest possible violation of the First Amendment. The President of the United States directing an agency to revoke a license of networks that run a critical story of him? There never would have been press or print or TV or radio. You could go back 250 years if all presidents did this.
Abraham Lincoln did this. Abraham Lincoln jailed journalists.
And simple.
What are you
It's what they
talking
do
about?
in Russia. It's what they do in North Korea. It's what they do in China. It is not what we do.
It is literally what we do, whether you like it or not. Like, we have a history of this.
They harm not only our democracy, but our economy. Last month, it was Brendan Carr's interference in the private business decisions of large media companies, but tomorrow could be tech, energy, tourism, any other industry could be impacted. In Las Vegas, we're seeing fewer international tourists because people are afraid to come to the U.S. under this administration.
People are afraid to come to the U.S. because you let roaming bands of vagrants fucking murder people in the streets that came here illegally.
It's critical of the president in another country where they live. And they cancel their trips to America out of fear of U.S. government retaliation. And the consequences for our economy are substantial.
Guys, I went to Vegas in April and it was fucking awesome. Vegas kicked ass.
Can you discuss the direct impacts of infringement on speech rights? And can you tell us what you see as the biggest threat to the First Amendment writ large, please?
Well, the threats, coercion, chill speech. Either they suppress directly or create an environment in which everyone is afraid to speak his or her mind, to engage in debate,
correct
to have
internal
the
machine
kind of
or infernal machine.
open discussion that our democracy requires. So it's extremely dangerous. Obviously, as you point out, when the government does it directly, it is horrible. It is a First Amendment violation. It needs to be stopped. But it also can happen when tech platforms become too powerful, when they don't face competition, when they play a gatekeeper role. This could be the same if there's too much.
No, it's not about not facing competition. He is incorrect here. It's not about tech platforms not facing competition. It's about all tech platforms being singularly aligned ideologically at the behest of the government or external factors.
And so anywhere there's a chokehold, I think there's an appropriate question of, is it too much concentration? Is it too much power? Does it
Agreed,
work
Errol.
for our democracy? And that's where Congress has a role to set guardrails.
Thank you. I see my time is up. Appreciate this hearing.
Your time
Wish
is
that
up.
we
You
would be
wasted
having
fucking
Chairman
5
Carr here
goddamn minutes to
discuss
say
some of
fascism
free
like you guys are
speech
saying in
open-
chat.
on the
100%
open
agreed.
platforms. I look forward to Chairman Cruz working with us to get get that on the docket. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'm told that we will do that. We need to open the government up first, right? That's the first priority. I will also note that I asked
who
the
is that
chairwoman
pink-haired land
to
whale?
have Elena Khan come before this committee. Never came in my 2 years. I asked for Pete Buttigieg to appear, the Secretary of Transportation. Never appeared in my 2 years, but I know the chairman is committed to having the FCC and the FTC here. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's exactly right. We're looking forward to being able to return to regular order and to do oversight. Just one item I want to mention. There was a comment, tourists aren't coming because they're fearful of words. Tourists aren't coming because they're fearful of crime. And there
correct.
are so many stories that bear this out. When you look at New York City, when you look at Chicago, when you look at the effect that violent crime is having in some of these cities, I'm very grateful that President Trump has made it a priority to address this. We are seeing fantastic results in Memphis from the increased presence that is there from the Memphis Safe Task Force, which is 13 federal
Memphis used to be one of my favorite cities, dude.
The
Memphis used to be so
Tennessee
great.
Bureau of Investigation, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the National Guard will be going in there this week to assist the Memphis PD. They've arrested nearly 1,000 gang members, and they have already started the process with indictments and moving these criminals into court. And indeed, we're very grateful for that. And we know the
They're not
crime
going far
level
enough, in my
needs to
opinion.
come down in these big cities, so people do want to go to these cities. Mr. Davis, always good to see you. Grateful that you are here and for the good work that you all do, and pleased that Ms. Hemingway is here today also. I want to talk with you a little bit because I know the Federalist and your team at the Federalist was constantly on the receiving end of some of these attacks and actions from the Biden
See you in a bit, Jeremiah.
administration. And I'd like to hear you talk about why you all were on the receiving end, why you felt like you were
Shrapnel,
on that,
I agree
and
with that
why you
sentiment
were
entirely.
accused of misinformation, and why their goal was to always shut you up. And we know that the left made great sport out of shutting up conservatives and attacking conservatives, and as we learned this week, surveilling conservatives. And of course, 7 of my Senate colleagues and I found out that the FBI was surveilling us and pulling our phone records. And I think it would be helpful if our colleagues across the dais wanted to join us in calling the FBI out, the Biden-led FBI out about those actions. But lay out for me what you all experienced and why you felt like it was such a repeated attack on you and the Federalists.
Well, thank you, Senator. It's an honor to be here in front of you and wonderful to see you as always. You posed a
Agreed,
great question.
Topa.
Why were we targeted? I'm reminded of the quote. I think it was the baseball player Reggie Jackson. They don't boo nobodies. Well, they don't censor nobodies either. In fact, it's the most effective voices which tend to be targeted for censorship. And at the Federalist, we are extremely effective at tearing down.
I saw that
false
too,
narratives
Matic.
And reporting the facts. We have a team of absolutely fearless, courageous journalists who get up every day to tell the truth and report the facts, especially when they might be facts the government doesn't want people to hear. And so they targeted us because we were effective, because we were exposing the lies about the Russia collusion hoax, about the Kavanaugh hoax, about COVID-19 lies that it came out of a wet market in China. We were exposing ridiculous new election laws that ignored existing laws in the Constitution in 2020. We exposed the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing, which was 100% real. It wasn't a hoax. Somebody remarked earlier that, well, you have the market to take care of if a newspaper
even
and network
Google's
says something
own
that's
AI.
not true,
Hold on.
why
This
people
is
won't
brilliant.
follow them.
You can just Google right now. Did Google censor the Federalist? And even Google's AI acknowledges, yes, Google censored the Federalist.
Nice to be here to hear a bipartisan support for free speech.
What up, Gamer Empress?
Man, I wish a lot of y'all were helping us as the Biden administration was censoring us. We've been in federal court for 2 years trying to vindicate our free speech rights. And I got to tell you, it's pretty aggravating being an American citizen whose family's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years to see illegal immigrants get faster action in federal district courts than we've gotten. We are still awaiting vindication and relief. And we were not targeted because what we were saying was false. We were targeted because what we were saying was true.
And how much, talk to me about the expense of having to be tied up with trying to get your day in court for that period of time.
You know, it's extensive. Thankfully, we have lawyers who are representing us out of the goodness of their own hearts. But if you look at the effect of
hold on now. There's no such thing as a good-hearted lawyer.
Point that you cannot compensate someone for the crime of having shut them up by unjustified means for years. That speech that he should have been able to give for years, he can never give. That opportunity is gone. But there's also a real cost in terms of money. I cannot even begin to think about how many millions or tens of millions of dollars we lost out on because our advertisers were targeted, because our readers were targeted, because Facebook and Google and Twitter and YouTube were told to throttle us. It has to be in the millions or tens of millions of dollars. Quite frankly, we're owed restitution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Well, I'm sure you'll support my legislation, which would give a private right of action to a citizen to sue an individual government bureaucrat for suppression of speech. I think that turns the tables on the incentive structure that currently exists. Senator Mackey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot today about the Biden administration supposedly censoring of conservatives by talking to social media companies about misinformation. Republicans have wasted an enormous amount of time and resources over the past few years attempting to prove this theory correct, only for it to be repeatedly proven false.
Bro, this is a blatant lie.
The Supreme Court shot down their big lawsuit against the Biden administration in a 6-3 vote. Their big House Judiciary Committee investigation came up empty. And in the chairman's report last week, the supposedly incriminating emails from Biden administration officials pressuring the big tech platforms to censor conservatives, included explicit disclaimers that the officials weren't threatening any action against any
Mark
platform.
Zuckerberg
Strike
openly
one,
admitted in an
two,
interview that they
strike
were.
three,
What are
you're
you talking
out.
about?
Republican theory of censorship. Since my Republican colleagues seem confused about what actual government censorship looks like, I thought I could show a few of them to you. It's not just the mafia boss threats from Brendan Carr at the FCC to Disney and ABC. On 6 different occasions, Donald Trump took office and he now has posted on Truth Social explicitly calling for the Federal Communications Commission to revoke broadcast station licenses owned by major networks over their editorial decisions. On February 6th, Trump said CBS should, quote, lose its license over its interview of Vice President Kamala Harris in the fall of 2024.
That wasn't
Just over 2
censorship.
months later,
They were
on
caught
April 13th,
lying and editing
Trump again
the
said
footage.
CBS should lose its license for its Harris interview. On July 26th, Trump wrote, networks aren't allowed to be
if you have a pilot's license and you crash your fucking plane because you were doing mushrooms, you lose your goddamn pilot's license.
Should be revoked on August 24th. That was a big day for unconstitutional threats. Twice in under an hour, Trump said that ABC and NBC should lose their licenses. And then, just last Sunday, Trump said the FCC should, quote, look into the license of NBC. Mr. Kimmelman, do you agree
for not
that
doing their
explicit
job, for
threats from the
blatantly, oh my
President of the
fucking
United
God.
States against broadcasters are far more dangerous than emails from the Biden administration officials identifying online misinformation?
Yes.
Mr. Kimmelman, how many times did President Biden threaten to revoke a broadcast?
Toba, I consume this room as well. I ain't knocking it. I'm
None
just
to my knowledge.
speaking of a
Mr. Kimmelman,
situation that
how
actually
many
happened. There was a real story about
did
that.
President Biden publicly direct his FCC chairman to look into a broadcaster's license?
That's literally the FCC's
Again,
job.
Zero. This hearing is a farce. We're not focusing upon the imminent
gotcha.
threat to the First Amendment, the beating heart of democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of press. That's what this hearing should be about. What's going on at the FCC right now?
You mean them doing their fucking job? Which, granted, they should be defunded as well. They're a three-letter organization. Fuck the FCC.
That, in fact, independent analysts have debunked, even as President Trump and Federal Communications Chairman Brendan Carr and other Trump officials wage a war on free speech that this country has not seen since the McCarthy era in the 1950s.
And McCarthy didn't go far
during
enough.
That Red Scare, if you're a voice of dissent in this country, you have a target on your back, and they let you know you have a target on your back if you speak up. Law firms, universities, protesters, news media, all have faced this administration's wrath for their political speech. These threats are real. They're scary, and they undermine our democracy.
We have verifiable proof over and over and over the mainstream media actually lying, pushing false truths, and pushing an agenda.
Every time they dare.
What are you,
again,
obviously this is the side he's in bed with, so it doesn't matter.
Their judgment as an administration. Yet we're wasting time here trying to distract the American people with old emails from the Biden administration while Chairman Carr turns the FCC into
Excellent
the
question,
Federal
Final Hearts.
Censorship Commission.
Agreed, real life wizard.
Free
Fuck the
speech,
mainstream media.
Censoring free speech in our country. Allowing Donald Trump to continue with his direct attacks on the First Amendment in our country. This is an urgent crisis for our country. Our democracy is at risk when the First Amendment is being challenged so fundamentally by the president out of the White House and instructing his chairman of the Federal Communications Commission to revoke the licenses of anyone who dares run any program that runs contrary to his views.
Careful, Topa. I heard Hassan Piker try that on his dog.
It's a threat to our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. And to mix sports...
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question to my
Agreed,
colleagues,
Kyle.
5 seconds. Did you sign on to that letter asking the FCC to revoke the license of Sinclair Broadcasting in 2018?
I'll have to go and to review that, but from my perspective,
Got him!
what Trump is doing right now at a presidential level, ordering the FCC to act, is absolutely an imminent threat to our democracy.
Notice
Okay,
the non-answer. What a
I'm going to throw the red
bitch!
flag because the federal district court, I know something about this, said that the Biden administration had engaged in the worst example of violation of the First Amendment in American history. That decision was upheld by the Fifth Circuit. The Supreme Court did not rule against it. It sent it down. It didn't rule on the merits. It sent it down for a standing issue. So, Senator Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd first just like to start by making a very clear statement. Government censorship is wrong. Full stop. Never should be tolerated. That should be no matter what side of the aisle that you're on. I think we can agree that the government takes adverse action against speech that it dislikes. That's bad for all Americans, and it's counter to the fundamental values that this country stands for. As ranking member of Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, I have reviewed thousands of pages of documents, including testimony from the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency employees, and I'll say that I simply don't agree that CISA, the agency, has worked in a coordinated effort to censor American speech, and the Supreme Court has basically agreed with that finding. However, if there's evidence of wrongdoing on the part of anyone in previous administrations, I want to address it, and I'll work with folks on this panel to do that. Protecting free speech should not be a partisan issue. And that's why I'm disappointed that instead of having the FCC here today to discuss what are urgent and I believe a flagrant violation of America's First Amendment rights, as my colleague just mentioned before me, instead we're rehashing debunked claims regarding activities at CISA from 2018 to 2022. Since it was created in 2018, CISA has protected our nation against cyber criminals and foreign adversaries who are constantly seeking to breach critical networks and steal America's most sensitive personal information. And unfortunately today we're hearing claims that have been debunked about the agency's mission and its vital work. The Supreme Court decision in Murphy versus Missouri found with regard to CISA, quote, the evidence does not support the conclusions that the relevant plaintiff made that CISA had violated the First Amendment rights. That's a Supreme Court decision. None of the documents I reviewed included instructions for the social media platforms to respond to CISA's questions on flagged content, nor did they attempt to cover up their interaction in some way with these companies. So it's concerning to me that the committee would choose to focus on a backward-looking claim at a time when today, currently, we're seeing unprecedented efforts to wield government power as a tool to suppress free speech.
These are literally not unprecedented efforts at all. There's actually precedents for literally all of this, but I guess go off,
Geezer. In recent months, the Trump administration has revoked media access, got to say it again, over news coverage that didn't flatter the president. Oh my gosh, horrible. You didn't flatter the president. You can't have media access. That's a high crime and misdemeanor, apparently. He also sued media outlets who publish content that the president doesn't agree with.
And won those lawsuits. Why? Because they were bunk.
Into the president's perceived political enemies. In one instance, the president's
correct,
FCC
Shrapnel.
chair,
It is not a First
Brendan
Amendment right
Carr,
to go to the White House's
threatened
press.
to revoke
Correct.
the broadcast licenses of ABA affiliates over comments made by a comedian. Oh my gosh, horrible. Comedian
They keep
comments.
referring to Kimmel as a comedian. They're being real liberal with that term.
The comedy. Let's be clear, these acts are unprecedented in American history. And they rightfully raise alarms, I think, for every American. Thousands of Michiganders have reached out to my office saying that we must hold the Trump administration accountable to ensure that these abuses of power are not left unchecked. And
Michigan,
I
you mean
hope
South
that
Canada.
the chairman
Couldn't care
of this
less.
committee and members of the committee will devote their efforts to examining these abuses that I mentioned, regardless of who commits them, because we must all stand up for First Amendment rights in the face of unprecedented overreach. And it's right to call out wherever we see it, no matter who is saying it, no matter what administration.
Oh, shut the fuck up, George Pukas.
Let's
You don't
not
care at all if the
ignore
left
what
is
we're
called
seeing
out.
in front of us right now, constantly in the media. So, Mr. Kimmelman, quick question. After threatening regulatory action against ABC
Tech X, this is
affiliates,
live right now. We're watching
if
this
it
live
did not
right now.
Suspend Jimmy Kimmel. FCC Chair Brendan Carr said, quote, if you're going to have a license from the FCC, we expect you to broadly serve the public interest, end of quote. So my question for you, sir, is there precedent for the FCC using the public interest, convenience, and necessity standard in the Communications Act to stifle First Amendment protected speech? And how has the FCC historically interpreted the public interest? How is this different?
No, not to my knowledge, Senator. The FCC is it's a public interest standard. The FCC has used it very carefully. There's specific direction in the Communications Act beyond the Constitution itself of Congress reminding the FCC not to stifle speech, not to impede First Amendment rights. And the FCC has been very careful in that regard.
So the comments made by the current FCC chair is simply unprecedented in all of your knowledge of past actions?
In my experience, Senator, I've been doing this for more than 45 years. I have never seen anything like that.
That's perhaps why it was so shocking to Americans all over this country, but apparently not to some.
No, it
individuals
wasn't shocking
living
to
in the
Americans.
US.
It was shocking to
Thank you,
shitlibs.
Mr. Chairman.
Americans weren't shocked at all.
Lujan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I begin, one of my colleagues raised a letter that was sent to the FCC back in 2018 that was signed by Democrats. I don't know how many of you know who the chair of the FCC was in 2018. Do any of you know? Does the name Ajit Pai sound familiar? Do you know who was president in 2018? Donald Trump. I'm sorry if I stumped you all. It was Chairman Pai that denied this thing. And Chairman Pai, in his order, he said something along the lines of, what was submitted to the FCC lacked candor. It's funny to me how there's so many legal ways to call a lie a lie. When the FCC says a submission lacks candor, it means that it intentionally provided false or misleading information, omitting crucial facts. Just so that the record's straight. Mr. Volek, just a few weeks ago, the Federal Communication Commission Chairman Brendan Carr made several statements. You've heard a lot of them today, with regulatory action over remarks made by Jimmy Kimmel if they, quote, didn't take action. In his own words, Chairman Carr said, quote, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Now, to be clear, ABC can suspend Jimmy Kimmel's show for whatever reason they want. However, the fact pattern that led ABC to suspend Jimmy Kimmel's show involved a government official, in this case, FCC chair.
Yeah,
Carr,
this is not correct.
making direct
The
threats.
fact pattern showed that
As
there
you have
was
written, quote,
affiliates
"But if the
losing
government
millions of
coerced
dollars.
ABC into suspending the show through threats or of retaliation, that would have likely violated the First Amendment. Yes or no, if ABC acted to remove Jimmy Kimmel because of FCC Chairman Carr's threats, would Carr's actions violate the First Amendment?
There is no evidence to support
yes,
that it was the FCC
Unfortunately,
chair's
the events
statement.
from a few weeks ago related to Kimmel's show.
Next
is not
Star
the
and
first time
Sinclair's
that
statements are
Chairman
what
Carr
did
has
it.
weaponized the FCC against broadcasters since he took office. Mr. Kimmelman, I'd like for you to help get some facts on the record. I think you answered.
I want to let you guys know, we reported on Jimmy Kimmel's ratings last night on Diabolical Souls channel, on Goose's channel. He is down 85% in the key demo after his return. It has nothing to do with the FCC.
From Donald Trump for their unlawful and illegal behavior immediately after threatening to sue that company?
No, Senator.
Did President Biden suggest Chair Rosenworcel should revoke broadcaster licenses for giving him, quote, bad publicity?
No, sir.
Did Chairman Carr reinstate complaints against NBC, ABC, and CBS for election coverage that were dismissed by the prior FCC?
Yeah, guys, this is a different hearing. So as it currently stands, check the pinned comment. As it currently stands, the Twitch, Reddit, all that hearing is supposedly postponed. I've been constantly checking for updates while we're watching this. There's very little to go on right now, but as it currently stands, so we're watching this and this is the social media censorship hearing, and we'll move to the Twitch, Reddit, Steam stuff when it is live, if it goes live.
FCC, keep your hands off of these media companies. Protect the First Amendment. Follow the law. I hope that's something that you all will take a look at and see if maybe there's bipartisanship, and if anyone's worried about doing it under this president, let's say the next president. Let's just say, let's take this off the table. So I certainly hope that's something that we can all do together. Now, Mr. Kimmelman, President Trump has developed a habit of suing media companies if they report or publish content he doesn't like. He sued CNN, ABC, CBS, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal. I mean, it goes on and on. Trump even sued the Pulitzer Prize winner to the New York Times and Washington Post for their reporting about Russian interference in the 2016 election. Now, some of the media companies, such as ABC and CBS, chose to settle. Others are still fighting. Even if a lawsuit is baseless, what effect does it have on the opposing party, Mr. Kimmelman?
Correct, Fallen Angel.
Senator, it has an enormous chilling effect, even as you've heard from my colleagues on this panel here in a different context. It's overwhelming to take on the government. Even if you think you can vindicate your rights, it's daunting task, and it tends to pull people away from presenting the views.
There's conflicting information.
actually,
Xenobus,
trying to vindicate
some
their rights
reports are
because it
saying
is such an
3
overwhelmingly
p.m. EST.
costly
Others are
endeavor.
giving no
Look, I think it's
postponed
fact that
date.
Meta
So we'll
paid
see.
$22 million to President Trump to settle a
We'll,
lawsuit.
we'll keep going until we
The
have
Paramount
further
Pay, yes,
information,
$60
and
million to
we'll
President Trump as
we'll
well.
adjust accordingly.
After Skydance settled, there was a merger approved within days as well. As a matter of fact, my team looked into the last time that a president sued one of these media companies. They had to go back to Teddy Roosevelt to find it. And do you know how much the settlement was for? 6 cents. Anyhow, there's a little trivia for you all as well. Look, as my time concludes, Mr. Davis, I don't know if you've ever been asked this. I can't find anywhere on the record where you've answered it. Who won the 2024 election in the United States of America?
Who won the 2024 election?
Yeah, for president.
Joe Biden was elected president.
In 2024?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Had 2020
That was
brain.
misinformation right there. So let's set the record straight. Who won the 2024 election?
I was in government censorship mode. Donald Trump won the 2024 election.
Who won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden was elected president in 2020.
I appreciate that very much. Right. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Well, since we're
relevance
doing
does that
some
question
presidential
have?
history, Mr. Davis, could you name the last president that was
I've been seeing that as well, Chris, but I have not seen.
For
For
those
those of you saying that you found someone on X saying it's canceled because of the shutdown, I'm not seeing any official reports on that one way or the other, which is why I'm haven't acknowledged it yet. I'm waiting to get official reports.
Suing a news organization, and you said that the government taking that on would have a chilling effect. You're not arguing that an individual citizen, as President Trump, suing a media company for lies is a threat to the First Amendment, right?
No,
Okay,
I'm not.
thank you. Senator Blunt, Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleagues, yesterday there was a split screen on the news. Coverage of committee hearings and a shutdown clock. Republicans continue to call for hearings like it's business as usual, while Americans are literally living in the midst of a shutdown that jeopardizes their health, that
It does
jeopardizes
not.
their jobs, and the
The
services
shutdown
that
is
Americans
only a
rely on.
positive thing.
So the issues before us are vitally
Private
important,
industries
but our
keep
number
this country
one
going. A
priority
government
in
shutdown
this moment
on the national
should be
level affects
reopening the
nobody
government
unless
and
you're a
restoring
government
people's
employee.
healthcare. So today,
And if
I
you're a
want to
government
use
employee,
my
I don't give a
time
fuck what
to
happens to
remind
you, if I'm
all
being
of us
honest.
what is at stake. We're in a pivotal moment. Energy costs are up. Food prices are up. The rent has gone up for many. And millions of Americans in red states and blue states alike are on the brink of their health care costs doubling or losing it altogether. From small businesses to farmers to ranchers to moms and dads, at this very moment, Americans across our nation are making some very difficult decisions about how to make ends meet. We can fix
Maybe
this,
stop relying on the government to make
but
ends
it
meet.
requires negotiations. It requires us all to do our jobs and to find a path forward together. We can reopen the government. We can restore health
Base,
care
Gin Team
for the
Maxey.
millions of Americans who are counting on us. But it requires urgency, and it requires trust, and it requires willingness to come to the table now. My Republican colleagues control the White House, the House, and the Senate. The ball is in your court. Let's make a deal. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I want to ask just a couple of questions before we close out here, because this is a topic of great interest to me. Mr. Davis, obviously this agenda that was at work cost you a lot, critical resources for your publication, your family. Given organizations like, there's so many of these that I just
No
do
worries,
not have
Final
time
Haps.
to go into them. The truth of the matter is what was uncovered was that, we took their deposition. The CDC had approved words and phrases that social media companies could use in this secret portal that was established between the government and these social media companies conveyed this. And if people utter this phrase, this is sort of like, this is prior restraint. So this is what you will take down ahead of time.
Correct.
CISA was very much
Zuckerberg
involved
confirmed
in
all
You
this,
have-
as
you
did the Twitter
an
files.
alphabet soup of agencies most people have never heard of that were weaponized against millions of voices in this country. We talk about President Trump a lot, but there's just a lot of just people who were online who had questions about forced masking of kids or the vaccine mandate, all those sorts of things, and they were throttled or taken down. So given what you know about organizations like the Election Integrity Project, that's another one, in collaboration with CISA and receive taxpayer funding, how are these NGOs still working currently to harm individuals from speaking their mind, particularly conservatives?
Yeah, it's a great question. The thing about these censorship tools and technologies and efforts is they're a little bit like injecting something into the body's bloodstream. They inject it in, it's in there, it's working its thing. And just because you pull the needle out doesn't mean the effects are gone. A lot of these organizations are still out there using technologies and tools that were deliberately funded and distributed by the federal government for the purpose of censoring people like me, people like Alex Berenson, people like my colleague Molly Hemingway. I don't know if we will ever actually be free of the effects of this censorship industrial complex that the previous administration created. I don't know if we will ever be free of the horrible effects.
I 100% disagree. The previous administration created it. They only enforced it and made it stronger. This was created long ago. This is an industrial complex that's been happening since at least the 60s, possibly back to the 40s.
Ernst, I want to ask you, what is the most, in your kind of review of all this stuff after the fact, what's the single, I mean, it's hard to probably pick one, what's the most shocking thing that sort of you uncovered or found out about this whole thing?
Yes, as Stephen Dynamo, I am
White House
constantly
would
checking for
directly,
updates behind the scenes
target
as
me,
we watch this.
As an individual, and again, RFK. Again, I think the White House, the federal government, has tremendous power. It's more than it should go out there and say what it thinks, and if it wants to promote masks or whatever it wants to promote, obviously it has every right to do that. But to target individuals or target entire classes of speech, I just don't understand how anybody thought that was okay. And clearly, I'll tell you actually what the most stunning thing was. The companies didn't like it, okay? Yeah. You had private companies saying, hey, we're worried about the First Amendment. You had a British politician, the former deputy prime minister of Britain, saying to the White House, I think there's a problem here. And the White House said, oh, no, don't worry about it.
I mean, really, I could not give a fuck less what the Brits say or think.
Senator Hickenlooper,
y'all getting
Mr.
overran by
Black,
Muslim
I wanna
rape
ask
gangs.
you,
I really don't care what
NIST,
you think.
AI risk management framework guidance advises developers, this is a government agency, advises developers to mitigate risks related to, quote, harmful bias and content that may not, quote, distinguish fact.
Yo, what up,
from
Lucy? Long time no
opinion or
see.
Fiction. From a First Amendment perspective, what is the danger of the government suggesting that these AI companies or other platforms should filter out quote unquote harm or quote unquote bias?
Well, if the government, if the government were to mandate that AI companies restrict their outputs in particular ways, I think that would violate the First Amendment.
Correct.
Partly because of the rights of the companies, but partly because of the rights of users. Users as listeners, users as people who would want to use the AI to create their own speech. At the same time, when it comes to government procurement decisions.
For those of you asking where this hearing is, again, this is not the Discord, Reddit, Steam hearing, but here's the link.
It insist that the AIs provide accurate information.
You understand the danger of that, though,
There's
right?
definitely a danger, but at the same time, again, the government as buyer, the purpose of AI is to provide accurate information. Social media, I think the main purpose is to provide information that users supply. It's to provide, I think, it should be a largely unfiltered channel.
A pass-through platform, which is why they're given the Section 230 protections in the first place, correct?
Well, I do think that is a good model as a pass-through platform. But AI cannot be to be effective at pass-through platform. It has to make decisions that we hope are decisions in favor of more accurate
Jury is still out on that, Candelou. We're waiting for
updates.
updates.
User of AI will be constantly deceived by it. So I think in its procurement capacity, the government needs to be able to insist that the AI companies do what it takes to provide more accurate information and to fight, indeed, misinformation in their own.
Here's the dealio on the AI providing misinformation. These learned language models are based on what is publicly available on the internet. These learned language models this is going to be very difficult to change, if possible to change at all, because they are already working off years upon years of left-leaning media dominance. Doesn't matter if it's Grok, doesn't matter if it's ChatGPT, all these learned language models are operating under years upon years of learned language algorithms and programming based on left-leaning media control. I don't know how you can change that. I mean, even if you start getting fair reporting now, there's still a backlog of left-leaning dominance that it's pulling from.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree completely that what we should be looking at is the algorithms as much as the speech, because those, in a funny way, that's an abrasive and intrusive form of speech that has almost nothing to do with your freedoms. Let me start just by saying that the First Amendment
Based EB.
Of our country, of the bedrock of a healthy democracy. It protects people from government
Oh, whoops, I forgot to turn the video back up. My bad. Thank you, Lucy.
It provides free speech, but it's not unlimited. And we know that speech that encourages violence, spreads lies from foreign enemies, or defrauds people, fire in a crowded theater, that's not protected. But
blatant lie.
this freedom
Actually, Supreme Court rulings
should
show
be
that fired in crowded
nonpartisan.
theater was protected
Whether you're
speech. That's a
Republicans
blatant lie.
or Democrats are in power.
That's one of the oldest
we should
lies
all
in the
remain
book. That has
united
been overturned.
in stopping these genuine threats to the fundamental civil rights of our
Correct,
society.
Stephen. That one hasn't
People in this
happened
country
yet.
should be
If it
free to
happens
speak
at
their
all.
minds without pressure, without censorship, not from government, not from government agencies or policies, not from companies acting under political influence. What worries me is that some claim to defend free speech only when it helps their political party and ignore it when it silences others. And I think it's worth reiterating that we're not here to pick sides. Is to make sure that we protect everyone's right to speak freely, no matter who they are, what they believe, or what they are saying. Let me start just by talking a little bit about campus. I went to a small liberal arts college in Middletown, Connecticut, the famous Wesleyan University. And they, like every school, had to navigate a lot of this in the last couple years. We've seen an increase in people calling for imposing bans on peaceful organizing related to issues such as the war in Gaza or Black Lives Matter. I think we also need to recognize our duty to protect the rights of conservative views that are expressed on college campuses. I know the Wesleyans worked very hard to make sure that they get both sides, but not everyone has. And whether we agree or disagree with each other, our right to that freedom of speech should be defended loudly and consistently. I think as long as we all feel that our safety
Let me find. That might be the tweet that I was referring to either. Give me one moment and I'll check on that, Braca.
Of violence, of unconscionable violence.
I was thinking the same thing,
so
Ryan.
Let me start, Mr. Berenson. Regardless of ideology, as long as individuals or groups are not inciting violence with the intent to harm others, should they not have the same rights to free speech?
Well, yes.
Not a very complicated question, but it's one of those ones that I feel like the more times you can ask it on the record, each time you do that, it builds a little bit of a better foundation. Mr. Davis,
so
you defended conservative speech online. Would you extend that
we
same
did
defense
talk
to
about
college
that.
students expressing
Benjamin
their views
Weiss,
about
hold on
the
a
U.S.
sec, let me-
foreign policy or calling for racial justice? Their speech was...
Yeah, I did see this. This is from an hour ago. This is one of the only two posts I've seen referring to this. I can't source this. I can't source this. It's only got limited views. The only other individual saying this is, whoops. Where'd it go? Well, it looks like not seeing it now, but point is, yeah, I saw two sources saying that, but neither one I could verify, so we'll have to wait and see. I'm constantly checking for more updates. Hey, thanks for the sub, Warman.
Under the first Trump administration, the FCC even proposed to require the mandatory disclosure of all foreign-sponsored content broadcast over TV or radio. Again, there are some that argue that disclosure would, in fact, be a form of limitation. I'm not saying that myself. Now, Mr. Berenson, again, would you support the government having zero communication with companies about foreign disinformation campaigns that could affect U.S. elections or public safety?
I mean, I haven't really thought about that. Zero, I don't know, there might be a time when it would be reasonable, but, I mean, you said foreign, right? I mean,
Yes.
So the First Amendment is not implicated. The problem, as we've seen in the last 10 years, it's very easy to go down a slippery slope and you start interfering in American speech. So I think you have to be very careful.
That's where that question comes from, especially when sometimes disinformation is.
Sorry, guys. I was checking for
or
information on the back end. You didn't miss anything. I was listening to it on my side. There's no good
last
question. They were asking
question,
about
Mr. Volokh.
foreign censorship, but frankly, that's
Isn't there
kind
a
of
difference
irrelevant to
between
this.
coercive threats and agencies actually sharing factual information about foreign disinformation campaigns? And I think one example of this would be Russia's 2016 interference efforts. And would you recommend the U.S. government simply stop investigating foreign interference on our elections altogether? Or, you know, if we were to do that, what would that do? Would that help or harm our democracy?
So there is a difference between coercion and kind of other non-coercive communication. The coercion would be a First Amendment violation. The others may or may not be, depending, I think, on how systemic they are. I do think that, indeed, we've seen lots of situations throughout American history where attempts to try to suppress foreign influence have turned into attempts to suppress domestic dissent, including in the examples you gave of some people who are trying to suppress, I think wrongly trying to suppress anti-Israel speech on campuses, are arguing, oh, these people are the cat's paws of Hamas and such. So I do think that even to the extent it's permissible for the government to communicate with the platforms, I think it's important that there be as much transparency as is possible, consistently with national security, and that it's especially dangerous when when the government is trying to do that, and then nobody finds out about it for years or until somebody manages to break the logjam in a lawsuit using discovery.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I can ask one more question, I'll just be a yes, no, because this is one that I never really followed. I had until I was partners with a woman, remarkable woman named Joyce Meskis. I had a bookstore in Denver called The Tattered Cover, and she was a great defender of this of free speech, and she looked at it in that sense of your speech is part of what you read, and you should be able to read whatever you want without government interference or knowing about it. And there was a domestic terrorist who had had a bomb. They were pretty sure that he had purchased the book on how to make this bomb at her bookstore. And she refused to give the information over what her customers had purchased. And I just wanted to see with each of you whether you think that's, in that situation, whether that's appropriate or not.
That's completely appropriate unless subpoenaed otherwise.
It's pretty much what it was. They wanted to find out whether this guy
unless
had
this
bought
bookstore owner was
that book
subpoenaed
from
to
the
give that
bookstore as part of the
information,
case.
she is
said,
fine to
"You don't need
refuse
that
giving that
case.
information."
You got them on a million other things. This is a freedom of information issue. Yeah, start with you, Mr. Volokh.
Yeah, so as I recall, I think she prevailed in that particular case. I'm not sure that the court got it right there. As a general matter, especially if there's probable cause and a warrant, all sorts of information may need to be turned over, and I'm not sure there should be a categorical prohibition on disclosure of that information, especially when there's probable cause and a warrant.
I think that's a very smart answer, and I will just go with it.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the facts of that case, obviously, as you are. I think that's a pretty complicated one, so I'm going to have to decline on that one because I just don't have enough information. But that's a tricky one.
You guys wouldn't make very good senators. You know, all of our cases are pretty tricky.
Senator, I can understand the sentiment that she expressed and why
Facts,
she did
CCTV.
I agree with Mr. Volokh. If there is a real legal cause for that information being handed over, government has a right to it.
Well, I guess
I think they dodged pretty well, Senator. They made good senators.
You're exactly right. Maybe they would be excellent material.
Wow, a rare moment of self-awareness from the government. How about that, folks?
They did support her, and that this was part of the free speech that should be protected. And I guess most of you disagreed with that, so you can feel some comfort that precedence doesn't seem to be that all-powerful in the present court. So there's certainly a chance in a similar situation we might get a different ruling.
Thank you.
I yield
Senator. Thank you all. I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony here today. Senators will have until the close of business on October 15th to submit questions for the record. The witnesses will have until the close of business on October 29th to respond to those questions. And with that, it concludes today's hearing. The
you missed nothing, Garrett. All right. So the hearing has just ended. There's really nothing left of note, at least for the social media censorship. We're going to remain live. We're going to continue reacting to the Nux Taku videos. We've got some stuff from Asmongold, and I will keep searching for updates about the Twitch hearing while we continue to be live. So just to get, yeah, that was a bit of a nothing burger. I wouldn't say it was a nothing burger. There was definitely a lot to go off of in terms of the left continues to blatantly lie. Like, there were blatant lies, such as what they were stating about the FCC, the Supreme Court rulings on shouting fire in a crowded theater, the ball being in the Republicans' court for the government shutdown, the blatant lies that the government shutdown is costing people their lives and their health care. Like, there was a lot in there that just proves what we've already been saying, which is that the left is full of shit. But for those of you that just got here or that are unaware, that was not the Reddit, Twitch, Discord, Steam hearing. That hearing has either been postponed to later today or a later date. We're still waiting for more information. It hasn't happened yet. There are conflicting reports, and nothing in official news has come out one way or the other. There are people on X that are saying that it was postponed to a different day. There's people that are saying that it'll be later today. But in any sort of news outlet, there is nothing official yet. So we streamed the social media censorship hearing, and we're going to continue streaming while information is constantly being updated. We're going to keep this going. So in the interim, we will go back to the Nux Taku video about him giving information to the government on Hassan Piker. Some individuals tend to think that maybe the hearing was postponed due to Nux being... So for those of you that are unaware, yesterday Nux Taku stated that someone in the government reached out to him for information regarding Hassan Piker. If this is true, which frankly I don't doubt, there are people stating that this could be the reason for the postponing. They're building a different case. This isn't really a case, it's just a hearing, so I don't know how much I agree with that. There are some people stating it could be because of the government shutdown. So we're going to go back to reacting to this. We have some stuff about Charlie Kirk as well afterwards. So we've got a lot more to cover, and while we do so, I will constantly be looking for updates on the actual big tech hearing that, we're all here for. That, again, was unceremoniously just wiped off the map.
That endorses as much political violence as Hassan Piker. He believes that you need a violent revolution in America.
Said already, I'm not going to TwitchCon, not because I'm worried about my own safety, but I'm literally not going to TwitchCon because I'm worried about the safety of others. I don't want to put...
That's a blatant lie, by the way. That we all know that's a lie. Hassan is not going to TwitchCon because he is bitch-made. He is bitch-made. He is worried for his own safety. Or not even that. He's not worried for his own safety. He is lying about being worried for his own safety because he wants to perpetuate this bold-faced lie about right-wing violence. That's what if he can convince his troglodyte followers that he is worried about right-wing violence, then they're going to believe that there is right-wing violence. It's that simple. Like, these people buy everything he says hook, line, sinker. Him not going to TwitchCon is a con. Like not con as in like TwitchCon, but con as in, he's conning people. He is a con man. This is a blatant lie. Also, shout out Lucy Lemonbug donating 5 gifted Words of Paradise memberships. This clip is for you, girly.
I'm loving the game. The game would absolutely get a pretty high score from me.
How many bananas?
A solid 8.5 incher for sure.
No.
And yes, I did see him tasing his dog on stream. We might get into that. Again, shout out. Thank you, Lucy. Let's get back to the video.
them in the fucking crosshairs. Of some
And he's so scared about other people getting hit as collateral damage, which is interesting because Hamas, the terrorist that he supports, is more than happy with collateral damage, killing as many people around them as they possibly can.
some psycho freak decides like, I'm gonna go there. I'm very publicly not going to TwitchCon for that reason. So make with that information, do with that information what you will. I missed this.
Yeah, so obviously he's scared out of his mind. KT, dude.
One moment, let me. So there's an potential update from 4 minutes ago. Let's. All right. Update: the Twitch CEO hearing where Dan Clancy will testify is likely to be delayed or canceled due to the government shutdown. There's a House session at 3 p.m., but nothing is confirmed. No official statement has been made. This is just speculation. So the oversight calendar is currently blank. Yo, shout out. Thank you, Nerd Boreal. I'll get that in just a moment. The oversight calendar is currently blank. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I won't lie. This website, I was on it earlier. This website fucking sucks. Their oversight website is terrible. There was not. The most recent article / update they have is from September 17th, like 3 or so weeks ago. Their most recent update on this website was like 3 or so weeks ago. So note that this is speculation. We're going to keep going live. We're going to stay live. We're going to keep doing our normal thing. We're going to find out what's happening. But just note that this is a possible thing that's going on right now. And then we got Nerboreal Lightform coming in with a 10-banger. Thank you so much, brother. Stating a little something. Really enjoyed the movie chat. Did you hear that the court forced the reinstatement of a professor who was fired for his CK comments? No. No, I did not hear about that. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. Shout out. Thank you very much, Nerboreal Lightform. I appreciate you. Let's see. This is for you, brother.
Now excuse me while I harass someone for having pronouns in their bio.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nerboreal. Guys, sub to Nerboreal if you haven't. He's a good dude. All right, let's get back to the video.
He's not doing this for anyone else. He is not doing this for anyone else, not a single other person. He doesn't care. This is one of those you reap what you sow moments. He's absolutely terrified of going out in public because he knows that someone might not be too happy about the fact that he is literally propagandizing the murder of people he doesn't like. Telling people to threaten ICE agents and kill Trump and kill Rick Scott and kill Tom Cotton, other senators, you know, to attack Jews, to say that conservatives are all Nazis, to justify the murder of Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I get why he's scared. I get why he's scared. Zero conviction. The most LARPing terrorist revolutionary of all time. Insane. Hassan, you're one of those who's causing these consequences the most of any streamer on the platform. Now you're afraid to show face after saying it.
Tell him, why are you even bothering? Why are you even bothering? I get that he's not trying to change Hassan's mind. Nothing he says will change Hassan's mind. I get that this is optically for the public. This is to turn people against Hassan, rightfully so. Any one single person you can convince to no longer be a Hassan supporter is brilliant. But I'm going to tell you guys right now, nothing that Tet-Tone can say or do will convince as many people that Hassan is a goddamn monster than the video of him shocking his fucking dog. Like, I don't want to say it was okay. I'm not a fan of it. I think it's terrible. That is, I wholeheartedly condemn it. That being said, glad it got caught on camera because, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, there are enough fucking freaks out there that are no longer freaks. They got woken up by how terrible Hassan was by that. Although I did see, I shit you not, I saw a post on X last night, that stated, who cares if he shocked his dog? There's a genocide going on. Yo, fuck these people and everything they stand for. Well, I'd say that, but they stand for nothing.
Everyone was overreacting. What a lying pussy bitch made man. From let the streets run red with their blood to I fear for my
No, shocking his dog. His dog wears a shock collar that's turned up way too high, and he harmed his dog by using a shock collar on him. To the point where, like, there was an audible, painful yelp.
Safety. Hassan Piker. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the streets. Let the Sikhs choke in their fucking red capitalist blood. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers. You need to be gutting them. If you care about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Now he's scared of the problem that he helped create? Give me a break. Everyone knows. Everyone knows. The mask is off. It's not about politics. This is about good versus evil. This is about good versus evil. It's not about politics or policy. This is about, specifically, on the left, There is according to the poll, 25% of people on the left think that political assassinations should happen. Not just are possibly justified, but should happen. For the record, this guy, Kangman Lee over here,
I'll be real, guys. I'll be real. I'm surprised it's so low. I'm surprised it's only 25%. I fully expected a higher number. That doesn't mean it's okay, mind you. I'm just shocked it's that low.
was fired for his job because he's a conservative on Twitter. So cancel culture still exists, in case you were curious. Anyway, this is Hassan. Now, in case you remember, there were bullets, Bella Ciao, written on bullets of the guy that murdered Charlie Kirk. He wrote the words Bella Ciao and "Hey Fascist Catch." Now, ironically, we always know that Hassan Piker calls everyone he dislikes a fascist. He calls everyone he dislikes a fascist because he wants to dehumanize them so people could kill them. Nux, are you taking this too far? You really think he wants you to kill them? Yeah, obviously. Obviously, he's still doing this. Never trust fascists. 2 steps away from fascism. I am an anti-fascist. 2 weeks ago, all right? So 2 weeks...
Bro, if what Nux is saying is true, that the government straight up contacted him for information on Hassan, he's probably the best person they could have contacted, I'm gonna be real, because bro has got receipts for days. Like, Nux has been at the forefront of bringing this prick down, son. Bringing this prick down. Like, I bet... check Nux's hard drive. Check his hard drive. Because I'm sure that, like, he got Jared Fogle levels of terabytes of shit that implicates Hassan Piker. It's like, oh man, we need to check these leftist hard drives for, you know, some creepy Epstein shit. We need to check Nux's hard drive for everything we can that would bring down Hassan Piker. Based.
Weeks ago, he says that he's a terrorist, an Antifa terrorist. This is straightforward fascism. Fascism. It's infinite. He makes 1,000 videos. He made 1,000 videos on fascism. So anyway, he calls people fascists. So hey, fascist catch, that works. But what about Bella Ciao? Bella Ciao is an Italian anti-fascist song. Do you think he ever heard of this song before? He knows the Italian lyrics of the Bella Ciao song, the anti-fascist Bella Ciao song. Yeah. So he is the terrorist cesspit of the internet, and I will enjoy him going to jail. Now, Ben Shapiro actually destroyed him. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? I couldn't care less what Ben Shapiro has to say, because Ben Shapiro is, in my opinion, controlled opposition. But let's let it play out.
Ben Shapiro hasn't been doing a lot of just destroying people lately, but he actually popped out and destroyed Hassan Piker. I was shocked. I approved. I
remember that, Brock.
Alliance is strong. Let's go, Ben. Cook, Ben.
Or take, for example, Hassan Piker.
Yeah, let's take a
The New York's
principle.
beloved Hassan Piker, who himself has talked over and over and over again about the violence that he wishes to be done to his political enemies. Now he's trying to walk that back, sort of, kind of, by randomly declaring that what he's talking about is structural violence. Here he was being intellectually pantsed by Ross Douthat over at the New York Times.
All right, so he did a New York Times interview, and he got obliterated by the New York Times.
There we go.
Now the New York Times, they're lefty retards, but even they destroyed this man.
In my worldview, revolves around the distribution of resources and the distribution of power. And a big part of that component is, of course, violence as well. Revolutionary violence, for example. And it just simply means, like, who gets to do the violence and who gets to be on the receiving end of that violence that we have normalized. Because the systems that we exist under are inherently violent. All political systems are.
That's retarded. No, not all political systems are inherently violent. Arresting violent criminals does not mean the system is violent. It means the criminals need to go away. So now Hassan is trying to whitewash his position and make, because he's terrified, obviously, that someone's going to kill him. He's trying to whitewash his position, and he's trying to make believe that all the times he said, let the streets soak in the red capitalist blood, shank those motherfuckers in the streets, kill Rick Scott, he's making believe that all those things that he said are institutionalized violence. He wants the institution to be against landlords and Jews. He doesn't actually...
To be fair, there are aspects of the institution that are against those things. In fact, we just heard a bunch of them talk in that terrible fucking nothing burger of a conference that the social media censorship hearing. So yeah, bro, Hassan out here trying to maintain like, oh, all the violent shit I said was metaphorical is the weakest possible argument he could come up with.
You want violence? Are we on the same page? Are we on the same page? Oh my god. So again, institutionalized violence is not a thing. It's called force, and it exists. Obviously, there are some violent regimes. America is not one of them.
It's just more so about redirecting that. And I know violence is such a scary concept in this when we're discussing in this way, but we're talking.
Yeah, because.
Dude, the irony. I know violence is a scary concept, but you shouldn't be afraid of it. Like, that's basically what he's saying. You shouldn't be afraid of violence because it's necessary. Meanwhile, dude won't go to TwitchCon because he's afraid of violence. Dude can't even be philosophically and intellectually consistent with his own beliefs on fucking violence. Bitch made.
That's literally not how the word is supposed to be used. You are using the word and manipulating it to whitewash the violence that you call for. Yeah, violence is a scary word because it's a scary thing. You are changing it to mean enforcement of laws, which is retarded, and everyone knows it. And he's trying his best to, jump around to this fake intellectual bullshit, hoping that people fall for this.
In an academic context.
Right, he's referring to academic violence.
But basically, the idea is that instead of having a system that currently benefits the very few, I want a system that benefits as many people as possible.
Right.
That has more like
unless they're Jews or right wing or voted for Trump. The majority of the country. Or white people.
I said egalitarian outcomes.
Permission structures for revolutionary violence. Or he's just talking about
revolutionary violence has no room to exist in the United States of America, by the way, and that's my opinion. I don't think revolutionary violence is acceptable. In fact, I think revolutionary violence is a gay word for terrorism. I think calling for revolutionary violence in America is calls for terrorism, and I really don't think that there's any other way to interpret that. Like, what's revolutionary violence if it's not killing Trump? It's not voting. That would be called voting. It's not. Revolutionary violence means terrorism. So Hassan Piker, once again, runs defense for terrorism every single time. He's
talking about intellectually.
Right.
Well, every member of the scavenger coterie will say that it's intellectual right up until the point it's not intellectual anymore. And when you're talking about spewing people's intestines across stages, which is the kind of stuff that Hassan Piker has talked about, I don't believe you. This is the permission structure for violence, and it has.
Well, no. Fallen Angel. Academic violence sounds like an oxymoron. No, it's not an oxymoron at all. If you stab someone in the neck, that's violence. But if you put on glasses while quoting Nietzsche when you stab them in the neck, that's intellectual. That's totally permissible. That's okay. That's intellectual. I mean, how can an inbred moron quote Nietzsche? It must be upgraded intellectual violence. Come on now.
Real victims. Real, actual victims. But we are a West that is so
cucked, hyper-feminized. I don't know what word he's going to use. But we are in a hyper-feminized society that after generations of fake bullshit empathy pushing us towards being accepting of the people that want to kill us, we can't actually do anything about it.
We are so in our own heads.
Cucked and feminized. I don't think these are words in Ben's vocabulary. But adopt it, because Hassan Piker literally is cucked. It turns out he's in an open relationship with a porn star that's getting dicked down by other dudes. So Hassan Piker.
What? Hassan Piker is in an open relationship with a porn star? I was completely unaware of this. I just assumed he was secretly gay. Or allegedly, potentially, an Epstein Island type dude after his, old, as he puts it, I will answer the age-old question. Old enough to count? Old enough to mount? That is an actual quote from Hassan Piker.
Piker literally cucked and metaphorically.
That's true. Can be a gay porn star. You're right.
And pathetic that we are willing to go to other countries to talk about how weak and pathetic we are. Show the neck. I mean, again, the thing that is happening right now in the West, aside from the importation of what I call the barbarians.
The barbarians are at the gates. They are at the gates. All right.
Yes, it should be Nietzsche. You're right. It should be Nietzsche. It should be Nietzsche. But like, I don't know why I say Nietzsche. Call it fucking Midwest mushmouth. All right, I'm a Midwesterner. I'm kind of retarded. Like, to quote Alex Jones, I'm kind of retarded.
This is
it's more Beetlejuice than Alex Jones.
Here, let me make a diagram for you. All right, I feel like it's important. That's why we're doing it. All right, so this is what's happening in Ben Shapiro's head. Here, let me show you. So let me get a brush over here. Why is the brush not working? Oh, here we go.
No,
All right,
speak up,
where's
goddammit.
The fill tool. I need the fill tool. Where's the fill tool? Is there a fill tool? That's not a... No. I hate paint. I hate paint. This thing sucks. All right, well, anyway, I got you. Don't you worry. This is what he's actually thinking.
That's how I said. See, Nerboreal Lifeform is also a Midwest mushmouth like me. He says it the same way.
Anyway, he meant to say cuck.
In Lions and Scavengers is the fellow travelers who are walking with them, who like what they are doing, who like where they are directing their violence, who share the same general conspiracy theory, even if they don't share the exact pathway toward that conspiracy theory. The people who are willing to redirect violence toward that supposed conspiracy of power, and the fools who are perfectly willing to go abroad ripping into the values of the West for money.
True! Yeah, anyway, so Ben Shapiro...
Just to remind you guys, I am still looking for information on the back end about the Twitch, Discord, Steam, all that hearing. I'm still constantly refreshing stuff on the back end. If you hear me silent for long periods of time, not doing commentary, that's what I'm doing because we do... Obviously, if that hearing happens, we are going to be switching to that. But as of right now, I'm still not finding anything. So do with that what you will. But yeah, we are actively doing what we can to make sure we can find information as it comes.
Destroyed him with facts and logic, and he's just correct. He's literally just correct here. There was no lies from Benny at that moment. It's crazy. So anyway, this is Hassan once again justifying Charlie Kirk's murder.
Mind, be cognizant of what kind of reputation you are laundering, unless you personally think that this kind of reputation laundering is worthwhile because you don't actually fear this kind of attitude.
It looks like... Here, let me duplicate this tab real quick. So right now, according to Grok, as of 24 seconds ago, sorry for the delay, I double-checked. The hearing was scheduled for today, but there are no recent reports confirming it happened or if Twitch's CEO attended. Might have been postponed. News is scarce. If you spot updates, share. So yeah, that is like literally from 24 seconds ago. Now, take it with a grain of salt. It's Grok, it's AI, but you know, it's seeing the same thing I'm seeing, which is a whole lot of fat fucking nothing.
Taking hold in society.
So you're justifying the murder of Charlie Kirk, an innocent man?
I doubt they would give you the same reception. Fuck no. I would get no reception. I don't expect that.
Yeah, I think it's because you're a terrorist. I think that's probably why. You're part of ANTIFA, a terrorist organization. You support multiple terrorist organizations. You call for the murders of innocent people. Charlie Kirk didn't do any of that. He was just an innocent man. An innocent man fighting for God. And you support his death.
They're shying away from saying he was even a controversial figure. And the reason why they're doing that is...
And for the record, this is the tweet that pushed Hassan over the edge. 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 2,753 people on 9/11. Now a Muslim socialist is on pace to run New York City. No.
Everything that was stated there was factually accurate. And that is exactly what's happening. 24 years after 9/11, they've chosen a different playbook. And instead of blowing up fucking buildings, they've decided to overthrow the government from the inside. New York, and by extension, a little less than half this country, is so fucking cucked, bro.
Lies detected, for the record. Just no lies detected. But anyway, that's enough of a reason to kill him, according to Hassan, I think.
It's because they're worried about the backlash from the right.
Yeah, no.
But if this is his output, you obviously should be a little bit more careful in the way that you reflect upon this person's entire career, especially when you're talking about his political contributions. Do you understand?
But where was the lie? Where was the lie? He, quite literally is a Muslim socialist. Not Hassan, homie that's running in New York. I'm blanking on his name. Something fucking sand people-ish.
Do you understand? Do you understand? You must hate him. How dare you? How dare you not hate him? How dare you not hate him? It's a good thing he died, is what Hassan is thinking.
Is what his political contributions are.
Mom Donnie, thank you. Mom Donnie, yes.
No, he's a fascist, a Nazi. Hassan supports political violence. Political violence is good. We need a violent revolution. I'm not saying we should kill him. Dude, no one's buying this shit.
Political contributions are. So if you turn around in the aftermath of his untimely demise and launder his reputation, you're basically saying...
Untimely demise. Assassination.
like this political contribution, or at the very least, I don't care that this is the political contribution that he has done to American discourse.
I'm not going to make believe I agree with the 100% of what Charlie Kirk said, but I do think that he absolutely had a positive influence on American discourse. I think he was having conversations with kids that didn't even know another perspective. I think that Charlie Kirk was a wonderful force for good in the country. Not that that matters, because you have the right to dislike him, but there's a big difference between disliking him and then kind of saying it's good he's dead.
I remember
It is a
too. I remember too.
Of some of the most heinous, racist, fascist forms of thought.
Yeah, saying that it's very bad Charlie Kirk was killed is a normalization of fascist, racist forms of thought. Actual insanity, for the record. Actual straight-up insanity. Yeah, thought crimes, kill him. No, but this is wild. This is absolutely wild. For the record, Charlie Kirk's opinions are normal. Every single one of Charlie Kirk's opinions are normal opinions, essentially. Yeah, he's gonna word it in ways that piss people off sometimes. Essentially, this dude was a basic conservative guy. Like, this dude had the same perspective of every single person in America 100 years ago. Like, dude, this guy had basic conservative worldview.
Not even 100 years ago, like 60 years ago.
Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
The funny thing about Hassan is that he's 100 times more openly violent or openly hateful and clearly unhinged and wildly anti-Semitic than Charlie Kirk. But he's on Team Blue, so they put up with it and platform him on the New York Times.
No. It's full stop. It's not that they put up with it. They actively encourage, support, and propagate it. Completely different things. Putting up with this is like hand waving it and saying, whatever, we gotta live with it. Like people might put up with a leaky roof for a while. People might put up with some car issues as long as they can get back and forth to work. They actively promote Hassan Piker. Completely different.
That's where we're at. So anyway, Destiny, another retard. So Destiny made a tweet. I think it's pretty good tweet. What can I say? Flying around the U.S. doing public debates despite receiving pages of death threats. Right. While the VP pushes to prosecute me for my speech. He means violent threats and
correct, Avernum.
Hassan can't go to TwitchCon because it's too risky, but immediately jumps to publicly announce that he is going to events on Instagram to farm clout. And there's Hassan Piker in his goofy, grandma-ass, gay-ass pants with Pokimane and high-pitched Pokimane going on a tour, going on to exploring, because I thought he was...
Yo, this photo gotta be edited. This photo has gotta be... You want to know how we know this photo is edited? Like, take a wild guess, chat. Take a wild guess for how we know this photo is edited. Allegedly, obviously, when I say no, allegedly, whatever. This is how we know it's edited. His head looks normal sized. Yeah, exactly. Avernum got it. His head's too big. Come on now. We all know that Hassan Piker IRL got that Beetlejuice shrunken head fucking thing going on. Here, his head looks normal size. Fake news. Fake photo.
Scared of the people around him. I thought he was scared that the people around him were going to get killed. I thought he was scared about the people around him. I thought he was scared. He was scared about the political violence that would happen to him. That was all a lie. He is the political violence. So I made a tweet a while ago, and I still get death threats for this, which I support. Not the death threats, but I support the tweet. I say, hi, Jew here.
You should support the death threats, mind you. Supporting the death threats means you know you doing shit right. Like, if you getting death threats, you doing shit right. I love getting that sort of shit in my inbox.
I uniquely get shit from the far right and the far left, and I can say with 100% certainty, I would entrust my life to a Hitler-hiling, anti-Semitic, Jews control the universe, Nick Fuentes Groyper, named Kill Rape Jews Groyper 42069, over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrates Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's how bad it is. Implying I'm not a fan of either, but I'm more scared of the leftist. And Hassan calls me out and says, judge me by my enemies. Judge me by my enemies. Like, for some reason, I'm saying something bad.
I don't judge Hassan Piker by his enemies. Not at this point. I judge him based on how he treats fucking dogs. There's a comma there. Although, given who his uncle is, maybe there doesn't actually have to be a comma there, considering his uncle is pro fucking horses. No, I'm not making that up. Cenk Uygur is pro-bestiality, so.
Here, I'm just telling you where I feel safer, because, you know, you guys are the violent retards. Now, unsurprisingly, Hamas Piker takes Jews feel safer around hipster neo-Nazis over Hassan fans as a compliment. As a compliment. Is that not insane? Is that not crazy? I feel like that's crazy. He takes it as a compliment, obviously, because he supports violence. So anyway, Hassan responded to this on stream, which I thought was the most... Again, he wants you dead. Make it clear he wants you dead. All right? I don't want to beat around the bush. He's scared that they'll kill him, and the reason why he thinks that people will kill him is because he's always hoping that someone will kill his opponents. So watch how evil his response is. I showed this in a previous video, this little clip. The reason why I'm showing it again is because the previous video got age restricted for stuff Hassan said. I spoke to YouTube, and they age restricted my video because of words Hassan said that I criticized. Just know who the villains are.
That same guy said this.
So this is me, that same guy, the guy that was just giving all the information to the
It will never not be fucking hilarious to me that Hassan is terrified of mentioning Nux's name. Yeah, like Hassan refuses, actively pretends like he doesn't know who Nux is, and then when Nux comes up, he's like some random anime VTuber that's a pedophile. Like, Hassan actively calls Nux a pedophile with no proof. That should, dude, there should be a defamation lawsuit right the fuck there. Cenk Uygur was pro fucking horses. I mean, probably all manner of barnyard animals, to be fair, but horses were his example.
Government. I was specifically reached out to by a government official to give information about a potential terrorist in the country. I mean, I personally, I ain't no snitch, but I'm just trying to protect myself.
And by the way, it might not surprise you to find out that this person is a...
All right, so he's gonna, before he actually engages with what I say, he's gonna describe me to his audience.
A VTuber.
That's true.
Who, of course, has engaged with lolicon, drawn, pornographic material of children.
So this is him implying I'm a pedophile, which I'm not, obviously. That's insane. My engagement that he's talking about is me making videos criticizing weird shit that Japan made. And apparently me criticizing the weird shit in Japan is enough for him to brand me in front of his audience of millions.
I know,
as a
fallen angel, what a boy can
and,
dream.
I mean, look at his chat. His chat is like pedo. So he knows exactly what he's saying because he wants them to kill me. Because he wants me dead.
By the way, the quote-unquote, like, lolicon stuff that Nux was showing, like, Nux hasn't, for those of you that don't know what he's referring to when it comes to the pedophilia stuff, Nux did this thing years ago where he showed other random streamers and YouTubers clips from Boku no Pico, which is just an abhorrent anime, like, holy shit. And again, was doing it for the lulz as a joke, but yes, also to criticize it, like he's saying. But it was mostly done like as a joke, like, oh, look at this weird, wacky thing that we can make content on. That being said, the footage of Boku no Pico that's supposedly pedophilia is actively available on YouTube. Like actively available on YouTube. What, the Boku no Pico? Yeah, exactly. The Boku no Pico they troll people with. And yes, Mutahar, broke them over that. I remember that, which, again, to Mutahar's credit, man. To Mutahar's credit, Post-Nux Clarity is a title that goes hard. Title that goes hard.
Biker wants me dead. There's no other possible way to twist it. Why would he call you a pedophile if he doesn't want his audience to kill you? Anyway, that's the first lie. Moving on.
Okay. And he is super pro-Israel. He apparently stalked Jaden Animation for a while as well.
I never stalked anyone in my life. I made reaction videos on YouTube, like a lot of YouTubers do, including those of Jaden Animations, which, for the record, a lot of YouTubers react to Jaden Animations. That's not stalking.
Exactly, JT Maxi. Trust me, I was there. I remember.
You react to my videos sometimes. Well, not anymore, because I'm obviously calling you out and stuff. But that does not make you a stalker. So again, he called me a pedophile stalker.
And yeah, he is a pro-Israel lolicon.
Lolicon is a pedophile. That's how he's using the word.
Who defended...
Right, just look at his chat. It's soy pedo, right? It doesn't stop.
Dr. Disrespect as well. He said...
Oh, that's here. Well, hold on. I missed a couple of words there.
Who defended Dr. Disrespect as well.
Dr. Disrespect is a guy who got exposed for inappropriately messaging minors I never defended him. In fact, I made several videos calling him out and saying that it's disgusting that he was inappropriately messaging minors, which he admitted to, and which is gross. I never defended him ever. So this is Hassan literally just lying, just straight up lie, saying that I defended a guy that admitted to talk inappropriately with minors. Again, implying I'm a pedophile or running defense for pedophiles.
I'll be real, that's one of the biggest L's I ever took on this platform. One of the biggest L's I ever took. Don't say that I don't keep my L's posted in public, because until the information came out about Dr. Disrespect being true, I defended him. I was like, these the fucking haters just be hating and whatnot. We need some actual proof. Well, then the proof came out, like literally within 24 hours of me making the video. I got just inundated with comments like, this age like milk. It's like, yep, I'm gonna have to take the L on this one, boys.
He's telling his audience to kill me. There's no other explanation. Anyway.
He said, hi, Jew here. I uniquely get shit from the far right and the far left, and I can say with 100% certainty, I would entrust my life to a Hitler-hiling, anti-Semitic, Jews-control the universe, Nick Fuentes Groyper named Kill Rape Jews Groyper 4/2069 over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrates Charlie Kirk's assassination.
For those in the chat, because you got told, I see you saying you're pro-Israel. That's fine by me. Frankly, I'm not. I'm not pro-Palestine either. I'm not pro-Russia. I'm not pro-Ukraine. I'm pro-America. I'm pro damn near isolationism, and when it comes to foreign affairs, in my opinion, I'm a fuck all of them type of individual. But that being said, this, as I say, at the end of all of my videos in this channel, we respect diversity of thought. So if you're pro-Israel and you watch me, I don't give a fuck. Be as pro-Israel as you want. I don't give a shit. Just so long as you can have actual intellectual conversations about it and not go along with whatever dog and pony show the government's telling you.
That's how bad it is.
All right. So my statement was, far right and far left, both dangerous in different ways. I'm more scared of the far left. All right. So let's see how he's going to engage with that.
Isn't this loser Canadian? Yes.
He doesn't.
But
that's the answer. He doesn't engage with it at all. He doesn't engage with it. He's using this to call me a Nazi because I'm saying I feel safer around the Groypers than the Hassan fans. He says that is enough to make me a Nazi. Again, he thinks someone should kill me. And then someone in his chat asks him if I'm Canadian.
Post October 7, he moved to Israel is what people
So, again, not true.
were saying.
So I am Canadian. I'm also American. My dad is Canadian. My mom is American. I am a dual citizen. I have Canadian-American citizenship since the day I was born. I am not Israeli. I am not an Israeli citizen. And he is just, again, pushing this whole weird thing constantly.
I am from Israel, and this is my politique.
Yeah, so that's his analysis. That's his political analysis.
Base,
I
Dipper,
appreciate it.
pause,
Very
agreed.
Cool. Very awesome. Bro slandered me 4 times in 60 seconds, calling me a pedophile again and again and again, as he refuses to say my name, of course, because he's scared of me, because I expose him. And also, he wants me dead. I'm really glad we're on the same page here. So this is just so I pulled up a couple of angers, because now that Antifa is a terrorist organization, this is Hassan saying, if you before you ask, yes, I voted for this.
So I could be wrong about this. Solanta says, why do a French accent there? So I've actually looked into this, and I'm going off memory here, so I could be incredibly wrong on this. Because I had this same question when The Mummy, or maybe it was The Mummy Returns, either one came out, and because all the Middle Eastern dudes speak with a French accent in that, and apparently there was colonization or intermingling of during trade or whatnot between the Middle East and France back in the 15th century, 16th century, something like that. So Middle Easterners that speak English do it with a similar to French accent. I'm going off something I looked up years ago, so I could very well be misremembering. But yeah, that's the reason. They actually do have a similar accent when they speak English. They use a French accent because Nuxes have Canadian. That could be it as well.
Arresting terrorists. Hassan says if you said something like this in public, you would be put down like a dog. That's why you stick to Twitter. This is Hassan casually admitting that the radical left will kill you over free speech. Unfortunately, this was made on June 8th. Unfortunately, 2 months later, I would be proven correct. And when they murdered Charlie Kirk for free speech and celebrated his death. And again, whatever, that's the clip I just showed you. This is a clip of Hassan at an Antifa riot in LA. This is what he had to say.
For sure. No one is
there's so many federal agents in my fucking chat, dude. It's like half of the protest is Hassanabias.
Half of the protest, in other words, the violent riot, because this is the protest where they were lighting cop cars on fire and stuff, are Hassanabi heads, are Hassan fans.
Just letting you guys know, I was looking up further updates about the Discord, about the, oh my god, why am I blanking on the name? The hearing. There is still nothing. There's been literally no update. I'm checking X, I'm checking C-SPAN, I'm checking Google, I'm checking DuckDuckGo. I'm using multiple sources here, and there is literally zero update anywhere thus far. Like, if we're gonna be real, guys, it's probably not gonna happen at this point. We'll see. Like I said, there were still updates stating that, like, hours ago, there were updates stating it had been postponed to 3 p.m. EST. That's 2 hours from now. So we're gonna keep going. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna stay online. I'm gonna stay streaming up until it's time to go to Cindy's celebration stream. At which point we'll raid into her and we'll do that. But as it currently stands, I'm staying live. We're gonna stay live. We're gonna keep doing this. We're gonna keep doing the show, and I will give you guys updates as they come. The updates that was at 3 were from a couple of hours ago. They were from just random accounts, so I don't trust them. Or I should say I'm taking them with a grain of salt. But yeah, so if you go to the House Committee website, earlier today at like 10:02, there was a meeting at 10 o'clock. There was a meeting at 10 o'clock or right before 10 o'clock. And then they did a prayer. They did the pledge. They did the Pledge of Allegiance. And then no, it would be at 2 Central. Oh, you're talking about when I would quit. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so there was a House Committee meeting right before 10 o'clock, right before it was supposed to go live. They did a prayer. They said the Pledge of Allegiance. Then they called for an adjournment until meetings would resume at 3 p.m. EST. Now, there was no mention of whether these meetings would be for the Discord Steam hearing, but the hearing committee is coming back at 2 p.m. Like, that is happening. That is factual. Whether or not, 2 p.m. Central Time, 3 p.m. EST. Whether or not, when they come back, it will be for the Discord, Steam, Reddit, Twitch stuff, that is the part that's unconfirmed. Like, just so you guys know, that is the part that is unconfirmed. Guaranteed there is a hearing, at least as it currently stands, guaranteed there's a hearing at 3 p.m. EST. It is not confirmed if it is the Reddit, Discord, Twitch one. And, yeah, shout out Just Delta. Glad to have you here.
Casually admitting in this clip that half of the terrorist riot that he was in are half of his audience. He casually admitted he radicalizes his audience to become violent criminals. Yes, correct. That is where we're at. Yes, correct. I'm glad we're on the same page. So, Legal Mindset, just a little video regarding the Reddit moderators that are getting sued.
All right, so we've been going through the case of Ethan Klein versus the orbiters of Hassan, including the Reddit mods. And in that, we've been looking at what's going on with them and also their legal liability. We now have proof that Reddit is directly tied to these moderators, which are going to be sued. So let's go into here.
So you guys want to know? Hold on. You want to know how this was AI? You guys want proof that this is AI? Because this isn't an image of a Fed. Reddit moderators are Feds, bros. That's how we know this is AI. Because this isn't a Fed.
To these moderators, which are going to be sued. So let's go into here to this. So these are screenshots that were forwarded to me. Now you have one of these
Omega, I'll see if I can find the
mods,
information I had earlier to show what's happening with the oversight
listed
meeting.
in the lawsuit, right? So we're going to look at these text messages or these screenshots, which were sent over to me before they were deleted, right? Because once again, they were going back and deleting and sweeping these things up. But now we've got conclusive proof here that kind of nails them in here. So them saying, so he thinks he could sue Asman and XQC, but he doesn't want to sue them. Why? Surely the reaction videos stole more views from him. Is this kind of admission he doesn't care about any potential financial damage, only about his personal beef. And then someone responds, did you know you're mentioned in the lawsuit?
Give me one moment, guys. I'm looking
on
for
the
the
first
information.
one, around it and saw Roman P. So this moderator, this is the head moderator of this subreddit, is named. And they go, oh my God, thank you for telling me. This is the funniest shit ever. I can't believe this. Well, guess what? Guess what? It's not going to be funny for them for very long. It's funny for me. It's hilarious for me. Then you've got them over here saying, I can't believe you're outing yourself like this. Classic mistake of criminals returning to the scene of the crime. So, you know, Roman P says, cat's out of the bag. Now the real fun begins. So they're pretending they're going to have fun here now that they're named in this lawsuit. This is going to be fun for them. Certainly this is not going to be fun.
they're getting
We're gonna
destroyed.
See why. Next.
The entire terrorist cesspit is mega cooked.
A very well-known Hassan orbiter and stand here who's saying, we're going to build a shield wall for you. Roman P thanking this questionable individual who is definitely a separate person and not me on just another one of my sock puppet accounts. Well, if that was actually the case and you were this individual, that would be even worse for Reddit because it'd have some negligent hirings, all sorts of other stuff going on if that was the case. But once again, associating with...
Dude, you flush out the entire terrorist ecosystem here, man.
Showing the lawsuit, showing exactly where they are named. So highlighting that user, use/Roman P, which is there amongst others like underscore right Salamander and H3 Snark mod team. So they're clearly named in the lawsuit, right? Clearly named in the lawsuit. But here is the real bombshell, folks. Here is the thing that blows this case wide open and can lead to the absolute destruction of Reddit. This could be enough to tear Reddit down, the whole institution, if Ethan decides to pursue it aggressively, which, you know, he has no reason not to at this point. Let's flip over here.
Get ready. Get ready.
You have an admission.
This is cinema.
A 100%
cinema.
confession right here. They're saying...
All right, I'm having trouble finding it. There's been so many updates, but just, you know, to let you guys know, so earlier there was video of, and again, I'll keep trying to look for it, but just to give you guys an update, there was video of the House committee meeting stating that they were adjourning until 3 p.m. EST after they did their prayer and their pledge of allegiance. So that's what I'm trying to find right now. But it was there because I watched it before going live.
Concern level for you. This whole thing is so odd. Roman P, once again, the head moderator, saying not concerned at all. Balancing working at Reddit and being the head moderator for H3 Snark has kind of been stressful, though. We have a confession right in front of everybody, in front of God and everybody.
Yeah, there it is.
That the head moderator is a Reddit employee.
Yeah, Reddit's actually employing terrorists.
This person,
Yikes!
which has civil liability in that.
Allegedly, obviously.
There may be criminal stuff that comes out. Who knows, right? They are on the hook for this. And they have put Reddit in a horrible position, particularly because we had the separate filing disclosure where we had Reddit admins offering us free subscriptions to privacy software to remove our PII from the internet in case we're doxxed and harassed. So this is called scrubbing evidence, deleting evidence, spoliation of evidence. This is potentially criminal, even. And we want to know, is this the admin, Roman P, the employee of Reddit, that was offering the PII software? Are there others involved? These are all things that Ethan Klein can now dig into freely. His lawyers and Ethan Klein's infinite money glitch can go out there and dig into this and figure this out.
Ben Shapiro as the right-wing Jew, and you have Ethan Klein as the left-wing Jew. The Jew-liance is getting stronger and stronger, and soon there will be nowhere for these terrorist shit-stains to hide. They are getting obliterated for our entertainment!
To be fair, if Ben Shapiro and Ethan Klein come together to form the Jew-liance that Nux is talking about, it kind of does lend credence to the theory that the Jews control everything. I'm just saying, like, if you've got hardcore lefty Jews and hardcore righty Jews coming together, that does have certain implications to it.
And our safety. So I wanted to wrap up this video with this fantastic news that thank you, Hassan Piker. I very much appreciate you exposing your entire alleged terrorist network underground to be frolicking in the Reddit moderation team to just expose more people. So thank you. It's actually a truly glorious time to be alive. October 8th, Twitch is going to Congress. And we're going to see what happens. But Hassan Piker is terrified.
Damn it,
Hassan
that's how you
Piker
know
is
this video's
slandering
from
people
yesterday.
like me constantly. He wants me dead. He wants all of you dead. He wants every single right-wing person in the country dead. He supports a violent revolution. And it's over for him. He's getting cooked. And if over Trump's term, he doesn't go to jail, over Vance's term, he will. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you're not afraid, Hassan. Hope you get sleep at night. Damn. I want you to look nice and perky and juicy when they perp walk you, baby. Yeah, terrorism charges is a bitch. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/.
Alrighty, so, give me one moment. I'm doing some additional research. Yeah, give me one moment. I'm doing some additional research on whether or not we've got updates, and then we'll move on to the next video. But yeah, that was, I mean, great video breaking down all of this. Go ahead and drop it in the chat if you guys haven't seen it. But bear with me. I'm looking at what might be additional information. The fact that mainstream media is using healthcare and government instead of holding Dan Clancy accountable. It's not just Dan Clancy, mind you. It's not just Dan Clancy. In fact, I don't even think Twitch is the worst of it. I don't, like, don't get me wrong. I would love to see Twitch crash and burn because of this. I would. I would love to see Twitch crash and burn. But I think the worst part of this is going to be Reddit. I think the worst part of this is going to be Reddit. And the reason the worst part of this is going to be Reddit is because it is all but confirmed that the government has thousands of employees as Reddit mods. So, yeah, exactly. Reddit is a cesspool. Like, I can't wait to see what Twitch has to say and the questions they'll ask. But I think we're going to get the biggest bombshells out of the Reddit line of questioning. And it is going to be interesting. That being said, yeah, give me one moment while I try and find some additional information. Let's see. Alright, checking what's on. Okay, there's no update on YouTube. Let me refresh C-SPAN. So far, nothing on C-SPAN, although at 2:15, so exactly 2 hours from now, President Trump participates in a roundtable on Antifa. That's interesting. Let's see, what else we got? Let's refresh Google and DuckDuckGo. Nothing on Google. It's wild that all the information is from, I shit you not, 3 weeks ago. We've not heard an update on this in 3 weeks per Google. And if you use DuckDuckGo, 20 days ago is the most recent one. 20 days ago. Hold on, let me change my search terms. Still 20 days ago. Yep, this is maddening. This is absolutely insane. There was a New York Times article posted yesterday. Maybe we'll go over that. And then there's a Senate. There was a Senate committee about censorship, which is different than the House one, but that aired earlier. But I don't think it was the same one. Because this should be it's a House committee, not a Senate. It's not a Senate hearing. Let's see. Yeah, that was not the same thing. So let's go ahead and, yeah, we don't even need to have this open. All right, so we'll close that, and we'll close that. Alrighty. Well, while we're waiting for updates, we'll move on to the next video. So this was posted yesterday. I haven't seen it yet. This is very worrisome, and it's about the Charlie Kirk stuff. We got some Candace Owens in here. It's going to be interesting. For those of you guys that have seen this, I have not. This is new to me. And yeah, while we wait for updates on the hearing, we're going to be going over this.
Shared a screenshot of a group chat where Charlie Kirk explicitly explicitly
there we go,
said
YouTube.
that he was leaving the pro-Israel cause just 48 hours before he was assassinated.
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker.
$2 million.
I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes,
So I'm gonna be real, guys. Candace is sharing these screenshots, and if it was anybody else, I'd be more likely to believe this. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm not saying it's not true. I don't know. But Candace Owens believes that Jews put fake dinosaur bones in the ground to confuse Christians. I can't take this broad seriously. I need some proof that these screenshots ain't doctored. She is a nutbag, bro. She is a nutball. She is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But maybe these are real. When he says that you think of inviting Candace, I have a hard time believing that. There is no public acknowledgement of them having communications since mid-2023. Maybe even earlier than that. I'm going to need some proof.
Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I can.
They play into all the stereotypes. Jesus, man. Literally no dates, and I could contact and say, Charlie Kirk, I understand that people are saying that this is fake. I understand that they are, but the Turning Point USA has come out and confirmed that these are authentic and real.
Not and will.
Let me fact check that. Let me fact check that. Give me one moment here. All right. Did TP USA confirm Charlie Kirk Jew texts? I don't have a better way. Did TP USA confirm Charlie Kirk Jew texts? All right. What's this? 2 hours ago. Charlie Kirk leaked text show he was livid over bullying of Jewish donors. For his death, conservative activist Charlie Kirk privately complained about bullying from Jewish donors, said he was considering leaving the pro-Israel movement. Who's this from? This is from Truth Press. I'm not familiar with them. Candace Owens released screenshots from Kirk, let's see, pulled funding from Turning Point USA. Confirmation context. Colvett confirmed the authenticity of the messages during the Charlie Kirk show on Tuesday. He said he was aware of the text, but had chosen not to release them earlier out of respect for Kirk's privacy. All right. Tucker Carlson later told his audience the major donor of pulled money from Kirk's organization is 2 days before the murder. All right, fair enough. I guess as it currently stands, I will operate under the assumption that, that these are legitimate.
Not to be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave.
Because that's
pro-Israel.
That's the first thing I believed. That's the first, because obviously, right? Whenever you hear something like Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes, my, I'm like, okay, all right, is this really what's going on here? Or are they just basically like trying to, get people into that? Show the confirmation? Well, I'm going to show this one first, but yeah.
Cause.
I didn't take it that
And
seriously.
somebody writes, a donor writes, please do not invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but it's not good long term.
Uh-oh.
In my opinion, like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety.
This is true, though. Don't invite Candace. Like, even if Candace is correct on this, she's been wrong about so much, it'll damage her opposite. Like, Candace is the opposite of Alex Jones. Alex Jones, everyone thought was fucking crazy, and then we've had to put fucking quarters in the Alex Jones was right jar. We've been putting quarters in the Candace Owens is wrong jar, and it's filling up just as fast. Every now and again, she might get a nugget of truth, but if you make 100 predictions, certainly one will come true now and again. And remember, Candace is saying that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. That the Jews killed Charlie Kirk. This isn't evidence of that. This is evidence that, Charlie may have been pissed off with the Israel movement, but there's still so far no evidence that they actually full-on pulled the trigger. We'll see. I don't know.
Variety of opinions, that nasty free will thing that God bestowed on us makes life frustrating at times after the dust settles a bit, maybe. So again, this is 48 hours before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down, not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying about, nor in this text thread. I'm not going to reveal the names of the other 7. Actually, you know what? I disagree with myself 4 seconds ago. Let's just throw in Josh Hammer for funsies. He's on this chat, okay?
Ooh. So then there we go. So she's released this because everybody's been calling her crazy, talking about how, blaming all this stuff on Israel. And it's going to...
To be fair, Asmongold, to be fair, she is still crazy. Even if she's correct about this, she is still crazy. Like, 2 things can 100% be true.
Be quite the week. Yeah, you can see
I agree, God among men. Candace Owens and broke clocks right twice a day.
Does that imply
Correct.
Tucker is next? I mean, so anyway, this is her talking about it as well. And I am the same kind of person as well, that I think to myself...
And others knew that Charlie was done with Israel bullying him, and I am now going to present you proof.
Yeah, here we go.
I'm saying.
This is the introduction.
And others knew that Charlie was done with Israel bullying him, and I am now going to present you proof of what I am saying. This is an actual group chat, which happened 2 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. There were 9 people in total on this chat, including Charlie and Rob McCoy. I'm going to protect the names of the other 7 for now. To be clear, I might actually release a name every day this week, but I want to show you this because suffice it to say, Rob McCoy was on this text thread, and I think it helps contextualize him as a person, in my view, that he would attack me for telling the truth about the pressure that he was facing. Take a look.
So there we go. And anyway, this isn't even news. Tucker talked about it. No, it's not news that it happened. It's news that he was actively opposing them, right? And so here's the big one right here, is that Turning Point USA, because if you're like me, you saw this and you were like, oh, it's probably bullshit fake screenshots, right? That's the first thing that I would think.
To be fair, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. But we've got multiple sources confirming that these are real. So, I want to ask you guys, what is more likely? That all of these individuals are lying to cover something up, or that they're real? I mean, Occam's razor.
Well,
but I want to take
this is Turning Point USA themselves. This is Charlie Kirk's show confirming the authenticity of these clips.
Part of this show
for messages
to address some of the, but I want to take the start of this show to address some of the things that have been going around on public, namely about a group text chain that has been made known and released by Candace Owens. And I just want to address it head on because, that was a text grab, a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic. And I want to go into it.
Candace Owens involved, so I'm still pressing X to doubts. I don't know that she is quote unquote involved. Her name comes up in the text and she's reporting on it. She wasn't part of the text chain or anything. I mean, again, I agree pressing of being skeptical. But, and she is the one that broke the news, and she is an absolute clout whore. But that doesn't mean it's not true.
Because I actually am really excited.
So there it is. His own organization is confirming that this is real.
That the truth is out there. I first want to say the reason I didn't share that screen grab publicly is because it was a private exchange. And
no, let's be real. The reason you didn't share this publicly is because you don't want to be Charlie Kirk, which is cool. That's fine, but just admit it. Like, you don't want Israel to fucking take you out as well. If it is true, and again, we can't confirm, but if we was to speculate hypothetical, like, there was in fact Israel that took out Charlie Kirk, you ain't gonna release no goddamn text messages that might make you next. When Candace releases them, you're like, well, they're out there. Now I can do the confirmation.
I felt like it didn't necessarily comport with things that were already public. I wanted to not betray my friend's trust in that way.
Sure.
But I did share it with some people in government.
Bro, what is this homo-ass earring he got? Sorry, that's off topic.
Because it happened really quick. It was, it took 33 hours for authorities.
Oh, it's his earpiece. Okay, right, it's his earpiece for doing the new. I'm retarded. Tell me I didn't like a gold ear piercing up top on his lobe, though.
To get their suspect. And in those first moments, we wanted no stone unturned. We wanted to leave nothing unturned. So I shared it with a few people. Don't know where it went from there, apparently. But here we are. So
you can't take a few messages and start making conclusions. I'm not making a conclusion. I'm saying that this is a. Can we just be honest that whenever this definitely strengthens Candace Owens' argument at least a little bit, right? Like it does.
Does it strengthen her argument, though? So Candace Owens' argument is that the Jews killed Charlie Kirk because his support for Israel was waning. Now we have text messages saying, from Charlie Kirk allegedly that there's stating are true, that he says, Jewish donors fit all the stereotypes. It strengthens her argument. It does strengthen her argument that his support for Israel is waning. I don't think it strengthens her argument that Israel killed him. Not saying it's not true, but I don't think these alone strengthen that part of her argument. Just the part of her argument that his support for Israel was waning.
And so it doesn't mean that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk. Of course it doesn't mean that. But it is very interesting. It's
one of the reasons, Blake, that I'm glad to have this now public. It was not mine to share publicly, but one of the criticisms we've received is that we don't care. We're not investigating every lead. We're not looking under every stone, and that somehow we're just sweeping things under the rug. And
update. Hold on one moment. Again, it's from Pirate Nation. I don't know where he got his source. The House congressional meeting today with CEOs of Reddit, Twitch, Discord, and Steam has been postponed. Despite the initial invitation letter suggesting October 8th, no hearing was actually scheduled. They're still working to find a date. Now, we saw this exact post word for word earlier. This exact post was stated, so Pirate Nation just copy-pasted this shit. So still take it with a grain of salt. Again, they didn't... Pirate Nation is not a good source of information, in my opinion. Pirate Nation has been wrong about a lot of shit. And I've called them out about being wrong on a lot of shit. But this is a word-for-word copy-paste of another X post we saw and went over earlier in the stream. Do with the information what you will. This is the latest update from 1 minute ago. Let's see. And, alright, everything else is old information we've covered. So... just wanted to update you guys on that new bit of information.
When I say that we want justice for Charlie more than anybody else, I really mean it, and no stone unturned. I mean, I don't know if you want to chime in on that part alone, but
yes, correct.
So it has been so frustrating to have people blow up about this, and I've certainly stated publicly the reason I haven't weighed in on things is I am an eyewitness to events, and they've said don't comment on things because anything you say
court
can
case,
mess it up.
Sure.
I don't want to mess up
That makes sense.
any trial for the person who did this.
That's 1,000.
So, such a stupid thing to share. We know everything about the shooter. Her argument has improved from 0.05 to 0.1%, and anyone else who thinks otherwise is retarded. So, I'm okay. So, would I gamble money?
I don't know that I agree with that sentiment. That she's good. Everyone, we know everything about the shooter, so on and so forth. My grandma is a Democrat, and she is not a conspiracy theorist. My grandma, she eats up left-leaning media, right? She's diehard anti-Trump. She, the whole nine. She's not a conspiracy theorist in the slightest. Last night, she told me, because I was talking to my grandma, and I was telling her how we're going to be covering the Senate hearing and stuff, or the House committee hearing and whatnot today. And she straight up said, I don't think the guy did it. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, I don't think he was the shooter. I think other people did it. And I was like, wow, that's crazy coming from my own fucking grandma, considering she's not a conspiracy theorist in the slightest, and she's a Democrat. And so I told her, I was like, my belief is that Homeboy was the shooter, but he didn't act alone. This wasn't his plan. I think he's I think he is a small cog in a much larger web, that this wasn't just a random act of violence. She doesn't even believe that he was the shooter. So the fact that my left-leaning, anti-Trump, non-conspiracy theorist grandma doesn't even think that the shooter was legitimate, that the guy they have in custody was the shooter, it should go to tell you something. I do not believe, that we have all the facts on this whatsoever. Correct. It was not, I do not believe it was a lone wolf scenario, not in the slightest. She doesn't even believe he was fucking involved. She thinks this is a full-on fraud. So, again, that's wild. And I don't necessarily disagree. I think maybe the more information comes out, the more I'm starting to agree with her. Also, shout out, thank you for the sub, bud.
Or bet on Israel being the one that killed Charlie Kirk because he became more aggressive or anti-Israel, following right before the assassination. Would I bet on that? Would I actually bet money on that? I would not bet money on that. I would not. But I do think that this gives the people that believe it a lot of fucking ammunition, right? This definitely, for the people that believe this is a smoking gun for them. That's the point that I'm making about this more than anything else. You don't know how Mossad operate? Oh, of course, and you do. Yes, definitely. The fact is that none of us know how they operate. They're a secretive Israeli fucking intelligence agency, and nobody knows what they're doing. Nobody has any idea about this. He's a Mossad agent? Oh, really? Well, I thought I was. Yeah, what happened? It just creates more anti-Semitism, Asman. I think it does too. And that's not entirely true. You're talking about, I guess.
In rebuttal, I wholeheartedly believe the real story is less spectacular. It's just what we know. Tyler James Robinson did it, wasn't paid for it, and acted on hate for Charlie alone. That's it. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm not. What I am saying is that when we know that the FBI and the CIA had direct involvement in the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., and we know they had direct involvement along with the mob on JFK and RFK. When we know all of these prior conspiracy theories have weight to them, why not entertain the idea that this is also the same? 100%. So what? CIA, FBI, foreign interests, mob interests, whatever have you. So what? They did some political assassinations back in the day, but they're like, nah, we're good. We changed our ways. We don't do political assassinations anymore. That's some old shit. We're on to the new shit now. Nah, I don't buy it. Is it possible that it was a lone wolf scenario? Anything's possible. But we have a pattern of behavior when it comes to political assassinations in this country, especially with those involved with intelligence agencies, whether they be American intelligence agencies or foreign intelligence agencies. So, I can't rule it out. And Zach's, as it currently happens, that hearing did not happen, no. There's rumors it's postponed till later today. There's rumors it's postponed indefinitely. We don't know. And correct, Ryan, pattern recognition isn't racism.
No, he's talking about Jewish donor, not Israel donor. So, yeah, I guess you could say anti-Semitism in this case. You're right. And anyway, so, I guess case. Leaving me no choice. And you can see it right here. Leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause.
Correct, final harps.
Wow. That's a whole lot, man. It really is. And I don't think it's real. It helped the shooter organize the shooting, but it's highly plausible that they knew about the Discord group and said nothing. Five Eyes spy network? Maybe. I don't know, man. And Israel killing Kirk would destroy relations with the USA and Israel? I don't know. There's people that said that they killed JFK, and I don't know.
Israel killing Charlie Kirk would not destroy relationships with Israel. It wouldn't. I hate to say it, but it wouldn't. Why? Well, there's a few reasons why. One, there are religious individuals in the government that wholeheartedly believe that Israel is God's chosen people and they will bend over backwards because of the will of the Lord or whatnot. And that's a pretty minor, that's a pretty minor aspect, but still an aspect. The reason number two, reason numero dos, is we are under the impression, by we, I mean our leaders, our government, are under the impression that we need Israel as an ally because we need an ally in the Middle East. We need an ally in the Middle East, and Israel got a lot of fucking nukes that they don't admit they have, even though we all know they have them. That's reason number 2. We will bend over backwards to do the will of Israel because we need an ally in the Middle East. So, there's 2 reasons, right? Would it be fucked up? Absolutely. It'd be fucked up if Israel had a hand in this. But that being said, no, it would not destroy relations with Israel. There's too many people in their pocket for that to be the case. Let's see. Israel's still getting payments even though the government shut down. Yep, that is correct. Good chunk of Christians believe that. I think the current Catholic post-Vatican. I don't know about the Catholic or the Vatican part, but yes, there are a good chunk of Christians that believe that. And to be fair, when October 7th first happened and America announced backing for Israel, I was one of those Christians that believed that. I was. Full 100%. I was one of those Christians that was like, nope, full in, all in on support for Israel. They're God's chosen people. Because that was my initial gut reaction as a Christian. And I sat and thought about it and was like, whoa. Stop thinking with your emotions. Let's use some logic and realign my thought process. And correct, Israel does do nothing for the U.S. Absolutely correct. But they make people believe they do.
Oh, I mean, like, people think that Israel did 9/11. They think that there's so much stuff that people blame on Israel. It's very hard to say, and I don't think that we're ever really going to get like a confirmation of it, right? It's not like anybody's going to know, okay, well, for sure, this is actually what happened. I don't think it's ever going to know. In 2 days, Israel found a crazy 22-year-old man from Utah, trained, brainwashed, and sent him to take out Kirk.
When people say lone wolf, I want to point out, they mean no, to my knowledge, what I assume they mean is no government, foreign or domestic involvement. Not that he wasn't necessarily talking with other people that share his ideology.
The hate for Jewish people and Israel is already exaggerated beyond reason. So, honestly, man, I think that...
I want to make it unequivocally clear, because the dude in the chat said the hate for Jewish people in Israel is exacerbated. That is both true and false. I will agree that the hate for Jewish people, as in like your regular Jewish individual, is hated beyond reason. Absolutely. The hate for the Jewish government, the Israeli government, I do not think is without reason. I think about the Israeli government the same way I think about the American government. Fuck the government. I love people. I love individuals. I hate government. So fuck them.
I think you're right. This sounds ridiculous. So the logic follows. In 2 days, Israel found a 22-year-old crazy man from Utah, trained, brainwashed, and sent him to take out Kirk. The hate for Jewish people in Israel is already exaggerated beyond reason. I generally agree with that. 28 timeouts. What else does he say?
Well, it's not that in 48 hours they found and brainwashed somebody. What it could mean, if we were going to entertain this theory that it was Israel that did it, it's not that they found and brainwashed somebody, it's that they found somebody who was already brainwashed.
Usually. It's because he says Jews. My chat has got a lot of opinions, right? And so sometimes some words are just better left unsaid, right?
That's a fair way to look at it,
exactly.
War Wizard.
Is that a problem with Mossad? What are your thoughts on Bibi saying that Iran will nuke the U.S.? He said they had I don't think that's necessarily what he said. He implied that. He didn't say it directly. I know what you're talking about. I don't think it's really a lot to go over. But anyway, so this has happened. A lot of people are, drawing conclusions from this already. Like if I go back over and I pull this up, Turning Point USA, yeah, this is it here. It's exposed Turning Point USA. Mossad or any intelligence agency can pull this off. And so you've got a whole lot of people talking about this in general. It's getting massive. Thanks for not banning me.
I will. I see a lot of you guys asking about the hearing. I'll give you guys another update. So as it currently stands, the Discord, Steam, Reddit, Twitch hearing has not happened. There have been 0 updates. I have been constantly checking throughout the duration of this stream, and we have been live for damn near 4 hours now. There are conflicting reports, some saying that it is happening at 3 p.m. EST, which is in about an hour and 15 minutes, and some saying that it's postponed indefinitely. These are all reports from randos on X. I have found 0 official news reports either way. And while we're reacting to these other videos, I have been checking behind the scenes. So, yeah, there has been no official update either way. Now, there sort of. Let me clarify. For those of you that didn't hear it earlier. And for those of you that have been listening, sorry I have to keep repeating myself, but we need to keep giving new people information because it is important. There was a House committee meeting earlier today, right before 10 EST, when it was supposed to happen. And they said a prayer, they said the Pledge of Allegiance, and then they stated they were adjourning until 3 p.m. EST. So there will be, assuming that hasn't also been postponed or whatnot, there will supposedly be a hearing at 3 EST, at 2 my time, when the adjournment ends. But they did not confirm if that will be the big tech Twitch CEO, radicalization hearing. Just that they would be coming back to do an additional hearing. So that is the best information we have right now. Yeah, we might talk about that in a little bit. The Hassan biker stuff. I touched on it earlier, but we might go further on it later. All right, back to this.
Israeli, I'm touchy. I don't give a fuck. You want to be Israel? Just because you're Israeli doesn't mean you have some sort of collective cultural or national guilt for what your government does. It's the same as Russians. I mean, there are some Russians that support the Ukraine war. Yeah, sure, of course, they're assholes. But a lot of them I'm sure don't, and I think even more of them privately don't. They might not say they don't because they don't want to get ostracized from their family or community or have some sort of retaliation from the government. But there's a lot of people out there that I think can see this kind of stuff, and they're not bad actors at all. They're just trying to exist. To extent you do have national guilt. Do I have national guilt? I don't know, and I don't think any country should really. The fact is that whenever a country...
You shouldn't have national guilt. What you should have is national fucking anger. When your government, regardless of which side it is, fucks over its people, which they do on the regs, that's the only thing governments exist for, you should have national anger. Ain't nothing to feel guilty about. Feel pride in your country, at least if you live in a dope-ass country like America. Love your country, love your people, love your nation. Hate your motherfucking government. Feel anger at those motherfuckers in office, those bureaucrats, the unit party, the whole nine. Fuck guilt, get angry.
Does something, I don't think that national guilt should be applied to an individual. So does that make sense? If there's a random citizen in a country, I don't think that treating them badly because of the actions of their nation is a productive or good thing to do. Obviously there's guilt that, for example, I don't know, the U.S. bombed Dresden or something like that, or trying to think something else bad the U.S. did maybe. I think that there should be a degree of guilt for that as well, the Japanese internment camps. I think that that's fair, but at the same...
Fuck that. Feel no guilt for that either. Some old shit. It's in the past. Don't feel no guilt for that shit. We didn't do that. 99% of the people alive didn't do that shit. Ain't no reason we should feel guilty about that shit. That's some old shit. Is it bad? Yeah, it's bad. So is slavery. I don't feel guilty about it. We need to know this shit so we don't repeat that history. But yeah, no, don't feel guilty about it. Fuck that.
Same time, you can't really compare that with, Germany's so behind this mindset, exactly. Yeah, exactly. The Trail of Tears. Yeah, great example, Trail of Tears. You can't...
Feel no guilt for the Trail of Tears. Andrew Jackson is my favorite president. No guilt.
assign guilt or like blame to that for an individual. That's what I'm really trying to get at, man. I don't know, man. Sure seems like the world could use a little U.S. freedom right now. Well, it depends on how much oil they have. But anyway, so
I was going to make
that's
that
pretty
joke,
much
and
what's
Asmund will
happened.
beat me
And
to it.
Turning
Damn
Point
it.
USA has confirmed this. What do I believe happened with Charlie Kirk? This is what I believe. What is this here? Let me see if I can watch it.
Break a little bit of news on your program, Jesse. Our partners that do sort of geotagging with devices, they told us that they tracked over 277,000 devices in the vicinity of State Farm.
How many of them had Grindr?
Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. 277,000.
That's
So that just gives you
unbelievable.
an idea of the scale of humanity out there. But
Yep, sure.
break
And
a little
so,
bit of news.
anyway,
on your-
if so, Charlie is flip-flopping on Israel because Jewish people are stopping giving him money. This is my opinion, and this might be an unpopular opinion, but I think a lot of these organizations, and I'm not talking exclusively about Turning Point USA, but I think that once a political organization gets large enough, it becomes almost impossible for it not to be affected with some level of rot. And what I mean by
I would say he is entirely correct in that sentiment. He is entirely correct in that sentiment. It does not matter how great your organization is or what your intentions were or how good, how big or how small. Well, I guess how small, because it needs the larger you get, the higher probability of being infested by said rot. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, these Israel connections or lack thereof are tenuous, but I think Asmongold makes a good point. For those of you asking about the hearing, supposedly it starts in a little over an hour. Jury is still out on that. Updates have been damn near non-existent. And I'm just trying to stay alive as long as I can to get all the information. I am constantly checking for information while we're doing these reactions out behind the scenes. But I wish I had a better answer for you. Supposedly it happens in a little over an hour. We'll see.
rot is some level of obligation to an ideology, a type of thinking, a worldview, or something like that. No, he wasn't accepting their money. I mean, he said he lost. I mean, if you lose $2 million, that means you previously had it and then it's taken away from you. Now, maybe that's not what he meant, but, you know, that's the way the word works. But anyway, political individuals as well, sure.
That is also true.
What I think happens, like, if you really want to get an honest opinion from somebody about an issue, find a random retard sitting in their room. That's the way you get a...
That's me, guys. That's me. I'm the random retard sitting in my room. Look at that. Y'all getting honest opinions and thoughts from me. I can't tell you how much more I say fuck Israel and fuck Palestine. That's an honest opinion for some retard in his room.
Real, honest, 100% unfiltered opinion. Because that's a random idiot sitting in their room. Like, you are going to get more, me, right? Obviously me. But anybody else, right? I mean, I would say that, like, I will give out a list of people who I think are authentic in what their views are. And, you know, maybe they change a few things because of, you know, like their audience or whatever. But I think that people, like, I think Hassan is authentic. I think that Tectone is authentic.
Nah. Hassan is not authentic. Here's the deal. Hassan is not authentic. Hassan is beyond audience captured. He may believe, in part, the socialist, communist, terroristic ideologies he holds. I'm not saying he doesn't believe those. He does. 100%. But the extremes he takes it to is in part due to audience capture. So once you have that level of audience capture, you are no longer authentic. Me, I don't have near the audience Hassan has. We got... How many of you went live on YouTube right now? 82 of you. We had upwards of 150, 160 earlier, so we dropped by about half because the hearings didn't happen. That's A-okay. But, like, me? I ain't got no audience capture. There was some people earlier in this chat told to go fuck yourselves, and they bounced. Fuck audience capture. That's how you maintain authenticity. But yeah, no, Hassan is not authentic. He might believe the shit he's saying in part, but once you bow and count out to your audience, your authenticity is out the gate. Said it's 107 for you. Just jumped up to 103. So it keeps fluctuating. Point is, audience capture nullifies authenticity.
Authentic. I think that Nick Fuentes is authentic. I think Destiny is authentic.
I do think Nick Fuentes and Destiny are authentic, yes. Unlike Hassan, I do think Nick Fuentes and Destiny are authentic.
I think that, let's see, besides that, probably a couple more. I think Frogan is authentic. I do. And authentic doesn't mean right. It just means that their convictions are real and they're not saying this for money. That's the whole point that I'm making. Like, I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying I agree with everything they say. I'm saying that the convictions that they hold are authentic. Andrew Tate, I would say, is probably also authentic. I would be less certain about that because of how much money he makes based off of, like, you know, people perceiving him a certain way. But I guess you could say that for everybody else on the list, too. There's no way Destiny is as learned as he claims to be and still authentic. He's knowingly lying 90% of the time. That's my opinion, right? I'm giving my opinion. If your opinion is different, that's fine. But that's the way that I look at it personally, okay? So, yeah, and I said earlier on the stream, you should really check out the new video of Upper Echelon because of this political subject. Upper Echelon. Let me see if I pull it up. Jesus. Upper
Yes, Destiny is a psychopath. It sounds a sociopath. Asmongold just pulls the best grift. You know what? I ain't even mad. And yeah, Frogan is fucking disgusting. He's Jabba the Hutt, man. Goddamn.
Yeah, I'm like spamming fucking buttons. The disease of online politics. Yeah, we might have to watch that one. And it's only got 30,000 views. It deserves a lot more if he's talking about what I think he's talking about. So yeah, it's saturated propaganda.
I disagree with that accusation that Asmongold is scared of the Jews too much. Asmongold has been he has been openly one of the streamers that covers right-leaning politics that has openly been like, yeah, no, fuck Israel. So yeah, I disagree with that assessment. Like, don't get me wrong, there's plenty to criticize Asmongold for, and I have. I only agree with the guy maybe 50% of the time. But yeah, I definitely disagree on that take. He is, very openly criticizing Israel.
It reinforces an appeal to authority and submissionism. Voluntarism is the way forward. Yeah, and so you want to look for people that don't have a bunch of sponsors, people that are that are out there doing things.
I have no sponsors. My only sponsors are you guys. Which, by the way, would appreciate donuts if you guys got it. But, no worries, no grift, just saying.
For themselves, right? Like, they're trying to survive on their own because those are going to be the people that are going to have the...
Well, because they're not. CCTV. Like objectively speaking, Israel and Jews aren't the same thing. Israel is a country. Jews are a race and or religion. They're not the same. If you're born in America to the Jewish religion and or ethnicity, you're not Israeli. Like that, just objectively speaking, they're not the same. It's like calling people African Americans. If you were born here, you're not a fucking African American because you're not fucking from Africa. Yeah, I mean that's just objectively using language correct.
Their actual opinions. So yeah, it's really just that simple. But anyway, so if you can believe this, I didn't even know this. This, I guess, is just happening right now. But oh yeah, just to wrap up and just with the Charlie Kirk stuff real quick before I finish. Do I think that Israel assassinated Charlie?
No. CCTV, that's objectively incorrect. Like, you can't just boil down a race / ethnicity / religion to they're all the same, whether it be for Jews or blacks or whites or anything. Like, that's just not how objective reality works. That's such a retarded mentality. Like, it's imagining like all blacks commit crimes. Yeah, it's the same thing. I mean, you're right, you can, but you're an idiot for doing so. Like, you live in a world, like, it's just an objectively incorrect thing to state / think, because that's just not the way the world works. My God, you're a fucking idiot.
Charlie Kirk. I don't think that there's enough evidence that Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk. I know that Candace hates Israel, and I don't know, maybe hates isn't the right word, but she's super critical of Israel.
500 rounds of ammo.
There's a lot of people that are super critical of it. And
No, I will not time him out. Again, this is a free speech show, free speech channel. The only time people get banned or timed out or anything on this channel is when they're underage, because this is an 18+ channel. We ban people underage. And then if you are being so egregious that it risks the chat and then the channel being taken down. Beyond that, I'm not going to time him out or ban him. I'm going to openly say that I think he's a fucking moron. I do. I think CCTV is a fucking idiot. But I will not time him out or ban him or anything because that goes against my principles of free speech.
Do these leaked messages give the people that are conspiratorial another point on the graph that they can try to draw a conclusion that Israel is involved with like his shooting? Absolutely it does. But I don't think that point actually creates a line. I don't think so. I just don't. I'm sorry. I really don't think so. It's nice to give a fuck. There's enough evidence they didn't. Well, you can't. How do you prove a negative, right? Correlation does not mean causation. She's just monetizing off his death. A lot of people have been critical of Candace for that, and I still think
that's because that's exactly what Candace Owens has been doing. Like, even if what Candace Owens said in this video that we were reacting to earlier was true, like even if it is true, even if she's 100% correct, that also doesn't mean that she is not monetizing and grifting off of Charlie Kirk's assassination. When she made that big, emboldened, impassioned speech about you'll make an enemy of me if you replace Charlie Kirk with a shill, which was obviously targeting Ben Shapiro. And frankly, I don't care if she was targeting Ben Shapiro. As y'all know, I don't like Ben Shapiro. I think that Ben Shapiro is controlled opposition. I think that Ben Shapiro and frankly the Daily Wire as a whole are controlled opposition. I think they're puppets. I think that Jordan Peterson has fallen off insanely hard since joining the Daily Wire. I can go on and on. But that does not, I can believe all that and still also believe that Candace Owens is 100% grifting off of Charlie Kirk's assassination. She absolutely is. And she's a piece of shit for doing it. Even if she is correct in this instance, that doesn't negate that that's what she's doing.
She's crazy, but to be fair, you know, this is, I'm sure, a little bit vindicating for her, and I think that's fair to say.
What do I think about Steven Crowder? I don't watch Crowder near as much as I used to. Like a lot of folk, I got invested in the culture war with the OG Gamergate back in 2014, right? I was an OG fucking 4chan Gamergate poster. So like, to give you an idea of where I stand on that, I got into watching Steven Crowder, I'd say around like 2015, 2016, something to that effect. And Crowder kind of really fell off for me. Not that he just, I don't know. He started, in my opinion, going too, not too far right in terms of his political beliefs, but, as the culture war ramped up, in my opinion, his objectivity seemed to wane. That being said, I respect his voice. I think he's done a lot of good for, for the culture war and the movement. And I do still watch, I watched his most recent Change My Mind. I'm glad he brought that back. Basically, I like Crowder, but I only take Crowder in small doses at this point. I watch Crowder in small doses at this point.
So, yeah, it would been taking longer than 48 hours to sort of psyop on some trans kid to convince him to kill Charlie. 48 hours isn't enough. Okay.
That's funny,
let
CCTV.
me just indulge your argument and provide you with a devil's advocate answer, but I don't really believe this.
I do remember the
skeptic
skeptic
talk about
community.
This just for the nature of talking about it.
I enjoyed watching the skeptic community, even if I vehemently disagree with a lot of their takes religiously. As a religious individual myself, I enjoyed watching, Armored Skeptic. I still watch Sargon of Akkad and whatnot. But yeah, no, I do remember them.
You would a person who believes this would say that they already had this person tapped and they were ready to activate them at any moment. So the person was already tapped from the beginning, and they had been incubating people like this all over the country, and all they did was activate one of them. So that's obviously what somebody who is conspiratorial would say as a response to that. So I don't think that
Yep,
I don't
Commie
think
Mommy's
that
ex, you're right.
reasoning will contradict what their reasoning is. Yeah, sleeper cells. Exactly. And why wouldn't we support Candace doing her investigation and actively try to stop her? What would we lose from her gathering more information? I think that people don't like the...
We would lose... Hold on, no, that's a good question. What would we lose by not allowing, Candace Owens to continue her investigation? The answer to that is the same shit that the mainstream left-wing media pulls. When they alter truths, when they obfuscate truths, when they push narratives, when they push agendas, the right, at least the mainstream media right, and Candace Owens as an alternative media source are no different. Candace has an obvious narrative. She has an obvious agenda. Now, having an agenda or having a narrative, that's not inherently a bad thing, mind you. You know what? People have agendas. Not all agendas are bad, right? But the fact of the matter is, if you are willing to lie, cheat, and steal, and do so under the guise of truth while pushing your agenda, that is bad. And Candace has proven time and time again that that's what she is willing to do. Candace Owens is a grifter. Like by actual definition, I know I use the term grift as a joke. Like, yo, guys, I'm grifting. Send me memberships. Like, that's using it as a fucking joke. The actual definition of grifter, being a snake oil salesman, someone who swindles you out of money while peddling lies, that is what she does. So she, as much as she criticizes the mainstream media, as much as she talks about being an alternative force and fighting for the truth, that is all bogus. She employs the exact same tactics as the mainstream media, but under the guise of being an alternative voice for truth. So yes, Candace is a grifter.
Fact that Candace is investigating this for two reasons. I think that they feel like she is being opportunistic about Charlie Kirk being killed. And I think that the other reason why is that it's being fueled by anti-Semitism. And this is in the perspective of people that are against it. I'm just explaining what people are saying. Hey,
shout out Smooth the DJ. Thank you very much for the raid. Truly appreciated. She takes it further. She's more of a double agent. That's interesting. I've never really thought about it like that. If you're saying she's a double agent, who is she a double agent for? I'm not saying you're wrong, mind you. I've just never thought of it like that, so I would need more information to see whether or not I agree and to parse through it. If you're saying that Candace Owens is a double agent, that would mean that she's claiming to work for one side while really working for the other. So, who would she be working... Who would she say she's working for, then who would she really be working for? She grabs the attention to make it look stupid. Yeah, that's not being a double agent, per se. Again, being a double agent means that, like, if I was working for Walmart, but really I was employed by Target, and I'm only working at Walmart to figure out their business process and how they have such good deals, I would be a double agent. So when you say she's a double agent, who is she really working for? And then who is she claiming she works for? Sowing discord doesn't inherently make you a double agent. It would just make you an agent of chaos. Now, War Wizard says the left, but that's an amorphous term. The left means a lot of stuff. So do you mean she's working for Soros, for example? If your intention is power over profit, no, that's not being a double agent. That's being a grifter, and that's, you can, again, a double agent by definition, and we'll pull it up. Double agent definition. An agent who pretends to act as a spy for one country or organization while in fact acting on behalf of an enemy. So again, there needs to be two parties. It has nothing to do with intention or power for profit. That literally is not the meaning of double agent. So you're either wrong or you mean something else, and you don't realize it. Butterframe Nagol for a two-banger says Candace was a leftard. I think she still is. She was a leftard. That's true. Candace actually, and that's how I learned about Candace, was during the Gamergate days. She was on the side of the fucking feminazi SJWs, and ran a fucking doxing website. So yes, she was a leftard. I don't know if she still is, or if it's horseshoe theory and she's been radicalized so far in the opposite direction. I can see either one. I don't know. Neocon agent for Israeli interests. Okay, so you're saying she works for Israel. That would be a double agent, yes, claiming to hate Israel while really being on their payroll. Now, I don't see any evidence of that. I can't commit to that line of thinking because I don't see any evidence of that. Also, shout out Butter. Appreciate it, man. I don't know if I said thank you or not. Thank you for the donation.
It's being done because she's basically she's working backwards from a conclusion rather than using scientific method, null hypothesis, investigative journalism in order to reach a conclusion. She already has her conclusion and she's trying to justify the conclusion. And I think that that's the reason why people are against her for it, right? And so it's easy to understand that. And you might not agree with it, but there it is. And, you're going to comment on Ben Shapiro clip? BB has Israel most advanced weapons. Ben Shapiro, Israel has the most advanced weapons. Yeah, let me pull that up since we're kind of on the topic.
I believe that. Yeah, I believe they do. All right, while he's pulling that up, I'm going to check for updates about the hearing.
But, okay, here we go. Let me see if there's a longer version of it. It looks like we just had a 15-second clip.
Well, I can tell you, we shared it with America.
Real quick, there is a potential update from about 8 minutes ago. Potential update. Again, take this with a grain of salt. Because it's coming from an unverified X account. So we went over his initial statement earlier in the stream. Which I neglected to mention, this hearing is not happening today. I'm told the oversight is still communicating with Reddit, Steam, Discord, and Twitch on testimony, but also House has canceled its hearing scheduled this week anyway. It's shut down. Now, we talked about that, and then we said there's no verification one way or another if that's true. This was 3 hours ago. We covered this near the beginning of the stream. 8 minutes ago, he updated saying, to be clear, this doesn't mean a hearing with Twitch Discord execs isn't happening at all. It does seem, as of last week, oversight hasn't gotten any CEOs to commit to testify. Congress isn't compelling the CEOs to testify, as far as I know yet, staying on this. So, who do you think I got that from? I don't know. So, Benjamin S. Weiss, Congress reporter for Courthouse News. Let's see, Senator Chuck Schumer, Capitol Hill's unofficial motorsport correspondent. He's got barely more followers than I have, honestly. Yeah, I don't... I can't believe nobody's tried to put together some sort of content creator race day. See, he went from posting about this, talking about fucking motorsports. I don't believe this update. I'm not saying it's incorrect, but I don't particularly believe this update. So, again, we'll know more in a little bit less than an hour. There's potential that it starts at 2 p.m. CST, 3 EST. So we'll go from there.
But I can't share it with you. Okay? The most advanced offensive weapons on the planet. Things that none of the superpowers have. Developed by Israel, shared with America. Well,
okay, so this is nothing. So Ben Shapiro isn't saying this. Wow, Israel's prime minister is saying that Israel has magic weapons. I would have never.
I mean, I don't know about magic weapons, but yes, I do 100% believe that Israel has advanced weaponry that they do not disclose. Yes. If they don't disclose the amount of nukes they have, why would they disclose any advanced weaponry they have? Yes, I 100% believe that.
Never guessed. What a shock. That's a pretty big difference, isn't it? It's a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger, absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. And so you're saying the shooter's best defense now is the claim that he was hired by Israel to assassinate Charlie Kirk? Can you imagine that? Wait a minute. I'm just thinking about this. Can you imagine if the shooter says that Israel hired him? Oh my God. That would be nuts. Yes, that would be crazy. Cinema, that's possible. It is possible. That would be such a huge twist. It would. And you'd have content for weeks. You need money receipts. His whole family would be dead. Well, I feel like they probably wouldn't be dead, and that would probably be evidence that he was lying, right? So, like, if his whole family was dead, I would be like, damn, I think this guy's telling the truth. But I'm not really expecting any of that, okay? I'm sorry to say. But do you have to have proof? No. Do you really think that people need proof nowadays? They don't need proof nowadays. They just make up their mind. And the thing is that's what I do, except for usually I'm right. That's the difference. The best weapon is a kinetic weapon. You can drop a telephone pole-sized chunk of tungsten from space, and when it impacts, it has the same effect as a nuke. So you're talking about those beams, the tungsten beams that are orbiting, around the Earth. My understanding is that the orbital damage of a nuclear bomb, they tried those tungsten beams, and it doesn't work. Rods of God. Yeah, I heard it doesn't work. It costs billions to get them into that. They're impractical. Yeah, I heard it was bullshit, man. And the rods failed. Yeah, I watched a video on it. And maybe, I don't think that's what Israel is talking about here, but who knows? Newest conspiracy theory started right here on Asmon today. Well, I invent my own conspiracy theories.
I actually have looked into that, Shrapnel. And yeah, did you know that Congress was petitioned in a petition that got over 34,000 signatures during the Obama administration about what it would cost to build a real Death Star? And they actually ran the math, and it would be something in the quadrillions of dollars, and it would be impractical. Like,
think of a conspiracy theory that I have that nobody's ever said before, or few people say before. Ooh,
spit it out, Az. Come
diabetes is fake. No, I was joking around, but I mean, like, that it's like a meme, right? But okay, let me think. A real crazy conspiracy surrounding Big Cheese. I haven't actually. No, I haven't. And man, I'm really trying to find the one that won't get you killed. Well, it's the one that everybody else hasn't already said, because I've wanted to write a post about how I think that global governments, okay, this is the best one I can give you, okay? I think that governments globally and worldwide, it's repeating myself, but like governments globally are allowing the political climate and the culture to become more extreme in order to create a problem that they will then sell a solution to through authoritarianism and totalitarianism and the reduction of privacy through digital ID and other
There is nothing about that conspiracy that is original. I have said that a million times. We are literally on track for a one world government due to the authoritative power grabs from the World Economic Forum, George Soros, a cabal of elites. I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say Project Bluebeam, just because that is, when you run the actual numbers, it is, which we did on episode of Tinfoil Haters, by the way, it is impractical from a purely, like, power output logistical standpoint. But just shy of Project Bluebeam. Yeah, global whole government. Like, yes, this is not a new conspiracy theory. We are on the precipice of global one world government. Absolutely. This is not a new theory, Asmongold. I'm sorry, man. And by the way, it is one that I wholeheartedly believe in.
Types of tracking that we're not aware of yet. I think that this is something that's happening everywhere in the world. I think it's happening in Europe. I think it's happening in America. I think that it's happening in developed countries in South America. Any developed country, I think, they are allowing extremism and radical behavior and violent behavior to happen in order to create the circumstances that will make people beg for digital ID and surveillance. That's That's I'm sorry. It's not really a hot take one, is it? I apologize. It's just logic. Yeah, sorry. You've said this before. I have. I'm sorry. But
all right, so according to Grok, 4 minutes ago, hold on a sec. Let me pull the tab up. Now, obviously, this can be subject to change in the next 45 minutes or so. But according to Grok, House oversight hearing with CEOs of Reddit, Twitch, Discord, and Steam didn't occur today. Invitation suggests October 8th, but no firm schedule was set. An ongoing government shutdown led to cancellations of House hearings this week. They are still coordinating a new date. Now, we're still going to be streaming. Obviously, I will check for updates in about 45 minutes, give or take. But it's looking like it's not going to happen today. So, mind you, if this gets postponed, rescheduled, I'm literally going to keep following this. And whenever it is rescheduled, you bet your ass your boy's covering it. We'll do the same shit we did today. With that being said, we're going to keep going for another 2.5 hours or so, and we're going to raid into Cinevere. So regardless of whether there ends up being, this hearing or not, stream's still going on, and I'm still going to be actively looking for updates. I'm not taking this Grok update beyond more than a grain of salt. So 100% just doing my due diligence and giving you guys an update.
This is the best that I can do right off the top of my head, okay? I can come up with something better if you give me a little bit more time. There's nothing new, dude. Yeah, that's conspiracy is like saying it's going to rain next week. Okay. Well, I'll try to think of something more based, okay? But, yeah, the normies are the majority. Maybe you're right. Project Bluebeam, witchcraft covens working with foreign enemies of the United States to diminish American society by being bad. Oh. Okay. All right, this one is good. I like this. What I like the most about this is it's the implied sexism of it. This is my favorite part about your post is the implied sexism. Witchcraft covens working with foreign... Does
it bother anyone else how he says covens? Covens? Covens.
Enemies of the United States to diminish American society by being bad teachers and healthcare workers. That's amazing. I love it. And he's not wrong, though, right?
No. He is wrong. Here's how we know this isn't true. Witchcraft covens working with foreign enemies of the United States to diminish American society by being bad teachers and healthcare workers. We don't need witchcraft covens for this. Women just suck at their jobs already. Simple as that.
And, yeah, holy based, exactly. And the Jewish space lasers are real and Israel owns them. No, absolutely not. I think it's something different. Oh, him? I don't. He never said lasers, to be fair, right? It could be the lasers. Who knows?
You meant bitchcraft?
Nano machines. So I don't know about nano machines. That's a bit much even for me. Look at his account creation date, 2009. Bro, this guy is about that life. And anyway, oh no. What about space lasers? Wait, this is actually a post about Jewish space lasers.
Okay, this is misinformation. Far be it from me to defend Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't really care about her one way or the other. But, she never said Jewish space lasers. She was talking about actual satellites that are, confirmed that we do have, that were funded by Jewish big tech companies, or by big tech companies with large amounts of Jewish investors. What she was talking about is real, and the media made her sound batshit insane.
Trump is closer to picking his VP, and should you be on that list?
Oh, that's the question everyone asks, and no, I don't think Nikki Haley should be on the list, but of course President Trump will choose who he wants for VP.
Yeah.
Would you like to be on that
Shrapnel.
list?
He's got
So many people that support Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself. He seems to attract lots of conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist, and the left and the media spreads more conspiracy theories. We like the truth. We like supporting our Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So
what about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space lasers.
No, why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers? And really, why don't you fuck off? How about
Oh,
that?
shit. Oh, that was great. We need more politicians. They'll just tell people to fuck off. I don't care what your political affiliation is. If you don't think that JD Vance's tweet, really, I don't give a shit, is not the hardest tweet of 2025, you are wrong, bro. You are wrong. JD Vance saying, I don't give a shit what you think, is the tweet that goes the hardest in 2025. Bro, yeah. I want to see more of this in politics. I want to see more political figures saying go fuck yourself. Based.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Trump is close.
God. No, you fuck off, bitch. That's funny. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know what to say. I don't know if you saw, Israel does have a defensive laser system. They announced it maybe 3 weeks ago. I mean, if I was Israel, I'd want to have space lasers. I mean, if America does, if we don't have, we could call it the bald eagle beam. And like we could just fucking center it down from like all these like different satellites that will, through like some triangulation, take all of the power of the sun and
Okay, never mind. I thought there was an update. There's not.
Then fucking laser focus it down onto somebody's house like they're being fucking raptured. No, it's like the Old Testament, Sodom and Gomorrah, turning it into a pillar of fucking salt, right? Like, yeah, if we don't have the bald eagle beam, I think that we're fucking around, man. We gotta have that. Yeah, everyone had access to that? Yeah, of course. Canadian PM met with Trump.
What are the odds Vance dresses as his meme for Halloween? Bro, that would be fucking sick. That would be awesome. If JD Vance dresses his own meme, that would be fucking awesome. I would get behind that like 10,000%. Yeah, I'm all in. I can't think of a better costume. I thought I had one, but I can't. Also, thank you for the donation, brother.
I saw a little bit about that. I did. And the laser will be outlined as your face. Well, no, that would probably be a war crime. Our Navy has sharks with laser beams. No one's going to top that. Hammer of Dawn. I like the sound of that. I like that a lot. For real, satellite bombardment and laser, it's real. It's Golden Dome. No joke. I get it. I mean, of course. I mean, it's not like... Again, most crazy things that, like, my dad would always tell me about this, and he would be like, yeah, whenever I was a kid, there were like comics of people that had like phones on their watch, and like now people have phones on their watch. That's pretty crazy. And I'm like, yeah.
All right, I see people asking in chat. I will give the update again. There is conflicting information about the Twitch, Steam, Reddit hearing. It was supposed to be at 10 o'clock a.m. EST today. It never happened. There are unconfirmed rumors that it has been postponed until 3 EST, so in about 30 minutes. There are also unconfirmed rumors that it is just flat out postponed indefinitely. So while we're doing the reaction videos, I've been checking the back end for updates. There have been no official updates from any news sources, from the House committees. There's been no official updates either way. They have not even mentioned it. All the sources, or all the statements about the postponings are 100% unconfirmed either way. So we're just rolling with the live stream, reacting to videos, doing what we can while I keep trying to get updates on the back end. And once I have them, I'll give them to you guys. If it is postponed indefinitely, we'll do the stream when it does happen. But there's a possibility that it could be in the next 30 minutes. So, we'll see. No concrete information either way.
that is, right? And I remember, and so my dad, this is, I'll tell this story, then I want to move on. My dad one time was, he told me to come over,
citizen.
and he's like, I need you to help me with something on my computer. And I come over, and I'm going to help him with something on his computer. I'm like, all right, yeah, fine, whatever. And so he comes over, he's like, all right, first thing, real quick before we get into it, can you go into the refrigerator, open up the refrigerator? I open it up. He's like, can you get a zucchini out of there? And I get a zucchini out of there. And he's got the zucchini, and he's explaining to me what makes a good zucchini. And he's like, yeah, so it's got to be like really big and thick. And, you know, the tip of it right here has to have this coloration. And he's explaining the zucchini. And so I asked my dad, I'm like, okay, well, all right, Pa, well, you want me to go get you another zucchini like this? He's like, no, put it back. Put it back. That's all. I just want to tell you that. I'm like, okay, all right, great. And so then after
Where's
that,
this going?
he's like, all right, we'll go, can you get me a banana? And I'm like, okay. I get him a banana. He's like, so here's the thing about bananas. So if you look at the bottom of a banana, you can find out right here that the size of a banana and, you know, the coloration at the bottom, you can tell whether it's going to go bad or not and whether it's going to have, like, you know, stuff on it or not. And so he's explaining this to me. I'm like, and I came over to fix his computer. And I'm like, okay, well, all right, well, I'm going to fix my computer. I want to fix your computer. He's like, well, wait a minute. The floor is dirty. And I'm like, that's crazy. He's like, yeah, it sure is. You know what's even crazier? I'm paraphrasing here. But he's like, yeah, can you vacuum the floor? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm going to vacuum the floor. And so I vacuum the whole floor. I get all this done. And then he's like, you know what? I didn't check my mail today. Can you go get my mail? And I'm like, yeah.
Where is this going? And why do I care?
Yeah, okay, I'll go get your mail. And so I go back, I get his mail. And then there was one other fucking dumb fucking daily quest that he had for me. And then I'm like, okay. And he's like, all right, finally, yeah, come over here. Like, I don't know what's taking you so long. Like, I asked you to come fix this like 2 hours ago. And I'm like, okay, right? And so I come over and I sit down next to him. He's like, so I've got this email I want to send to like a few of my friends. And I'm like, what's the email? He's like, it's a video that my friend sent me. It's a video Chris sent me. And I'm like, oh yeah, what is it? And he's like, I'll show you. It's AI. It's just a bunch of AI porn. And him and all of his boomer friends thought this was fucking crazy that you could do this. This is the first time they'd ever seen it. And so I...
Help me fix my computer was really help me send an AI porn email. Remember when this video was initially about Candace Owens and the Charlie Kirk stuff? What happened?
I tell my dad, and I'm like, Pa, there's way better stuff like this on the internet. He goes, I know. $78. 77, 78. He's like, yeah, I want to send this to like, I want to send it to Sean, you know, like, Bill, the other Chris, Mike, Billy. I want to send it to all these guys. And I'm like, so you want me to figure out how to send it to all of them? Yeah. Like, as a group message. I'm like, okay. And so that was it, man. They all got farmed. Exactly. And welcome back. Sorry about your loss. Yeah. And I got a lot of stories like that. I do. That's crazy side quest experience, though. Exactly. They aren't real people, so it's cool. I don't think that was the reason why. But yeah, I can see him doing that. I know. Yeah, exactly. Life will find a way. No, he would get into all kinds of shit like that. Like,
all right, while he's rambling, I'm gonna check for updates.
Fucking shit all the time. Like, there are so many computer stories that. All right, I'll do one more and then I want to move on. So this was like 2013. My dad tried to copy, because like he's also super impatient. And he would get really, really mad, right? He gets super mad. And so he tried to copy paste a file,
C-SPAN,
but
on
it didn't
X.
happen fast enough. So he spammed the fuck out of the button. And then the file kept spawning over and over and over. He would, you know, make 10 files. Like, I don't know how many times he hit this button, but it was like 50 times. No, it was like 500 times. And so he deleted all of the files, and then they just kept coming back. And he would delete them all, and they kept coming back on his desktop. And so he said that it was like the movie...
Nothing on Google or DuckDuckGo. You know, I've got my own conspiracy theory, guys. I've got my own conspiracy theory. This has been in the news for a while now. This Twitch hearing, this Reddit hearing, you know, all these big tech platforms. It's been in the news for weeks now. It was a huge deal after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And on the day it's supposed to happen, not only does it not happen, but the news is dark on it. Like, the news is incredibly, it's just non-existent. Radio Chimp beat me to it. Radio Chimp beat me to it. Backroom deals being made. There should be no reason. Like, we're going to, again, there are the rumors that it's supposed to start in 30 minutes. And by all means, we'll keep streaming, we'll see what happens. But considering that Nux Taku stated yesterday that the government, some government agencies reached out to him for information on Hassan Piker, there's some shit going on in the background. There is. They can blame the government shutdown all they want. That's bullshit. It is bullshit, because we watched the social media censorship hearing earlier. For those of you that weren't here, there were hearings today. We watched one in its entirety. So the idea that this is because of the government shutdown we know is bunk. There are other hearings going on live right now, by the way. Hold on. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys. There are other hearings going on live right now. So if we go to C-SPAN's website, just do a quick little refresherino. House Democrat leadership holds a meeting on healthcare midday shutdown. Live. House Democrat leaders hold news conference as government shutdown continues. Live. State Intelligence Committee hearing on CIA Treasury nominations. Live. Coming up at 2 o'clock and 2:15, House Pro Forma session. President Trump participates in a roundtable on Antifa. The government shutdown is not the reason. All right? The government shutdown is not the reason that we don't have information on this. Was I sharing my screen? I forgot. I may not have been sharing my screen. Anyway, Senate session, live. House Democrat leadership holds live. House Democrat leaders hold live. CIA Treasury nations live. These two set to be live. The government the government shutdown is not the reason. Between Nux's video yesterday and the lack, and by the way, you know what? I'll go further with it. Give me one moment. Let's use Google as an example. Hold on, let me refresh. Is the page refreshed? All right. Here it is. When you Google Twitch, Steam, Reddit, Discord, Congressional Hearing Update, I've been getting this same AI overview since 10 a.m. Hearing on October 25th, we're invited to testify October 8th, 2025, regarding online radicalization. The House Oversight and Government Reform Committee is examining the role of these platforms, maybe elevating rhetoric. All right, fine, whatever. That's the AI answer. House.gov, no updates since September 17th, 2025. 19 hours ago, markets bet on whether CEOs. We covered this at the beginning of the stream. Reddit, 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. 3 hours ago, we covered this. September 17th. September 18th. 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. All right. That's Google. Google often obfuscates and censors stuff. What about DuckDuckGo? 20 days ago. 21 days ago. 21 days ago. 21 days ago. I mean, IGN, 20 days ago. There should be zero reason that this is the case, unless there aren't backroom deals being made. There would at least be an article somewhere from someone that this is being put on a back burner, as being postponed. At least one of these CEOs probably would have made a comment to the press. When the news is dark for like a week, you know some crazy shit's going down. I agree with that. There is some sort of deal or cover-up or back-end, I don't want to say investigation. Obviously, there's some sort of investigation of what Nux Taku said was true. The point is, yeah, we are probably not getting this hearing in 25 minutes, even if that's what the rumors claim. There's rumors claiming, where the hell is Trump? Well, Trump has a hearing in less than an hour, part of an Antifa roundtable discussion. So, I mean, that is happening today, according to C-SPAN. Which we might cover that, we might not. I'm undecided. But the point is, we cannot for a moment blame the government shutdown, because verifiably, that is not causing impediments to any of these other hearings. Why would it cause an impediment to these about these big tech companies? Let's finish out this video, and then I gotta take a piss real quick, and then we'll continue.
So there's a movie, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, or like this right here. And so this is a movie that he grew up watching, okay? And so basically, Mickey Mouse, yeah, Fantasia, right? Exactly. And so he's this, Mickey Mouse is the Sorcerer's Apprentice. And they make 1 million of these brooms. And he's convinced that he has a virus on his computer, and he's calling it the Sorcerer's Apprentice virus. And I wake up, and it's like, 7 p.m. at this point, so I'm getting out of bed at this time. And he's calling it this, and I look at because he's yelling at my mom, not mad at her, but he's mad that this is happening. And he's like, look it up, figure it out, help me figure out what's this. And I look and I see Google at my mom's
Amen to that,
computer,
Matt, correct.
and she's searching Sorcerer's Apprentice virus. And I'm like, are y'all fucking kidding me? Like, really? Because and what was really, I was disappointed in her, right? Because you were my grandfather was a cartographer. He was a pilot in World War II. He was a cartographer afterwards. So my mom was flying out to buy $40,000, $20,000 computers in the 70s for cartography. You know better than this. You know that's not what happened, and you're just playing along with this bull.
The government shutdown is not retarded. It's awesome. We don't need the government. Fuck the government. If we're involved in these conflicts, it's almost treason. Guys, when a government shutdown happens, the whole government isn't shut down. 8% of it is. It's 8% of the government shut down. Why would the government shutting down be treasonous? Because there's always wars going on, and we're always involved because we're retarded.
Bullshit. I was so mad at her. I was like, she's just doing it to placate him. She was just like, how do you, maybe she can try and stop it. Yeah, I went over, you know how I stopped it? I just deleted them 5 times, and then they stopped coming up again. That was it. Wait. The term Sorcerer's Apprentice virus refers to a computer error scenario when a program designated to fix or remove a problem
Bobby Blankenship. That's another good point.
triggers itself
It's just
on
the
its
federal
own
government.
output, creating an endless loop of errors. Wait. Just give me a minute.
Let's shut down all of our government CCTV. Yeah. Yes. Actively, yes. I want that. I crave that. I pray for that. Yes. Fuck the government. It is Satan incarnate. Yes. Fuck the government. Shut it all down. Not this 8% of the federal shit. No, fuck it all. The government shutdown ain't hurting anybody. At least in a small part.
I don't know what to say.
Alrighty. Here's the dealio, crew. I've been in this chair for 5 hours now, nearly. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. And then I will come back and I'll give you guys an update. And we'll see what's going on in terms of in terms of the hearing. And we'll keep streaming. We'll keep streaming. We'll keep figuring all this out. but just bear with me. All right, boys, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry that took so long. Had to also turn on the AC. It's getting hot in my room. All right. Yeah. Hey, government folks. Yeah. It's base shrapnel. Keep on telling you there's Slab City. I'm not sure what you mean by Slab City. I'm gonna be real. Talk about his news constantly. That's why it's weird. It doesn't affect anything. The federal government's worthless. Like, whether we have government existing makes things worse. Government not existing makes things like status quo, stable. Start running a streamer direct. Fuck that. Most of it's fake jobs anyway. Agreed. We need to fire almost everybody. You can get rid of 90% of the federal government and nothing will change. 90% of it and nothing will change at all. So yeah, fuck that. I put on music when I'm streaming through Discord or when I'm streaming through StreamYard. I don't have the plugins or whatnot to do that via OBS yet. My bad. Durka. Cisco up was #1, intensifies. AC out. Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Alrighty. We've got, let's see if there's any updates. And then, so for those of you that are just now joining, that are curious, there are rumors, I repeat, rumors, that the hearing is in 15 minutes. That is, I don't believe them, if I'm being honest. I don't believe them at all. I think that it's being 100% shut down, covered up, postponed, the whole nine. But yeah, there's rumors that it's supposed to start in 15 minutes. Now let's see, let's check C-SPAN again. No update. So, here's what we'll do. I will put it up to a vote for you guys. Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. That's happening. I am pretty much fully on the belief that that it's not happening. Again, if it goes live in 15 minutes, we'll see. But I don't believe it whatsoever. There's no update to C-SPAN's website. There's no update to Google. There's no update on X. None of it. So, we got a couple of options. For one, I have a video I want to react to. Fans crash out, or voice actor shares unforgivable opinions. It's about some Hongai Star Rail voice actor being based as fuck. But, I'm going to put a poll in the chat. And if nothing happens, we've got a couple of options. If nothing happens, we have a couple of options. I'll start the poll right now. I'm creating it, one sec. Bingo, bango, bongo right here. So, we can either do the regularly scheduled reactions that I already had planned, or we could do the Trump Antifa live feed. Trump is going to be part of a roundtable about Antifa. So there are 95 of you watching live currently. Shout the fuck out. I will let you guys decide what we plan to do. So while that's happening, while you guys are voting, we're going to move on to this Rev Says Deaths video. And I will check for updates as they happen, and we'll pivot if need be. I will leave this poll up until the end of the reaction. All right, let's get into it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we're going to be looking at some absolutely insane drama involving Hoyoverse, but in particular, the community from Honkai Star Rail. There has been some voice actor drama over the past week or so. In fact,
Now, for those of y'all who don't remember, there was voice actor drama a few months ago. I covered it. Video did really well, by the way. Shout out. Thank you. Where a bunch of the voice actors threw a bitch fit that Hoyoverse was like, yeah, we don't give a fuck about your race and politics and shit like that. We're gonna release the characters we want to release and, you know, fuck race baiting. And a bunch of the voice actors were like, this is so wrong. We need inclusion, yada, yada, yada. And Hoyoverse was like, you know what? We're going to replace your asses with AI. Now we're seeing the reverse. This is about a Hoyoverse voice actor who's like, yo, fuck people who cheer for the death of Charlie Kirk. Two politically diverse voice actors up in this bitch.
voice actors have been canceled for many different reasons, but in today's video, we're going to focus on one voice actor in particular because the harassment campaign against him is just no words, basically. And I'm here to try to turn the narrative a little bit and give this guy some support and positivity because what he's going through is just ridiculous. Now, before we get into the particular voice actor we're talking about in this video, I just want to give you one tweet, a little heat check from a different voice actor that's being canceled currently. So this person says, Kafka voice actor following Donald Trump. Dude, seriously? And this user says they're going to cry. This is many posts.
Oh no! The voice actor's following the fucking president of the United States of America. Even if you're a shitlib, right? Even if you're a shitlib, wouldn't you want to know what the leader of your country is saying and thinking on a daily basis? Isn't it good to be politically informed? Of course, shitlibs never want to be politically fucking informed. Alright, they just want to cry in their goddamn echo chambers. But what the fuck? What I'm hearing is that Honkai is based and Genshin Impact is not based. Well, Honkai and Genshin, they're owned by the same company.
One of many posts talking about this VA, trying to cancel them for not voting for Donald Trump, but simply following Donald Trump. First of all, that's an insane thing to cancel someone for. Second of all, 110 million people follow Donald Trump, and a follow is not an endorsement. So I don't understand what they're even saying here, but this is the voice actor and the character he plays in Honkai Star Rail. This is Dr. Ratio and his voice actor.
Mind you, I don't play these games. I know nothing about gacha games, so if you guys play them and you got thoughts and whatnot, like, let me know in chat. But this is not my area of expertise when it comes to the game itself. I love following voice acting drama, but not the game itself. I know nothing about it.
Is Jordan Paul Haro. Now, I looked through this guy's account. I'm not a Honkai Star Rail player, so I had to get familiar with him a bit. Looking through his YouTube channel, I watched some of his VODs, I watched some of his videos and some of his interviews and things like that. And I could tell he was really, really well liked by his community. Like, they really put him on a pedestal. They treated him really well. They had a lot of respect for him. But that all changed last week.
Correct, Shrapnel. Obviously, the people following Trump's social media are not all right-wing. I follow plenty of left-wing people. I follow AOC. Why do I follow AOC? Because when she says in tweets, which she frequently does, dumb shit, I like to make fucking fun of it.
When he uploaded this YouTube video and shared it on Twitter, where he's talking about returning from a hiatus. And as you can see, there is a lot of comments and a lot of quotes. This post would be attacked by literally thousands of people, calling him some of the most disgusting things and threatening him and so on and so forth. So
yeah, see, here's why the leftists will make fun of this guy. Here's why the leftists will try and cancel this guy. Here's why the leftists will send him death threats. He is not a dark enough shade of brown. That is because if you could tell, he got some darkness going on, right? He got some sand people vibes going on. He's darker than Nadia, and Nadia claims she ain't white. But he's not a dark enough shade of brown, therefore it's okay to cancel him. Yes, he's white passing.
This is the video itself. You can see the dislike ratio, which used to be a lot worse, by the way. It's recovered in a positive way. Like, there's way more likes than there used to be a couple days ago. But yeah, he got absolutely attacked. Now, this video is 31 minutes long, and for the first 20 minutes or so, he's just talking about life, giving updates on that. But then he starts talking about Charlie Kirk. He talks about several things. He talks about how he admired things about Charlie Kirk, particularly his ability and his desire to have discussions with people who have opposing views. And he also was saddened by the assassination. And also he talks about his life as a Christian. Now, those two things, Charlie Kirk and being...
Bro, don't let the new age anime gotcha fanboy brigade find out that you follow Jesus Christ. They'll freak the fuck out. What? You're a Christian? But you voice in gotcha games. You voice anime characters. How can you be a Christian? You're supposed to be one of us. The same shit they go after Vit Mignogna for, bro. Same shit. Like Vit Mignogna would hold prayer groups at cons and whatnot, and they would try and shut his shit down. Been happening for fucking years. Been happening for years, bro. And they got Vic, boy. They got him. Bullshit, fake ass Me Too stuff. They got Vic. Got. They're gonna get Jordan Paul Harrow? I'm curious.
A Christian, those combined, it's like garlic to a vampire when it comes to Twitter users, especially the very unhinged ones. They go absolutely crazy when they see that combination of topics, and that's what happens. So let's just hear a little tidbit of what he had to say in this video.
Outside of the clips, outside of his debates and his discussions, he was a man of God, he was a Christian, and he was very bold. And he was very articulate, and he was intelligent, and I admired the heck out of him. What he wanted, and it's something that I firmly believed in, was that he wanted people to come back to a common place of just discussion. Because he recognized that things were getting so polarized in our country that we weren't talking anymore. And something that he said that I 100% agree with was that when people stop talking, violence starts breeding. And I know that there are those out there that celebrated his death, Charlie's death, I mean, and think that he deserved it because of reasons. That's fine. You're
Mad Hatter 1776 is a good point. He says he can't believe that I'm subjecting you guys to a fascist. And, look, I believe that identifying these evil fascist voice actors and putting them on blast is what Luigi Mangione would want. It's what Luigi would want. It's what Hassan Piker would want. And I'm just out here. It's what Destiny would want. And it's what Vosh would want. And why? Who am I to deny such good Americans as Vosh and Luigi and Destiny, and especially Hassan, and especially Frogan? Heroes, true bastions of American freedom. If anybody clips that, I swear to God, fuck all y'all.
entitled to that opinion. But I just want to let you know that I don't hate you, and I don't hate anybody. I firmly believe that we need God in this country now more than ever. We absolutely need
War Wizard, you piece of shit.
passion and love of Christ. And I wholeheartedly endorse that.
That's it. That's how fast people will...
I just dropped like 10 viewers after giving that speech. I wonder how many people jumped in because they saw the title of the stream, heard me saying that, and then fucking bounced. Like, when I got done saying that obvious fucking joke of Frogan to them, it dropped like 10 viewers immediately.
Turn on you. You say that you
20 shit,
mourn
20
the death
viewers
of Charlie
now.
Kirk, and that you admired some things about him, and also that you're a Christian, and it's just over. The people who loved you for so long, now they're turning on you and harassing you and threatening you. That's how this current landscape works, and their response is really proving what he and Charlie have been saying, that we need to have a dialogue, otherwise people are just going to go rabid. And that's what we're seeing in response to this. But did you notice he even said that if you celebrated the assassination, he still doesn't hate you?
LMA, Daryl Davis is a fucking legend. Daryl Davis is a legend. And here's an addendum to the Daryl Davis story, since you brought that up. So those of you that don't know, Daryl Davis is a black dude. He's an old black blues musician. And he has been able to turn like 23 or 27, like some really high number of individuals away from the Klan simply by talking to them. I mean, legendary story, right? He tried to do the same a few years ago with Black Lives Matter protesters. They attempted to assault him, called him a white supremacist. Mind you, this is a black blues musician in like his 60s. He was able to reason with Klan members and turn them away from the Klan, but he was unable to do that to his own black brethren, young Black Lives Matter supporters. It is the moral of that story. It is easier to convince staunch racists to leave behind their racist beliefs than it is brainwashed communist leftists to leave behind their radical, violent ideologies. Like, legitimately sad.
Somehow, this is the response we get on social media. This
yes,
person,
that is correct,
one
Matt.
of many, quoting the post with the video
He was
of
on
the
Rogan a few
actual
years ago.
assassination. I'm obviously not going to play it, but they caption it, catch, which was one of the words written on the bullets owned by the shooter. This is a very deranged thing to post in general, but also at someone for simply saying they admired some of his qualities.
Correct, God among men.
Now, we see some very enthralling debates going on here, some very high intellect responses, like this person just posting flags and saying, take this ratio. Ratio not achieved. Better luck next time.
Nice.
But this is a common theme I've seen not just in this situation, but across Twitter, where this post with 16,000 likes says, Ratio's voice actor being a Charlie Kirk fan was not what I expected this year. Bro, Ratio would hate him.
I fucking can't stand it when people do this. When people ascribe political ideologies to fictional fucking characters they're fans of. These bitches are, like, dude, do you know the Sonic the Hedgehog community? And first of all, I do not consider myself a part of. Yes, I'm a Sonic fan, but them bitches are weird. Them bitches are fucking weird. They're all like furries and shit, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, dude, go on X, if you dare. This is a cautionary tale. And look up the Sonic the Hedgehog community. And when they're not drawing disgusting, gross-ass, furry fan art, they're all posting about how Sonic would agree with their communist ideologies. It's fucking weird, dude. Like, what is the obsession with the left's idea that voice actors and characters and all that need to agree with them? Because it's only on the left. You got me, an individual that knows for a fact that Harrison Ford disagrees with me and my ideologies and whatnot. Does not goddamn stop me from thinking that Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark is my favorite movie of all time, tied with Army of Darkness. Like, frankly, I bet Bruce Campbell is also a lefty. I do. I don't know, because Bruce Campbell's smart enough to, for the most part, not talk about politics. But I would have no doubt that Bruce Campbell's a lefty. Doesn't fucking stop me from enjoying Evil Dead or Army of Darkness or any of those movies. It's so fucking insane that this brand of mental illness only exists on the left. Show me a post of somebody on the right unironically posting that Sonic the Hedgehog would agree with their pro-Trump politics.
No, Ratio wouldn't think anything about our current world we're living in because he's not real. He's a character. He's not in this corporeal dimension. This is a very unhinged thing. This is parasocialism at work here. And if you think this is an isolated event where people are looking for validation...
All right. It is after 2 p.m. It's after 2 p.m. The congressional hearing did not start. The congressional hearing did not start. I think we can safely say it has been postponed. When we have further updates and further information about it, obviously we'll do it. We'll do a makeup stream. We'll cover it again. But at this point, yeah, there is no. I mean I don't know about you guys, but I think we can safely say it's not happening. So, Hypnotic, that's been rumored on X. It hasn't been verified. I've seen accounts post that, but there has not been any sources for the people posting that on X. There have been no sources. I've been going through DuckDuckGo. I've been going through Google. I've been going through actual news outlets. I've been going through C-SPAN. While I do see those claims, I have seen zero sources for those claims besides people just saying it on X. But yeah, it's not happening today. So my thoughts on the whole thing is that there are backroom deals going on. There are absolutely backroom deals going on. That when you've got, again, if we were to take what Nux Taku said as true, that just yesterday, government officials reached out to him to obtain information on Hassan Piker. Combine that with the fact that there's no news updates. None. Zero. Doesn't matter if you go through Google. Doesn't matter if you go through DuckDuckGo. I've been constantly refreshing C-SPAN. Not one CEO gave an update. Not one article has been written in the last 24 hours. That's not true. There was one article written in the last 24 hours. It was by Time Magazine. That article was written 19 hours ago, and it was still under the impression this was happening. The article from Time Magazine from 19 hours ago was making statements about what they think the CEOs would say and what the line of questioning would be. So as of 19 hours ago, even Time Magazine was still under the impression this hearing was happening. There is something shady going on in the back end. There is some shady shit going on in the background. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the matter. But yeah, when there is more information on it, obviously we'll reschedule the stream. We'll cover it live, just like we're doing this. That being said, we got another 2-ish hours of this stream, so we're going to do our regularly scheduled programming, and it looks like I can safely end the poll. 66 votes. We will be watching the Trump Antifa hearing when that starts in roughly 10 minutes, give or take.
From fictional characters? No. This is a very
Correct,
common
Dormant
thing
Psych. Always been
on
true.
social media, Twitter in particular, where people turn to enforce this idea that certain fictional characters will support this belief or not support this belief, and they actually use it as validation for their own feelings. Yeah, it's really, really strange, to say the least. Now, there was another post basically saying the same thing, that Dr. Ratio would hate Jordan. Unfortunately, that account has now been suspended, so we can't see the tweet, but you can see the response from Jordan saying Dr. Ratio isn't real, Sorry to burst your bubble.
Bro, we need more voice actors to do this. We do. Just like how we need more politicians that tell people to go fuck themselves. We need more voice actors to be like, hey, ideologues. They're not fucking real. They're goddamn cartoon characters. Or video game characters, or what the fuck ever. Based.
You got to applaud the man's conviction here. He was in the trenches, okay? He was actually responding to people while getting blasted by thousands of users. And he was still responding to people and really all the time being very courteous and nice to people in the face of just pure animosity. But you can see this response down here where they say, neither is the Jesus you love mentioning so much. Sorry to burst your bubble.
That is insane. Even if you're not a Christian, even if you don't believe Jesus could like walk on water and shit, 99% of historians believe Jesus was a real figure that existed. Like Jesus was 100%, or let's say 99%, for me 100%, I'm a man of faith, in fact real. Like
2,500 likes, by the way. Now, nobody is asking you to view Jesus Christ as the Messiah or your Savior, but can we just be, I don't know, objective here and realize and agree that one of the most documented men in history physically existed? Like, this is the level of academic and intellectual dishonesty that you see from people who are angry about people like Jordan.
Correct, but Gravestone.
We have
Muslims, 100. Muslims believe Jesus existed. They just don't believe he was the Messiah. They just believe he was a prophet. Jesus exists in the Quran. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, saying the concept of you saying Charlie loved all people when he said stuff like gay people getting stoned was a perfect law. Yeah, it might be a little flabbergasting to you because Charlie did not say this. In fact, we saw the author Stephen King, one of the perpetuators of this lie, make a tweet saying just that and then get community noted in shame. And then he went on a big apology tour saying sorry on every single post that was mocking his lack of honesty.
Yes, Ryan,
and
Charlie Kirk
you can see
did
one of the
gay
examples of Charlie Kirk's rampant homophobia, where he says, I believe marriage is one man, one woman. Also, gay people should be welcome in the conservative movement. As Christians, we are called to love everyone. I will always stand against people who wish to establish their own personal values as a reason to kick others out of our movement.
All right, so I'm saying you have to be historically ignorant to be a commie. No. I mean, yes, but no. You do not have to be historically ignorant to be a commie. You just have to, it's worse than that. It goes beyond that. You have to be fucking retarded to be a commie. You have to have literal extra chromosomes to be a commie. Obviously not literally, I use that incorrectly, but you get what I'm saying.
How homophobic. Can you get a load of this guy? Maybe they're right on social media. That was so hateful. And that's one of many instantly debunkable claims people have popularized on social media about Charlie Kirk. You can pause this and read some of these. This is just 10 random ones that people have spread over the past couple of weeks to, in their minds, justify him being brutally assassinated for his opinions. But this is another weird arc we see in this video where people just, there is no connection to reality whatsoever, and they're still getting 7,000 likes. This person says, Charlie Kirk wanted me and my wife dead because we're gay. He wanted my Puerto Rican family dead because we're not viewed as Americans. He wanted people of color to go back to slavery because it was easier back then. We just want to live. Google the facts. You know better. Yeah, the reason they're saying Google the facts is because they have no proof for any of this.
Y'all remember at Politicon years ago when Cenk Uygur wanted to when Cenk Uygur debated Ben Shapiro, and literally every single one of his points was ended with just Google it. And again, Ben Shapiro didn't even have to try in the debate. He bodied Cenk Uygur so hard because Cenk Uygur's fallback to everything was Just Google it. Like, bro, horsefucker says what? Who just makes up a persona for people they want to hate? They're justifiable in their bullshit. The people who want the death threats daily, the ones saying he wanted me dead. 100%. Imagine being so invested in goddamn these characters like Gotcha or voice actors or Hoyoverse or whatnot that you need these voice actors to agree with you. Man, I like Sanae Takeuchi. Those of you who don't know, Sanae Takeuchi is on track to be the next Prime Minister of Japan. The first female Prime Minister of Japan. And she's based as fuck. I made a video about her being becoming the Prime Minister like a year and a half ago, something like that. And I like it would be fucking awesome. Like, she makes Donald Trump look like a full-on libtard. And so if it came out that Moscow Nozawa loathed and hated Sanae Takeuchi, thought that she was a fascist, you know how little I would fucking care because I don't need the voice actor of Goku to agree with my goddamn political opinions? Like, what are we doing, people? Dude, the brain rot of these, like, and they're children. And not even necessarily, a lot of these are literally children. But obviously this was not a child, because it says me and my wife. Or she says me and my wife. Obviously this is a homo. But it may as well be a child. Fucking may as well be a child if you pull your entire identity from needing goddamn video game characters to agree with you. Japan's off a few thousand Indians and Muslims said, hell nah, let's find the most anti-immigration candidate in the power. Yeah, straight up. No, not Shinzo Abe 2.0, bro. No, dude. She's going to go way harder than Shinzo Abe. Way harder than Shinzo Abe. If any of y'all ain't seen my video about Sake Taneuchi, it's old, so the information, some of it's probably outdated, because it's like a year and a half ago. But it's called, like, Japan just got their own Donald Trump and the left is freaking out. Or Japan just got a female Donald Trump and the left is freaking out. Something like that. It's a good video.
All just made up. And now they're putting the responsibility on you to go find it or disprove it. Now it's up to you to disprove things that are made up. This person is making wild claims. In fact, I'll give them a little bit of a compliment. They're creative. I have not seen anyone say that Charlie Kirk wanted Puerto Rican families dead. I have not seen that one. That's creative at least, but let's move on to
Hypno. I don't know if you know this. Apparently Charlie Kirk wanted you dead. Like, you did that whole, week of streams about Charlie Kirk and how evil what happened to him was, but did you know he wanted you dead? Maybe you should go back and delete those streams and private those streams, Hypno. Because Charlie Kirk was actually no ally to you, as it turns out. These fucking retards.
To another related claim where someone responds to his video saying, Jordan, seriously, consider you listen to your fans and try to understand how this makes us feel. I'm so unbelievably disappointed to support and make a role model out of a...
No, War Wizard. Unless I'm mistaken, she is vehemently anti-censorship. She was questioned on this. The only censorship she said that she was a proponent of, again, assuming I got my information correct, could be translation issues and whatnot, but the only censorship she was a fan of was censorship along the lines of, the same censorship that we advocate for here, such as, banning of books like genderqueer and whatnot for children. But no, she has stated that she is anti-censorship. So
they can certainly do the same to
alrighty.
open the government
Hold
if
on.
they wanted to.
We got
in Illinois. This is Jim in Texas. Independent.
We got the Antifa stuff going live.
Yes, sir.
Antifa Roundtable is going live, folks.
It's real clear. It's kind of like that gentleman.
All right, here we are. Come on.
He's just scared of them, and he's going to run and do any little thing they want to. And all I can say is I'm already getting ready to say President J.D. Vance, President Marco Rubio. I'm already.
Oh, what are you doing buffering? Come on now.
I mean, the Democrats are losing voters. They've already lost 2.1 million voters here in the last 3 years, and the Republicans have gained 2.4 million.
The hearing is not happening today, guys. For those of you that are asking, the hearing is not happening today.
Just keep going the way you're going, and
It got postponed.
You're going to get beat even worse than you did the last time.
That's Jim in Texas, line 4.
Yes, if things keep going this rate, I agree.
Is set to come in at 10 a.m. Eastern today. You can watch it on C-SPAN 2. They'll be holding a vote on a continuing resolution to reopen the government to keep it funded at previous levels.
You see that government shutdown meter?
On this continuing
government
resolution.
shutdown. 7
10
days,
Eastern
15
is when
hours,
they come in.
15
11
minutes.
a.m.
Pump those
Eastern is
numbers
when they're
up, son.
expecting a vote
Pump those
or
numbers up.
thereabouts. Yesterday, it was
Fuck
Senate
the
Majority
government.
Leader John Thune.
That's some
who was
weak-ass
on
numbers.
The Senate floor discussing the shutdown and the continuing resolution votes.
Mr. President, it's been 1 week since Democrats shut down the government. 1 week since Democrats put their far-left base before the American people. Over the past week, the Senate has taken votes on 2 different continuing resolutions. One, offered by Republicans, is a clean funding extension, something that we do routinely around here. It adds no Republican policies. It has no partisan policy riders. It just extends current funding levels through November the 21st so that we can make more progress on full-year appropriations. The Democrats' proposal, on the other hand, shows their lack of seriousness. Their resolution would fund the government until October 31st in exchange for $1.5 trillion in new partisan spending.
Yep, they want $1.5 trillion
Yes,
for health care for illegal immigrants. Notice how they want to extend it to
$1.5
October 31st. What is
in
October
new
31st?
partisan-
Halloween. Why Halloween? Because that's when all the demons come out. And these Democrats are absolutely demons, don't you think for a moment they're not?
4 weeks for $1.5 trillion.
Like my southern preacher right there?
And then there's the fact that their plan makes non-citizens eligible for federal health care programs, strips away common sense work requirements for able-bodied adults to be eligible for Medicaid, and repeals the transformative $50 billion rural health fund that Republicans enacted in July to support and bolster rural hospitals. Why Democrats think that threatening health care in rural
I'm doing a new
America
pinned comment.
is a winning proposition is beyond me. But apparently,
For those
they
of you
really
curious
do
about
think so
updates about the
because
hearing,
we're
new
still
pinned
in the
comment.
shutdown 1 week later.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune on the floor yesterday. We'll hear more from him today in the 10 a.m.
For those of you
hour.
that
Back
can't
to your
see-
phone calls. This is Prince, South Carolina, independent. Good morning.
It says soon. Donald Trump will participate in the roundtable on ANTIFA, so it hasn't started yet. These are news updates prior
only thing I
to
wanted
the
say was,
roundtable.
I believe that the shutdown should have never been. All it is that you got 2 parties fighting over who could steal the most money from America. The Republicans hold the House. They hold everything. And if the president's supposed to be the deal maker, why ain't he making a deal? Why is
I
he
don't
trying
know
to
how to
threaten
change a
people
stream
to
name
make
midstream,
deals?
but I can
That's
try.
not a
I've
way
never
to make
actually
a
done
deal
that.
by threatening everybody. He's threatening
Yeah,
to turn off
let me-
this and
let me
turn
see
it
if I can
off.
figure out how
And
to
then
do
he's
that.
partisan. He wants to turn off everything on the Democrats. He's looking at Democrat this, Democrat that. Then you got Republicans and Democrats hollering at one another, calling each other this, that. That's kids play. America's tired of kids play. We need grown-ups in the house instead of children playing. If their money,
I'm trying to
if
change it
their
right now.
time was
Bear
at
with me.
stake, do you think that
Here we go. One
they
sec.
would still be doing this? That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Prince, before you go, when do you think the last time was we had grown-ups in the House, grown-ups in Congress?
I don't think there's ever been grown-ups in Congress ever since. Every time they have a shutdown, it doesn't show.
Alrighty,
grown-ups.
I've
It
updated
shows
the title.
children bickering
I did not know
like
you could
in
do
the
that live
schoolyard,
midstream. I'll be real. I've never done that
constantly
before.
fighting against one another. And Americans, I wouldn't care if they're Republicans, Independents, or Democrats. is falling for it. Nobody knows what's going on. Everybody just taking news snippets from here, from there. Everybody's being deceived because we're not the ones making the rules. We're just the ones at the bottom. That's how I see it.
That's Prince in South Carolina. Some 21 lapses in government funding since 1980. Funding, of course, expired at midnight on September 30th.
Shut up, everyone! Black Independent speaking.
7 days, 7 hours, and 23 minutes into this latest government shutdown. The longest government shutdown ever was 35 days from December 22nd of 2018 into January 25th of 2019.
Wasn't long enough. 35 days, that's it? That's bullshit. That's some weak shit.
We're taking your calls on day
Give us a year of no federal government, and then we'll start talking.
A rainy, foggy day here in
35,
Washington.
how about 365?
In Florida, Republican. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I'm calling because this whole shutdown is about power and control. They've been doing it since day one, since they got into the administration. They already have millions and billions of dollars, and they're still greedy to withhold from all the people who aren't in their same bracket of category of being rich people status. And then they claim
what was that word
have
salad?
Christianity,
The same
where they don't
bracket of
carry
category
Bibles,
of
they
being
don't
rich
preach from
people
the Bible,
status.
they
Those
don't
were just fucking, that was
anoint
word
from the
salad,
Bible,
bro.
They don't speak about the Bible, but they
Although
go
you
up
can hear the fat in this
devil
dude's
horns
voice, so I
in
doubt
a
he eats
funeral
salad.
and act like a WWE event or a Super Bowl. Christianity has nothing to do with that. There's no transparency whatsoever, and the Christ-like Holy Spirit doesn't come out of their genes, out of
So,
their
Alex,
blood
you're
DNA.
calling in on the Republican line. Do you agree with the Republican leadership's efforts so far when it comes to the government shutdown of holding the line on this continuing resolution?
No, just because I'm a Republican, that doesn't mean that I cover the sun with my hand or my finger. You have to say what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And to give to Caesar what is Caesar's and give to God what is God's.
It's Alex in Florida. This is Cornell in the Garden State, Democrat. Good morning.
Good morning, John. The Democrats need to stick to their guns because, first of all, the Republicans...
The Democrats
never
can't stick to
wanted,
their guns. They're afraid to have guns. They want to take them away.
The Affordable Care Act in the first place. And for years, they've said that they're going to get rid of it. They're going to get rid of it with nothing to replace it with.
Good.
Secondly,
The Affordable Care
Donald
Act is
Trump
dog shit.
said that he would fix it on day one. Literally, people in nursing homes are going to get kicked out.
You're telling me, Mad Hatter. You're telling me.
And the premiums for insurance is going to skyrocket. And sadly, every elected official has the best health care system in the country. And they're still getting paid during this shutdown, and yet and still the Republican lawmakers just leave and go home. And then what can we do when the Speaker of the House says that, well, let's just pass this through and then we could negotiate afterward?
That's literally what Obama said about the Affordable Care Act.
Republican government under the leadership
You can't get mad.
of
That's
Donald
what
Trump,
the Speaker of the House said when Obama
everyone
said the
knows
same thing about the Affordable
that
Care
we're
Act.
not going to get anything done. And we haven't gotten anything done since Donald Trump's really been in office, except for, first of all, the most important thing is to make sure that the wealthiest Americans get the lion's share of everything he's doing, even to make their
Give an example.
tax breaks permanent. He says that, okay, we're going to stop tips. We're going to stop the tips. But guess what? The tips expire in a couple of years. He says we're going to stop taxing Social Security. Guess what? That expires in a couple of years. And
Why do you think it expires in a couple of years if that's true? Because of an extra $2.1 trillion government spending for health care for illegals. What are you talking about?
Immigrants. You know the reason why we don't have national health
Yo,
care
Megamind is crazy.
And every industrialized country does is because the Dixiecrats did not want black people to get health care. That's the reason why we don't have
The
national
reason that
healthcare in the
every
first
single
place.
other country has socialized health care and can afford it is because we subsidize everything else they do because they don't pay their fair share into NATO.
Goes to the hospital in an emergency, they receive treatment, whether they have health insurance or not. The law is that they need to receive treatment from that hospital.
So you throw out the baby with the bathwater. They are in this minuscule minority. But the reason why
the social media platforms suppress free speech is a completely different thing, Sebrew. That was we covered. That was what we covered first.
Conditions.
That's not the
losing their homes because of healthcare.
Discord, Reddit stuff.
And as far as
I'll take a look at it, but it's not the same thing.
Really hurt are people in the Republican states, and still they refuse and they're blindsided by the fact that if the Democrats cave in on this, everybody's health care is going to skyrocket.
Cornell, were you surprised with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene breaking with Republicans on the Affordable Care Act, calling for Republicans to avoid the premium hike, a series of tweets from the Congresswoman saying she's not a fan of Obamacare, but complained that her own adult children's insurance premiums for...
Uh-oh. Bro, did the CNN site just crash my PC? Yo, what's going on? I went to CNN like you suggested, now my PC is toast. I can't see you guys, I can't hear anything. Can you still see and hear me? Alright, seems like the stream is still good. What the fuck? Sebrew had to go to the CNN site for the censorship talks, and everything just got hosted. Yo, what the fuck? I can see the stream is still going. That's good. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna see if I can refresh some stuff.
Seriously? The people that...
Alright, that's good. Yeah, dude. Sebrew, what the fuck? CNN just toasted my shit.
But yet and still, he's made billions since he's been in office since that January.
That's Cornell in the Garden State. It's 7:30 on the East Coast. Halfway through this opening segment of the Washington Journal, taking your phone calls on day 8 of the government shutdown. We are 7 days, 7 hours, 30 minutes, and just about 30 seconds into this shutdown. This is Doug on the Republican line out of Newport News, Virginia. Doug, good morning.
Good morning. I think the biggest problem we have is everyone in Congress should not be paid. I hope the listeners understand they get paid. They're not shut down. They need to put on a uniform.
Now we got someone speaking facts.
Pick up a weapon and go into harm's way without pay, and then tell me how it feels. This is the most ridiculous thing for people to sit there and say that the Republicans shut the government down. The Democrats shut the government down. If you want,
Sebrew with the two-banger says, "Sorry, bro."
They're the ones that voted.
You're good, man. You're good.
You can't keep
Thank you for the dono.
welfare people and expect the military to do their jobs, and their families are suffering. I think everybody in Congress should resign, and we need new people tomorrow that can fix this.
Well, I mean, the government
Doug
can't
in
fix
Virginia,
shit, but beyond that, I agree with what he
Illinois,
said.
Independent, good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to try to keep from being too radical here, but I'd like to
be radical.
Point out to people, all these things that are happening right now, the shutdown, all of these things has been called orchestrated chaos. We are so busy. Have you ever walked into a disco with all the flashing lights and the disco ball and all going around? You can't keep track of one of the spots. They spin too fast, you get disoriented. That's what's happening to us right now. We're facing a bad issue here, shutdown, but it's we're in the grass. We're in the grass picking up blades after blades instead of looking at the lawn. there's a lot going on here in addition to what we are looking at. We're seeing this part right now, but there's a lot of other really bad things going on. But we're looking at these individual little things in front of us instead of seeing who's creating this chaos. What are we going to do about it? We are arguing among ourselves about it. It's us, all of us, not any. That's why I call it independent, because we've got to stop pointing fingers. Stop saying silly things like
Of the
they
bullying
should all
that we're
retire.
seeing
They
from
aren't
the
going to retire.
All right, yeah. I
We've
just
got to
checked,
take them out
Seabrew.
of office.
A, that
It's
isn't live.
never
B, it's just a
another
recap of what we
election.
saw earlier.
We are seeing the little
UAF
things
Omega
that aren't
says
really
for Two Banger, check your furry Sonic stash.
Look
Might
at
have
who's
check your
spinning
furry
the
Sonic
ball,
stash.
not
Might have
the
been
ball.
taken. What?
That's Tom in
Oh,
Illinois. Tom, you talk about
I get it now.
fingerprinting, plenty of
No.
fingerprinting on Capitol Hill yesterday.
Stop
on the
it.
shutdown and or the Senate Judiciary Committee that took place. We showed that on C-SPAN.
We'll take you live now to the White House to hear from
Yes,
President Trump
finally.
participating in a roundtable on Antifa,
All right, here it
which
is,
is made
boys.
up of
The
groups
Antifa-
opposed to
the Antifa
fascism
live,
and right-wing ideology.
Live roundtable story. Let's do it.
With people from the Middle East, Arab people, and other people on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East. That's a beautiful phrase, and we hope it's going to come true. But it's very.
It will
close.
never come true. Peace of the Middle
And,
East will
they're
never
doing very
exist. That's a
well. We
pipe
have
dream.
A great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen. Got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday, actually, and we'll see. But there's a very good chance. Negotiations are going along very well. We're dealing with Hamas and many of the countries. As you know, we have Muslim. All of the Muslim countries are included. All of the Arab countries are included. Very rich countries and some
Bro, the
that are
Middle
not
East
so
has been
rich,
at
but
war
just about
10
everybody's
times longer than
included.
America's even
It's never
existed. We ain't
happened before.
fixing that
Nothing like
shit.
that's
It's our
happened
fucking
before,
duty
and
to
our
fix
final
that shit.
negotiation, as you know, is with
Let them turn
Hamas.
each other to glass. I don't give a
And
shit.
it seems to be going well, so we'll let you know. If that's the case, we'll be leaving probably on Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe a little later than Saturday evening, but that seems to be our schedule. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately.
Let's go.
I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person.
Check the pinned
and a great
comment
person,
if
great
you're asking about
patriot.
the Twitch stuff.
In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked
I don't like how he's in Oregon.
officers and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful. And what the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland, and you can say certainly of Chicago, it's not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful. In addition, 2 weeks ago, radical left terrorists in Dallas conducted a sniper attack on a local ICE facility,
You're good, bud. You're
killing
good.
2 people and leaving behind a note that read, "Hopefully this will give ICE agents some real terror." That's bad. This attack came the
You mean
very
they used the
same
word
month
terror?
that
A
Charlie
terrorist
Kirk was
organization used the
assassinated
word
by a
terror?
far-left extremist to inscribe the words, "Hey fascist, catch," meaning catch the bullet, onto the bullet shelf itself. The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are These are agitators.
No, Antifa didn't organize this. Antifa was organized by a higher power. They're funded, obviously, by the Soros Foundation, but there's more to it than just that.
We have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. They've used armed gangs to assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening.
Remember what happened to Andy No?
Very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with. But if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking very strongly at the people that are funding these operations. When you see the signs, and they're all made out of a beautiful, beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff, very expensive paper, with beautiful wood handles, all the same color. They come from very expensive printing machines. These are not people that write out their signs in a basement that believe in something. These are paid anarchists.
Yes, acknowledge that they are paid.
Courageous journalists have personally been
Tell us who they're paid by, Trump.
Attacks. Andy No has been repeatedly beaten
Bingo!
by
Rob Andy No
for his work in Andy is a very serious person too. I have to tell you, I've been watching him for a long time.
Maxinius. I'm saying it properly. I just have Midwest mush mouth. I'm not saying
Andy.
Maximus.
I thought that was you. You're looking better than you do out on those streets, huh? You look much better. It's nice to have you. You feel a little safer here, I think, maybe. Well, not that safe because you have them. You have to worry about that. But thank you very much. Andy No has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa, and including one assault that left him with a brain hemorrhage. Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1 year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. I've never seen anything like it on both sides.
Which is correct. That was the right thing to do. No one's saying you cannot burn your own private flag that you bought your money on your private property. Doing it in public, that's arson.
But never passed the courts.
It's incitement.
This is what
it's fine.
They do is they incite when you burn an
It's fine to
flag,
make it illegal. I mean,
tremendous violence. We have many examples of it, many examples of it, and it's actually down on tape. And you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's the flag that's burning. Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye. So, Katie, thank you very much. And I'd like to also say that I watched Nick. Where's Nick? Is Nick here? Nick? Hi, Nick. That was a rough time you went through. I watched. I hope you
Bobby, I get what you're saying, but I assume he means while they're in prison. If you're in prison for a year, you don't got no freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And your note helped a lot. I truly appreciate it.
I thought it was terrible, actually. I thought it was terrible. So we'll talk about it a little bit. Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to a Catholic church, or evangelicals, where everybody was under the gun.
This is what they got Nick Merckx over, if you guys remember.
They left
2 years ago, give or take.
Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who, by the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. It was amazing, and she just did it from the heart and the brain, because she's very smart, in all fairness. But
no, burning the flag is still protected protest if you are burning your property you purchased on your own property. It has never been legal to burn shit in the streets.
Had a phony war record. For 20 years, he talked about what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam. For 20 years, he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with.
Also, the protection of flag burning wasn't even acknowledged by the Supreme Court until like the 80s. So for the vast majority of the U.S. History, it wasn't
ready
protected.
To drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he looks at people like Pam and he starts criticizing her, and she's a patriot. And they ought to do something with that. You know, we have a young congressman that's right now in jail for lying about where he went to college and other things. It was, you know, frankly not good. It was pretty bad. But it was nothing compared to Blumenthal. I mean, what Blumenthal did, he was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, you know, sanctimonious kind of a guy, looks down, how dare you do this to the American
Shout out,
public,
Emily. How you
know?
doing, girly?
What a fake. But I thought Pam was incredible yesterday, as well as Secretary Christie Noem, who's really
Pam's
out there
a fucking
courageously,
moron.
And I appreciate it, Christie. Amazing what you're doing.
Pam Bonnie's a
Director
fucking moron.
Cash
She is the
Patel, who's
worst thing about this
really,
goddamn administration.
Coming up with some
God,
good
we need a better
information,
fucking
Cash.
pick.
It's good.
Fire
Keep
her
it coming,
dumb
'cause
ass.
There's plenty of it. Deputy Attorney General, one of the best lawyers you'll ever find, Todd Blanche, who I know personally is a good lawyer because I'm here. Thank you very much, Todd. Good job, Todd. Let me ask Attorney General.
I'd
Bondi
say
to
nice,
a few
but
words, and then
you know,
we'll
you'll be
follow
in
it up with
Canada,
Secretary Noem
so.
and Director Patel, and we're going to have some of the people around the table, very courageous people, and they're going to be talking, journalists, almost all, and they're going to be talking, and we'll take some questions from the press at the end. Okay, Pam, please.
Thank you, President Trump. And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic left-wing terrorist organization. We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it. They beat journalists, they attack courthouses, they attack police stations, they dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration let them commit these crimes with total impunity for years. So did Democrat leaders like Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this just trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick.
Oh, Matt,
not the
agree.
Antifa thugs who
Absolutely
did this to
would.
him.
But she's still a fucking
Antifa
idiot and net
feels
negative. I agree.
Empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their hatred for President Trump
she is wrong.
and for
The
law
Democrats
and
turning a
order
blind eye to their
agendas
actions are not
fuels
weak.
their
It is
violence.
strength. They are
We've
emboldening
seen
and
more than
strengthening them to push their agenda.
1,000% increase in attacks against our ICE agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for
Here's
you.
the dealio, guys. No.
To keep our
You do not call your enemies weak. If you call your enemies weak, then your allies won't stand up to fight them with you because, you can handle it yourself. They're weak. You need to talk about how strong your enemies are to rally everyone together. We all need to come together to fight this because they are strong. The Democrats are strong. It is a stronghold. So you need a rallying force to beat that shit.
Trump, we're deploying the full might of the federal law enforcement to crack down on Antifa and other domestic terrorist organizations led by Stephen Miller. And Stephen, thank you for everything you're doing. Last week, I issued a memo ordering our federal law enforcement agents, DEA,
well, that
FBI,
is turning a blind
US
eye, Matt.
Marshals and ATF to protect ICE officers from Antifa and other radical left-wing
fuck the
violence.
ATF.
Director Patel has been going non-stop. He and Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday.
I would say they're both, Rob.
While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the
I'll give it a maybe,
apps.
killer.
Hope they continue to comply with that. It's threatening the safety of our federal
The left
law
is not in full
enforcement
control of the
officers.
country, Matt Hatter. The
We're not gonna stop
uniparty
at just
is.
arresting
As there's
violent
the
criminals we can
uniparty,
see in
the
the
deep
streets.
state bureaucratic
Fighting crime
uniparty.
is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just
Okay,
like we
fair
did
enough,
with
Matt.
cartels.
Fair enough. I'll take that
We're
clarification.
going to take the same approach, President Trump. With
Guys, I'm going to pull Hassan and
Destroy
leave this
the
running.
entire
Hey,
organization
Emily, for a
from
24
top
months,
to
2
bottom.
years, our first
We're going
Gear
to take them
5
apart.
membership chat.
Thanks to your bold
I'll be here
leadership
till
and the
YouTube ends the
designation of
you
Antifa as a
blessed
terrorist
woman, you I don't
organization,
deserve
which
you.
is exactly
Thank you so
what they
much.
are. Americans will no longer.
All right, guys, I'm
tolerate
going to pull
their
Hassan Piker.
unhinged
I'm going to step away for a
violence.
moment. I'm going to leave this
Thank
going. That way you can hear it. I'll be right back.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country, and we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city.
Finally, somebody talking about them like the threat they actually are.
And sir, I also want to thank our Treasury Secretary for his work in getting to the bottom of these funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this violence on our American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town, and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets. While you talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done, these leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or, sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals.
And they're helping Antifa cover it up. Investigate now. Find out who's paying for that shit.
And making sure they never see the light of day again.
I'll give you guys one guess where it all trails back to. Follow the fucking money.
One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out.
No, that's not what the Uniparty means, Matt Hatter. The Uniparty
of American
is
society.
the deep state that has no actual affiliation left or right. It is just a power mechanism for bureaucracy and the movement towards a one-world government. It is not left or right. It is, I mean, that's why it's the Uniparty. You can't unify, there's only one side.
And what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated.
To ignore the idea that both the deep state elements of the left and the right are culpable together in this is ignoring half the problem. That's an ideological bias. Like, you gotta wipe that away. It is both.
And we'll stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold.
Bingo!
And
War
for
Wizard
standing
got
in the
it.
gap at such a time as this. It will matter. It will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people
Where's
gave
the files,
you a
Cash?
sweeping mandate
Where's
in your
the fucking
victory
files,
in this election
Cash?
cycle, and they demanded safety and
Dipshit.
security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole of government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole of government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're
It's his
putting their
diet,
lives on the
Maxinius.
line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money,
Right, Bobby?
donor,
Agreed.
organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities. which has been going on for decades. And I would like to
Bro,
remind the
I've
American
seen
public,
fucking
they
Reddit
built
threads
this diseased
expose
temple of
more like
corruption over
crimes
decades.
and cold
in 8
cases
short
than I've
months, Mr.
seen
President,
Cash's
you have
FBI
crippled
solve this
their
shit so
foundation
far.
because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
The Constitution
Thank
don't
you very
apply
much,
to what's
Cash.
going on
Great job.
outside the U.S., which is where all this funding is coming
Maybe
from,
so,
bud.
Over here, would any of you like to say something? Feel free. You can say it in front of a fine group of people, also journalists and reporters. You want to start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. President Trump, members of the cabinet, really appreciate you guys bringing this together. And the fact that we are here today on such short notice shows how serious you guys are taking this issue of trans terrorists and frankly, the cities and police departments that are cooperating with Antifa, such as Portland.
Cooperating is the perfect word.
The Portland politicians are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it
Not
firsthand,
to appease,
obviously.
to uplift.
When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime after I was just thrown into a hole. I heard from the Department of Homeland Security after I had gotten out of jail, and one of your, I won't say exactly who it was, but somebody very close to Secretary Noem over here said that they were legitimately worried for my safety in the Portland jail. But luckily the Portland jail was, I was the only one there, essentially, because they don't actually arrest people in Portland, besides conservative journalists, I guess. So look, I'm glad that it was not a good night for me. Let's just say that. It was not fun.
Yeah, Nick Sorter doesn't look like the type that would handle prison very well. He's definitely beta bitch material. But Bubba, he holding Bubba's pocket.
Agents, DHS agents that I didn't even know existed until I went there and went to that ICE facility. And the morale is at an all-time high. It is so exciting to see these guys know now that they have the backing of the Secretary, the DOJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride-along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the past 7 years. 7 years, and apparently under the Biden regime, that was just allowed to happen. That was fine. No problem.
Well, if he says 5 times in 7 years, part of that would have happened under the Trump regime as well.
As the governor of Oregon and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally 5 times.
We need to impeach anybody who is corrupt.
I'm glad it's taking a front row seat in the media. And, they're being forced to talk about it in reality because, we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on. Much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now. So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember,
stop saying thank you and stop glazing. I want to hear what you guys are going to do.
That's right. I saw that.
Took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah, I actually have a second flag that he tried to burn as well. So I have 2 of them from the same guy.
Well, you also saw what happened when that flag started burning. Everyone went crazy. And that's when it started, when they started burning the flag. So thank you. If you could give the information, it would be great.
Absolutely.
And at least that horrible night made you famous.
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon, and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police, very publicly, as to how they let this happen.
To be fair, Bobby, we don't
Mr.
know
President,
that flag
Brandy
was
Cruz, you're gonna hear us
owned by
be
the
very
individual that was
fired up
burning
today,
it. We
and
have
you can tell
that
that's
hasn't
because some
brought
of us
up.
have been
So.
covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Daviscourt in Portland the other day. She'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing. They didn't seem quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads. They're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them, one of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off.
You only arresting 24 people?
I was told by probably a dozen people not to tell you this.
You should be able to do that in a fucking hour in Portland.
To what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. You know,
to be fair, we have seen girls get more attractive after they recover from TDS. I don't know what you look like beforehand, but I do bet there was a bit of a glow up there.
We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative. It's about people who go there and show what they're doing.
Wrong.
And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things
She did get
for
more
what they
attractive.
were. And now I find you
She got more attractive when she got rid of that TDS. Look at that.
But, you know, for me, again, I could not
Not
care
by
any less the
much, but
stories
there's a
that they go to
difference.
print. This is what I care about. We have 3.5 years. Nothing is guaranteed, although I think if Democrats keep it up, we'll probably have Republican presidents for the next 3 decades. But nothing is guaranteed, and so what I want to see over the next 3.5 years is a full court press to dismantle Antifa once and for all in a meaningful way. I know, Andy, we talked before this about some ideas. That's really what we want to. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what Democrats say. They will never wake up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible.
They aren't asleep
Look at
to
the
it.
interstate travel between Portland
They
and
are
Seattle
encouraging it. They're
these,
advocating for it.
people
This is
who are
what they're
committing
doing.
violent
There's
acts.
nothing to wake up
and
to.
Hopefully in 3.5 years, they will be a shell of their former
Very
selves.
close to done. And it's Antifa and many others,
Yes.
unfortunately. There are many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations. There are a couple that we're going to, but I think we've got it pretty well covered. But there are many others, but very specifically today it's Antifa, and it's really bad. And we're going to get it cleaned up. Andy, do you have something? Thank you very much. I'm glad you no longer have TDS. I feel very good about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And
Bro, hearing
members of the
Trump
cabinet,
acknowledge
I
TDS
have a lot
as a
of
thing is so
gratitude.
funny.
And a little bit about my background. I'm born in Portland, Oregon, from there. And growing up, it's always been left-wing, very progressive. And I liked it. It had cafes and artists and those who lived a bohemian lifestyle. And in 2016, I was a graduate student at Portland State studying political science. I was an editor at the student paper there, a very progressive paper. And I was assigned to cover the election night
Agree, Maxius.
Well, the elections night protests turned to riots, 3 days of violent rioting in Portland. And it was the first time that I saw groups dressed in black with their faces covered. This was 4 years before COVID. Some of them were waving the black flag of anarchism. Some
Marty, I agree in full.
And within seconds, they would ravage one street to another, to another, to another. And the next day, I would read the legacy media, which I still read at that time and looked forward to. and I looked up to those journalists, and I was really shocked to see that the narrative was that these, in my view, anti-democratic political violence was legitimate acts of protest because people were concerned about racism or all these other lies. And so for the next 4 years, I just continued going out with my video camera. I thought, look, people can ignore what I write because of spin, but videos can quite speak for themselves. And in 2019, it led to me nearly losing my life. I was covering another Antifa protest turned riot. At that point, had been routine.
That was clever, Maximius.
And then I was ambushed in a mob beating. And I had never been in a fight. I didn't even realize that I was being assaulted until seconds in. And the punches came from everywhere on my head.
Bro, he is so bad at being Asian. What do you mean you've never been in a fight? Don't you guys like know kung fu from birth?
In my eyes to humiliate
Bro,
me
fake
further
Asian.
and to laugh at me. And I was rushed
Dude
to
need to
hospital
pull out the
in
Bruce
a
Lee on
ambulance and CT scan, and I had subarachnoid.
Like, I carry a
hemorrhage, which is
fucking
bleeding and
Canic, I
burning
carry
and
9mm.
died.
I know this, bro. Like,
And
you gotta carry nunchucks or
after
something,
surviving
right?
that, the reporting that I saw in liberal media it seemed to suggest that I had
Yeah, right, Grace, so
deserved
probably
it
not even good at
because
math.
They branded me far right, and some even went so far as to suggest that I maybe faked my injuries. A BuzzFeed reporter asked for my medical records, which I did provide, but this felt so, it's like because I didn't die in that attack, there was another round of people who wanted to finish me off. But I continued, and then 2020.
Oh, don't insult
really
Andy like that
the
by
epicenter of the
fucking comparing him to the
violence.
loser Grums.
Those months of riots, I was on the ground, undercover, and there was an assassination there. There was a supporter of Donald Trump named Aaron Danielson who was shot dead by a self-described Antifa member who then fled out of state and died in a shootout with U.S. Marshals. In 2021, I returned undercover, naively thinking that enough time had passed, and was chased through the streets of downtown and
Okay, LMA, that explains it.
Nearly choked out. The person who was trying to choke me out held me so tightly that I had the blood, the vessels in my eyes burst. So one of the symptoms were my eyes were completely red after that, and I was hospitalized. So thank you so much for acknowledging Antifa and for directing your administration to treat them as domestic terrorists. It's going to be really challenging because how they organize is that they are decentralized, autonomous, and they operate on deception. And we're still
They are not autonomous. They are not autonomous. They give the appearance of being autonomous so that they are harder to track. That is not the case. Again, follow the money.
Broke up an Antifa cell in San Diego. And I think maybe perhaps the State Department should designate Antifa, its international arm, as a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. So thank you so much for this invitation, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Andy. Great. That's a rough time you had, huh? So the chokeout was almost the end?
They are smart, Zalosi.
Yeah,
the
that was
leaders
my
are
only,
smart, and those funding them are
near-death
smart.
experience in my
Yeah,
life,
your
and
average
I'm quite
everyday
shaken
goons
when I
might
think
not
about
be.
it now.
But I mean, think of it like organized crime. You know, you got
it
your
really
low-level
feels
fucking
unbelievable to me
goons that do the
on the streets
enforcing.
of
Like, yeah,
America
they might
that
not
this
be
type of
smart,
violence against
but they're smart enough to
citizens could
follow the
become so
leader and not
routine
fucking question
accepted
him.
and cheered on by people. Although, you know, in the immediate aftermath of Mr. Kirk's assassination, we saw again that type of depravity play out on quite large swaths of the left. So there's a deep sickness that's in this country right now, and it pains me a lot to acknowledge it.
Yeah, the amazing thing is you look at Portland, and you see fires all over the place. You see fights and, I mean, just violence. It's just so crazy. And then you talk to the governor, and she acts like everything is totally normal. There's nothing wrong.
I love that people try and
almost
blame
like,
the violence. Like, oh,
are you
it's
waking
Trump.
up from a dream
It's
or
Trump's
something?
America. It's
You
all
see
because
it
of
on
Trump.
your network,
If that was
you
the
see it all
case,
over
then
the
why
place,
was the
and,
fucking Biden administration so
it's so
goddamn
bad, it's so
violent?
crazy.
Why was
It's
there
like,
riots in the streets every day
movies you
before
see for the
fucking
kids,
years?
I guess not only the kids, adults also, where you have these bombed out cities and these bombed out people. It's like worse than that. I don't think they could make a movie as bad. And then the governor will get up and say, I don't know why they're coming here, It's such a wonderful place. And the amazing thing is the people want us to be there. The people, when they get the real people that live there, many of them have left, but the real people want us to be. The same thing in Chicago. So they've had 60, 70 murders over a short period of time. Murders.
Exactly, Matt.
Shot. They've had hundreds of people shot. And then a guy like Pritzker, or this low IQ mayor, gets up. I mean, he got up. He's got a 5%.
Bro, they're going to call Trump racist for calling the mayor low IQ because he's black. Tomorrow we were going to have articles. They're already being written right now by Chat GP fucking T.
Last night on television.
Trump's racist for calling Mayor Johnson or whatever his name is a fucking low IQ. What do you mean by that? Is it because he's black? Is that why he's low IQ?
National Guard and military, send in anybody you want. Stop the crime. And they're afraid to go out. They can't even go out. And then a guy like Pritzker, think of that. 50, 60, 70 people over a short period of time murdered, actually murdered, mostly gun violence, but knives, but gun violence, they're murdered, and hundreds of people shot. They had one weekend where they had like 18 murdered and 71 shot. But they said, you know what their excuse is? Yeah, but it was a long weekend. In other words, it was a long weekend, so that was okay. And
right, if it was a short weekend, it would have only been 61 shot.
I don't know what they're talking about. We don't have crime here. They're crazy. I think actually they're petrified. You know, their families live there, everything else. I actually think they're scared. Pritzker was a failure in his family. They threw him out of the family business. Guy's a loser. But you know what? They actually, I believe they're scared. They're actually frightened for their lives. Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some
I never liked Jack
instances, going
Posobiec.
back
There's
to the
something
Weimar
off-putting
Republic
about
in
him.
Germany.
I never been able to put my finger on it,
It's
but
now
like,
been just under 1 month
dude's shifty to me.
We saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon
agreed.
thousands of people,
I like Jack
other
Posobiec.
far
I don't.
leftists and people
I
in
just get a
positions
bad
of
vibe from him.
authority, people like nurses and pilots and doctors and HR departments celebrating the death and the murder.
I don't know that he's a
Charlie Kirk.
grifter
The
per
sickness
se.
that's out there is absolutely real.
But I
And
get a
Mr.
weird
President,
vibe from
Thank you
him.
for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa. And all of us around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni, in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random. It is targeted assassinations.
Yeah, I definitely don't agree with
Every
his
single
sincerity.
one of us in this room,
Or his lack thereof. Yeah, I
goes
agree
out
with
there,
that.
And obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff. We are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, with the family, with the team. And I will tell you this, Mr. President, even though going through something like that, which is an absolute nightmare, and people say, you know, what was it like to speak in front of all those people? It was horrible. Every second of it was horrible. But we're not going to quit. And Turning Point USA is continuing the tour that Charlie was on. We had 6,000 people when we went back to Utah. We had 5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus. We are getting more and more people coming out in the
Shout out
face
Marty
of
with a
this threat.
five-banger. Says, take account of different network topologies and organizational structures. Take account of how, why they are formed. Antifa is a terrorist organization. I mean, well, in regards to that, in terms of the how and why, I actually don't have an answer to the how. I am curious about the how. I think we all know the why. We all know the why. But I don't know how, because they seem to spring up overnight. Right? They seem to spring up overnight in like around 2015 or so. 2015, 2016, around there. And it seemed like a natural grassroots movement at first. These were just a bunch of deranged leftists that all got together via, Facebook and Twitter and shit. But that's so implausible and so impractical. So how was it done? I don't know. But thank you so much for the five-banger, brother. Thank you. Appreciated.
I don't know. She tends to be somewhat liberal, but she wasn't liberal on this one. I appreciated your honesty, but that won't happen again. It won't happen again. You're lucky you're alive, frankly, with what happened. I know exactly what took place. So Washington, D.C., our capital, we thought we'd start there appropriately, and it's safe, and people are so happy.
Googling when was Antifa founded? You said they were around before that.
And now it's a couple of months. I went to dinner there. I felt totally safe. I gave a press conference right in the middle of the street, which I don't think Secret Service was thrilled about. But, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to do it 6 months ago. It's incredible what happened. Now we're in Memphis. As you know, we're having a great impact.
Oh, you're right.
Memphis.
I guess they have been around for longer.
Only a week.
This dates them back to the 70s. I didn't realize that.
What's happening there just very early.
I didn't know. Apparently Antifa dates back to the 70s. Holy shit.
Look at some of the other. We've had a big impact there. What we haven't said, because Pritzker said, well, crime is going down in Chicago. Well, 5 months ago, Cash went to Chicago with a lot of FBI agents just to prepare it, so that we went in with, I guess you could call it a surge, call it whatever you want, but would be even more effective. And we're going to be doing that, and very, very strongly doing that, because Chicago is a very unsafe city. It's a great city. The head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, please save Chicago. It's a great city. It can be saved. Other cities are gone. I mean, they're lost. They can get better, but they're just really, they've been so decimated. But I'm so proud of what they've done so quickly in D.C., and it's taking place quickly in Memphis, where we were asked to go by the mayor and by the governor. And it's really incredible what we can do and how fast we can do it. Let's go for two more. Would you like to go? And then, Katie, you'll go. Okay, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. And not to sound like a broken record, but it needs to be said that Antifa is real. Yeah. It's real. It's a threat. I just saw them last weekend over in Portland while they're causing mayhem over there. And the reason why there's such a big problem is because we have Democrats and a lot of people in the mainstream media refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address it when you have large swaths of, these people who are supposedly decision makers and people who are supposed to inform, they don't want to say that it exists. Because the common argument is like, well, they're not a real organization because there's no national leadership, they don't have a national headquarters, so how can law enforcement go after a group that doesn't exist like that? Well, law enforcement goes after criminal groups that organize to rob banks or do smash and grabs. They don't have a registered LLC, they don't have official membership cards, they don't have a business address, but law enforcement still goes after them because they're working as a group. These people don't just show up, randomly at the same time to do the same thing, dressed in a very similar fashion, espousing the same ideology. And they say, well, it's an ideology. It's like, well, yes, it's an ideology because there's people alive, present, that believe in it, and they're acting on it. And so I've been very well aware of what Antifa's been doing. I was very busy during the riots in 2020. That was probably my most exposure to them prior to this year. I've been at the ICE facility at Broadview. I'm originally from the Chicagoland area, unfortunately, but that's where I grew up around. Like I said, I was in Portland. I was covering the riots in Los Angeles as well. And probably one of the most disturbing parts about that is, in addition to Antifa being
that's a very good description of it, Bobby. I agree. This so far is the first speaker I'm not familiar with. I've never heard of this guy.
Which is
Julian something.
These people who are working basically in concert with other terrorist groups to say that we're here, we're present, and we're gonna attack federal agents and people who are gonna expose what we do. And so, to be clear, political violence, sustained political violence that we're seeing in this country is not a both sides issue. I was,
correct. It is not a both sides issue.
I was at Charlie Kirk's memorial in Glendale recently. Conservative gathering, totally peaceful. It was the most peaceful gathering that I've been at. Every other time that I've been covering violence in the streets, just this year, just this year, it's always been from left-wing people, radical left-wing people. And it's not even just Antifa anymore. The shooting that happened in, the defensive shooting that happened in the Chicago area, that wasn't someone dressed in black bloc. That was just somebody that had taken upon themselves to go out and try to interfere and ram federal vehicles. So people are becoming more and more radicalized, and it was to be expected, unfortunately. And the reason why we're in this position today is because after I was done covering the riots, I was at the border from the San Diego sector all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley sector, covering the border crisis month after month. And we all knew the solution to that. We all knew why it was happening. It's because, well, it's racist to have a border. It's like, well, actually, it's not, but okay. And so it required you to come back into office and to fix the problem. But
it is racist to have a border. I prefer Barnes & Noble. It's the reason Borders got shut down. Borders is racist. I prefer Barnes & Noble.
Back into office because thankfully the American people said we're not going to deal with it anymore. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people, as we've seen, who are willing to take to the streets to do violence. And that's a scary thing because typically when I was in 2020, I was covering Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle. I was over in Chaz, and that was to be expected. But now, because the issue of immigration, illegal immigration, is so widespread, riots can happen anywhere. Attacks can happen anywhere. So that's why it was weird.
Thank you, EB. I'm glad somebody got that.
State to cover this violence. I mean, just after the Dallas shooting, they were chanting outside Broadview, "Shoot ICE." Shoot those, effers. Shoot those effers.
Bro, you're an adult.
So
you can say fuckers.
I'll just leave that. Thank you so much.
Marjorie Taylor Greene told a journalist to fuck off. You can say fuckers. Are you 12?
Very dangerous. We don't work for companies that have billions of dollars. We're running and gunning often on our own. We became friends. A lot of us are friends because we would see each other all the time, and we became friends because we wanted to have
there were two big bookstores in America: Borders Books and Barnes and Noble. Borders went out of business about a decade ago, so there's only Barnes and Noble.
Deserve to know what's happening in these chaotic situations, and we're more than happy to do it. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. Katie, please.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor being here today, and I first wanted to start by thanking you guys for designating Antifa a terrorist group. It's exactly what this group is. It's a long time coming. I'm an investigative journalist from Seattle. I work for the Post Millennial alongside Andy No and Jack Posobiec. I have been infiltrating Antifa cells.
Oh yeah, Books A Million doesn't exist around the part of the country where I'm at, but you're right. I've been down south. They have Books A Million down south.
And Antifa uses extreme political violence to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and believes that violence is justified by any means necessary. But today, I want to focus on what is happening in Portland at the ICE facility. I've been covering this for the past 4 months, and this is a call out to corporate media who has completely ignored this story or has falsely reported on it. This is nothing short other than a sustained attack on the United States, which is being supported by Democratic elected officials. The Portland Police Bureau has completely abandoned several blocks outside the ICE facility, giving away their jurisdiction to a terrorist group who has spent the past 4 months harassing, assaulting, and intimidating anyone they perceive
How much
to be
does police
against
force
their
you guys
cause.
think is paid off?
Not only have federal agents
When it comes to Portland police force, how much of it do you think is paid off?
For more than 100 consecutive days.
Paid to look the other way.
Black-clad anarchist militants concealing their identities behind black facial coverings.
I wonder if any cops have bought expensive cars lately.
Reporters just for trying to cover their crimes. Today, I am sitting here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole while reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week. After the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers.
Oh, well, that explains it, Schizosaurus.
Refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes. I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then that's what opened my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house that is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house is where Antifa-affiliated protesters are conducting paramilitary operations. It's where they're arresting, they're showering, they're eating to continue this occupation. I have staked out
Then why
the
don't
safe
we have
house
people go in
and
there,
have
break that
observed
shit
shift
down, and
changes.
arrest them all?
This group is highly organized. It is being funded
You are
through
sheltering
mutual aid groups,
terrorists.
and they have no plans of stopping. Residents living across the ICE facility have been held hostage by Antifa. They're begging for federal intervention. The city refuses to help, and they want you, President Trump, to come in and restore law and order. I want to stress the importance of taking this situation seriously, because when I first started reporting on this occupation, I went undercover in Black Bloc. I talked to these Antifa militants. I lasted for about a month. They believe that ICE agents are the Nazi Gestapo who need to be killed. They told me that directly, and I think that if this situation is not taken as seriously as it is, it's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Katie. That's pretty incredible. The only question nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Why are they doing it? What are they gaining other than they're obviously paid? They're paid a lot of money.
Good, he's admitting it.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists, and they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened with a steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to the media. So my message right now is for you guys, because 2 years ago, back in 2020, by the way, I was censored for my reporting on Antifa here in Washington, D.C. You were talking about how safe it is now, Mr. President. It wasn't so safe back then. Back in 2020, I watched as a father was being mobbed and surrounded by Antifa members as his terrified, crying children looked on and the police here did nothing. I watched as a woman had her hair violently ripped out of her skull simply for waving an American flag on the streets of Washington, D.C. And by the way, if you guys try to go and find any of this footage,
oh man, it's gonna be glorious.
Twitter deleted all of it because our president shared my reporting and they deleted my entire account immediately after. So now, if you want to know what happened in 2020, all you're going to see is the media headlines that
Twitter
said,
deleted her account after she shared factual information about Antifa? But I thought that those Democrats in the hearing earlier about social media censorship said that this doesn't exist and it was made up.
And innocent American citizens, and it needs to end. Now, I'm with Turning Point USA. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. Thank you guys so much, everybody in the administration, for giving us a seat at the table, because the media has not only been demonizing us for so long, but immediately after the brutal assassination of our founder, Charlie Kirk, our Turning Point USA chapters have seen an uptick in violence across the nation as Antifa chapters that are embedded in our universities go and target them. It's been extremely difficult to report on the ground, and for a long time I was afraid to go to Portland because I knew that the only people who would have my back, like Julio said, were one of my friends on the ground because there is no police force there. I was terrified to go because I knew if I got shot or stabbed, and I have been assaulted, I've been mobbed.
Well, she is wrong to blame this on the media, sort of.
Come to help me.
It's not, yes, the
plea to
media
the
might be
entire
helping to radicalize
administration,
these individuals, but the
DOJ,
media is just as bought and paid for as
every single
Antifa.
left-winger who is in front of the ICE
They're
facility in
two
Chicago,
arms of the
in New York,
overall larger
in Portland.
big bad
Please
evil
make sure
guy.
that we use the full force of the law to come after each and every single one of them, because it is us being soft on left-wing violence that has fomented all of the terror that we have seen in this country, and it is the left wing getting away time and time again with assaulting law-abiding American citizens that has led us to this place. So truly, to the Americans that I speak to on the ground, they feel completely abandoned by their state and local government. So please step in. You have Americans begging for the National Guard. And
exactly,
the media
Rob,
over
correct.
Here, please report on the truth. Please do your jobs. I'm an American citizen. Everybody at this table simply views ourselves as American citizens who have an iPhone and the will to actually tell the truth. So please take your job seriously and tell the truth to the American people. And thank you for letting me be here on behalf of Charlie to continue his legacy of cleaning up the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wow, you feel very strongly, I can see.
I'm mad. I got beat up so many times, Mr. President. My friends have gotten beaten up, and I want to cry right now from happiness because we have been completely ignored.
That's true,
for
Bobby.
So long.
There
For
are
almost 10
the
years,
agents of
we've been
chaos out there
assaulted
as
on
well.
the streets. I have watched children cry as their parents have been attacked on the streets. That should not be happening at our nation's capital. So please, again, the DOJ, please utilize the full force and go after each and every single one of these people.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Great job. Impassioned. That's important because you should feel like that. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here and bringing together this panel of brave journalists, everybody on this side of the room. And no one can speak to the violence better than these people here. So I think we know that this is not just a story about violence and chaos, as you alluded to, Mr. President. This is a money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer and our team, we followed the money, and we followed it to the top of what we call the protest industrial complex, Riot Inc. And we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros network, the Open Society network.
Wow, they actually mentioned Soros. Holy
network,
shit.
The Tides Funding Network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number
This
one,
is what I like to hear.
Like,
All right.
like any corporation,
Let's hear about the money. Let's hear
Riot
about
Inc.
the
has
money.
many divisions.
Show
It
me the
doesn't
money.
just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number 2, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists, et cetera. And then 3, I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So,
correct, because the way these
thing,
NGOs work is the government sends a donation to a third-party shell company, then that third-party shell company then funds the NGO. Anytime you hear the word NGO, it is absolutely government-funded and organized.
Attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call Riot Inc. So, again, I want to thank you for your leadership. For the whole
I think the same
cabinet's
thing. It's good,
leadership on this. We're going to keep following the money and appreciate everything you're doing, sir.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you. Because you probably know the names after a certain period of time. You tend to find out. But these are people that do not have good intention for the country, and that's treasonous probably. So if you could, very important, if you could do that, it would be great. Nobody
treasonous would be correct if they're working with another
thank you. Please,
government for the
my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist, and over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot, but yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity to show people
I
about
don't
the
believe
protest, Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States.
That is
I've
correct,
watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bussed to a protest in D.C. and then in New York City. There's nothing that is honest about what they are doing. And they have signs. I've seen the same signs here in D.C. and in London as well. It's a big organization.
Yeah, I wanted to say things like Bobby. That was irrelevant to the conversation at hand, and also
wonder,
it's factually incorrect.
As Americans, if we go, well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa, and her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me, and next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened that day. These people are very dangerous, and people wonder how they're able to do it. It's the reason is because these cities
no
are not
one
enforcing
said
the
Bill
law.
Burr couldn't
And
tell
why should people
jokes.
be
What are you
worried
talking
if
about?
the law is not being enforced? And we are not far right, nor are we far wrong. We're just right. And the truth about what's happening here in America with these groups is very dangerous. And I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. It's too bad you have to go through it.
I know, it's
thank
a
you
little
very
crazy,
much.
right, Mr. President?
Well, you're going to get to the bottom of it, so it's a very important thing you're doing. Thank you very much. Please, Kim.
Yeah, I've just got something very short. I'm attacked every time I do my job. When I leave my house to go to work, I am violently assaulted. I've had guns pulled on me. I've been bear sprayed. I've been beaten down. I've been almost killed. So my question for all of you
It's a really weird hill to die on when nobody's saying that Bill Burr can't tell jokes.
Militants tried to kill you. Because that's how we
Like-
feel. That's our lived reality.
What?
And you guys go and tell us that we're liars. The riots
Oh,
aren't
God
that
damn it. Are
bad,
you trolling?
right? I've
God
never
damn
seen
it.
any of you
I
guys
fell
on the
right
ground.
the fuck
In fact,
into it.
I've never seen anybody representing the companies you work for on the ground. You guys come to us for interviews that never get published. Stop saying we're lying. We're not. We risk our lives every day to do the job that you guys are too afraid to do.
What network would you say is the worst, if I could ask?
Oh, man, yes, a real tight spot.
Honestly, it's a simple question. And it's just...
Well, there's a lot of people in this pool, and I would say I'm not talking about Fox. I'm not talking about Newsmax or any outlet that resembles them. So I'll let you guys put the pieces together on who I'm exactly
Who would
talking
you
about.
say? Which network? would you say?
MSNBC for sure.
Oh, they're terrible. I agree.
By the way,
CNN,
Fox
close.
Fox is as bad as MSNBC, but
I
Fox
rate
is
it
just
that
as bad.
way.
Is nearly as bad. They're just they're
NBC,
control opposition
that's
as well.
Brian Roberts.
Yeah.
That he allows that to happen is a disgrace.
Absolutely.
And CNN is second.
Yeah,
I would say CNN is not quite as bad as MS.
MSNBC is not
What
really a
about
news
others?
site anymore.
Oh, MSNBC.
Well, neither
is
is
sick.
CNN.
Yeah.
They're sick.
Well, sir, it's
And
all
again,
just
neither
the
is Fox
stories that
News.
they publish about what's the ICE enforcement operations that are so heavily slanted that it's no longer, as I was saying, no longer just Antifa, but Americans that are becoming radicalized. So they've been very irresponsible with how they've been reporting
Who
on
is
it.
that?
MSNBC, for example, they're
Would you rate them the worst?
probably.
And
They
who
ran
would
a
you
story.
rate second?
Well, they ran a story about an operation in Southern California about how a father of 3 Marines was arrested, and they made it seem like they just did it because he's brown. But there's video of that same man charging at the agents with a weed whacker. Now, I've worked with weed whackers back in the day, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of one of those. So that's why he was arrested, but the story was presented as if
Look at me.
it's a brown guy just simply
I
being
am the
arrested.
news
And
now.
I've been around ICE agents, and I'm a citizen, so
Yes,
I
advertisers
feel
do
fine. But it's
a
just
large and
that's
part
why.
control
It's
shit.
not
Correct.
just Antifa. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's
No, it's
multiple
working in
factors.
conjunction. I think they work in conjunction with some of the media. I think ABC is very bad. I think NBC is very bad. And CBS has a new owner, so we have hope for CBS. CBS has a great new owner, my opinion. But I will tell you, ABC is terrible. NBC is terrible. NBC's MSNBC too. You know, they changed it. They moved it over legally so they couldn't be tainted by the words MSNBC. But they are absolutely terrible. There are a lot of them. What about independents? Independent networks.
They're a little bit better, but I would say that we're an example of how you don't need to be part of a super large company to be able to do just basic journalism. All you got to do is sit and record, and you'll let the story play out. And that's why they hate us. That's why Antifa
Well, I
targets
watched
us.
a level of dishonesty that's incredible, where answers are changed. Like just before the election, an answer was changed by Kamala. She gave a horrible, death-defying, election-defying answer. And they took the answer out and they replaced it with another answer that she gave 5 minutes later.
That is
Having to do with a different subject, but at least
entirely
it
what
wasn't
happened.
election
That's why
defying.
earlier
the
when those
level of
fucking
dishonesty with
Democrats
the
in
media's-
the social media censorship hearing were talking about how Trump supposedly had the FCC go after MSNBC for a Kamala Harris interview because they blatantly altered the interview. They lied to the American people, and it was discovered. Like, yes, what he is saying absolutely happened.
Let it go on. And a big problem is not all of them, but some of the networks out there. And you do wonder why. You really do. Okay, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Cho. I am an investigative
Agreed,
reporter
Max
for
Aeneas.
Frontlines Turning Point USA. I'm also a senior fellow at Discovery Institute in Seattle. And I cover far-left extremism as well as the homeless drug crisis in America. And I find it oftentimes those worlds intersect. And hot off the presses, what I wanted to bring to your attention today is a report from a Capital Research Center here in D.C. in conjunction with Discovery Institute. They just put out this study right now, and what it shows is that Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for Antifa. Antifa is benefiting from American tax dollars, and they're essentially being used as the muscle. Let me give you an example. There's
You
a
know,
group
I've
called
never
Stop
heard
the
this theory
Sweeps
before,
in
but
many
it
US
does
cities
make
right
sense.
now. They get in front of encampment sweeps. What they're doing quietly is they're bringing in Antifa militants to manufacture a crisis to make the police look bad. Another group right now that is behind Antifa and working with Antifa very closely, based on the research that we have right now that we're going to give to you and your team, are the Democratic Socialists of America, also known as DSA. Again, these far-left progressive groups tend to be aligning themselves with Antifa. So finally, in closing, what I wanted to thank you again, Mr. President, is that a few months ago, earlier this year, you put out an executive order on homelessness and the drug addiction crisis in America, and that's sent the entire homeless industrial complex on the run. You have absolutely moved the needle and changed the game. But what's also come out, again, is that there is a connection, a deeply embedded connection with the homeless housing nonprofit game in America, connected to Antifa.
I want to see more information on this. I can see why this would make sense.
All of our resources
this is
at
an
Turning
entirely
Point
new
USA
theory
and Discovery
to me.
Institute
I want
are
to
at
see
your
more information
disposal,
on this.
and we will continue again to carry on the legacy of Charlie Kirk. He would have wanted us to pursue and chase the story.
Well, he was a good friend of mine, as you know, and he helped us get elected. Us, it really is us. It's even some of them, but not too many of them, not enough of them. And did you notice when we mentioned CNN and MSDNC? The cameras went off. Two of the cameras immediately went off, but they're not going to cover it anyway. The problem we have is that this is a very important meeting, but you'll see very little press about it. These are major statements being made by major people, including the people right here, and you're not going to see too much about it. They don't like to cover this kind of thing. So it's very dishonest what's going on there. I think the press is a big factor. Please, go ahead. Thank you, James.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us all here to bring attention to this matter. You know, you did mention MSDNC, CNN, a handful of those other outlets that have been lying about, I mean, various things, but especially what ICE, the brave men and women over at ICE have been doing. I was talking to Antifa members in Portland the other day, and, you know, a lot of these people genuinely believe, they buy these lies, and they genuinely believe that they're fighting against literal Nazis and not brave men and women that are, putting their lives on the line to
Correct. It is very difficult to draw the line between who are so, who are paid bad actors and who are so ideologically entrenched in this. They believe it.
So,
full stop.
Once again, thank you so much for having me. My name is James Klug. While my primary job is traveling around the country, having conversations with Americans about various political topics and issues, you know, I have had a lot of run-ins with Antifa over the last 5 years. And I do think that Antifa is a primary reason why many conservatives are afraid to go out and protest and make their voices heard and maybe bring friends and family to a demonstration and exercise their First Amendment right, because they are literally deathly afraid. And I talk to these people all the time. They're afraid of militants showing up in black bloc and hurting them and their families. And, you know, I've personally witnessed Antifa assaulting hundreds of police officers. I've witnessed them firebombing police departments and federal property. I've witnessed them making death threats against federal agents, police officers, journalists. I think I've witnessed every single person here, maybe not personally, but I've seen them get, you know, hunted down and attacked. And so, you know, this is a group that is responsible for a good percentage, if not a majority, of the violent riots in 2021 and 2020, when Democrat mayors had a kind of a hands-off approach with these left-wing militants. Just as a quick reminder for everybody, we're talking about dozens of murders that happened in those riots. We're talking about billions of dollars of damage to property and communities all over the country. We're talking about thousands of officer injuries. So this isn't just like some little thing that they're, you know, oh, they punch a journalist here and there. No, they're responsible for a lot of damage.
It's
And,
not even that
a
they've
lot of people
gotten
that
away
have,
with it,
you know,
so much so
unfortunately
as
died and
they were paid to do it.
basically
Like,
suppressing people's voices, you know.
you don't get away
And
with
so,
doing your
what I
job.
did wanna
You're
talk about
paid for
is
doing your job. This
to get
is
this
their
footage,
job.
Almost every single person in the room here.
They-
to get this
they are
footage, you have to go
paid to
undercover
sow
because you are
discord
at
and
risk of being
destroy
beaten or
America.
worse. You have to go undercover.
Therefore,
You
laying
have
the
to
groundwork
film
for the
low-key
New
to
World
capture
Order.
them committing
Absolutely.
crimes. This is stuff that the mainstream media was not doing and has not been doing. They'll show when Antifa is maybe it's a little bit more peaceful, and they'll show when it's more mellow, but they'll remove the cameras when things get violent and it's actually dangerous to be here. And I have personally witnessed legacy media vans showing up at a riot 300 yards away, getting out of the vehicle, filming for 30 seconds, saying something like, you know, fiery but mostly peaceful, packing up, and to add insult to injury, you have Democrat
But what?
politicians
No,
that are
but
saying,
Zalosi,
it's just
why are the
an
judges
idea,
going easy
right?
on criminals?
That's all this is.
Because
So
the
it's just
judges
an
are
idea. After
also
all
being
of this
paid.
chaos,
The
it's
judges
just
are
an
just
idea.
as
Well,
much in
that
the
idea
pockets
has
of these
threatened to
other
kill me
institutions
and
as
many
the
of my
mainstream
friends that are
media
here today.
and as these
So,
Antifa thugs.
Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing
This
this
is
to the
a
forefront,
network.
and,
This is a
it's definitely
cabal
making a
of
big change.
influence.
Really appreciate you.
Funded by the
One
World
question,
Economic
so why
Forum,
is it
whether you want to
there are
call it the
numerous groups?
Illuminati,
I mean,
New
Antifa's
World Order,
terrible, but you
whatever
have
it may
other groups
be.
that I guess probably are almost as bad or just as bad. Not one other group was mentioned. I'm sort of surprised at that. You just come into contact with Antifa? It seems to be that you mostly come into contact with Antifa. Please.
There's a lot of overlap, and I would say that, for instance, Jonathan brought up the Democratic Socialists of America. They're basically the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of Democratic Socialists.
So, Matt Hatter, you say there is zero way that one type of government is going to control the entire world. To that, I say to you, what about the payment processors that we've seen do global censorship? There are powers out there that are far stronger than any individual government or any collection of first world governments. You've got a worldwide network of payment processors that can usurp country and regional and city laws and just lay global standards. So yes, there is a way that one type of government, whether it be a technocracy or what, it doesn't matter. Whether it be a government ran by whether it be a government ran by corporations or by powerful elites, but at the end of the day, yes, it can be done, and it is in the process of attempting to be done.
And at the same time, Democrats, like our governor, Antifa is an idea. But yeah, I think Antifa can overlap with a lot of other entities and organizations.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You know, President Trump,
You're
I just
good,
want to
J.A.,
add
you're good.
this real quick, because you were asking which mainstream media outlet is the worst. What I think, it's any of them that decided to call Kilmar Abrego Garcia Maryland Dad. Because when I'm out there on the street talking to these people, you know, they're calling Maryland Dad is this human, he's actually a human trafficking MS-13 gang member that's illegally in the country. But the amount of people on the street that I spoke with that thought that he was a U.S. citizen that was being deported to Uganda is dangerous. These people genuinely believe,
still
based
run with
on
that
what
narrative
comes out of
that he was a U.S.
the
citizen.
garbage
I
standing
saw
over
it
here,
recently.
that you guys are deporting U.S. citizens. So that's what's causing
So
all these
when you
problems.
have a governor like Pritzker in Chicago, where you
Yeah,
have,
I read the
Illinois,
Diaz
which is in
Light
a lot of
story.
trouble.
I didn't make a
Chicago's
video on
the,
it because there was other stuff that was coming up. But yes, I did read the DS Light story, or the DL Site story.
It could be great again.
Sorry,
That's
DS
why we
Light. I
have
have
to get
Nintendo
there
on the
soon,
brain. The
because
DL Site
eventually
story.
You can't do that.
Unfortunately,
What
right
makes
now
man
it's a
like that
Japan-only
say that
service,
things are
but
wonderful?
it's
Why didn't
still
you say,
something.
We love that President Trump is going to come and help us clean up Chicago and make it safe again, as opposed to fighting us and pretending that there weren't 50 murders and 200 shootings and all of that. Why is that? Go ahead, Nick.
To spite you. To spite you, to spite the administration. That's simply what it's about at this point. Because, you know, if you go and talk to some of these citizens, like I'll use Portland as an example again because I've been there for so long now. You talk to the neighbors that live in the apartments next door to the ICE facility. There are veterans with PTSD that live there, and they're hearing all night long screaming, fireworks being lit off by these rioters, children crying, because they, you know, can't sleep at night and they're scared of all the noise outside, and they can't leave. They can't. I mean, they got a lease. You can't just leave. These people aren't wealthy
When I used
individuals.
to, so story time with Leon. troops for Vivint back in Texas. You wanna know who hated illegal immigrants the most? The motherfucking Latinos that were here legally that I was installing the fucking security systems for. Bro, when I was down in Texas installing security systems, you wanna know who loved Trump the goddamn most? People that came from Latin American countries here legally that wanted these security systems because they didn't trust the illegal motherfuckers that were usurping their neighborhoods. So yes, he is entirely correct.
11 people were shot. 5 people died. And you have him talking about like it's a wonderful situation. They make you feel guilty. And a lot of people don't get over that. They just don't get over it. I think they convince the people. Do wealthy people leave too or not? Places like Portland, are the wealthy people leaving? People that can leave, are they leaving?
I think that they're moving to the areas that have been gentrified. I mean, the Oregon governor, when she was saying, we don't need Trump here, she's walking around. It's a very tight shot, if you notice that. And she said, Portland's just fine. You know, look at me. And they'll focus on the couple areas of Portland that are very nice.
That, and there were explosions in the background.
Yeah. I mean, there was a reason.
No, it was AI. It wasn't real. It was all AI. Fake news.
Anybody have anything
no
else
explosions.
To say
AI.
And then we'll get, should we be taking questions or is it just a waste of time? Because they can ask questions, but, well, there's Brian, he's good. But you know what? In a way, it's a waste of time because if you give a great answer, they don't put it on. If you give a horrendous answer, or even if you give a great answer, they make it sound like it's not a great answer. They're very dishonest. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and I think part of that dishonesty comes from what they see. For instance, I've never been asked to go on any other show besides Fox News. My clips go viral everywhere, but they've never even asked, like CNN's never asked, MSNBC's never asked, and a lot of times when I go to hotels, I'll stay and I'll watch like MSNBC.
Fortunately, their ratings are terrible.
They are terrible.
MSNBC is dying, and CNN is dying like a dog.
And
poor CNN, they're so pathetic.
It is very pathetic.
You ever see their anchors?
Dying like Hassan's dog.
Where do these people come? I could take anybody off the street in Washington, D.C.
That was dark.
Yeah, and it's not hard to show what's going on these days. You literally have an iPhone and you can post it on X.
They don't believe in the star system, you know. It's just one of those things, right? Okay, Nick, you finished, Nick?
Yeah,
Are you
very
finished,
much.
Nick? Good job. Thank you very much. Well, you've been through hell, I tell you that, but you're really incredible patriots, incredible people. Go ahead, please, Brian. Brian, go ahead.
I'm so thankful for each and every one of you here right now, and I'm very grateful that my network, Real American Voice, has partnered up with many of you. Jack Sullivan, you have a show on a network. Many of you, Savannah, have appeared on a network as well. So thank you for being here.
Hashtag free Kaya. Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see what happens with that. What was going on with Hassan and his dog? That was vile shit, bro. That was truly vile shit.
Fee so that a no kings, basically an anti-Trump rally can occur in their city. They're bypassing the fees, rolling it to the taxpayers. So my question is to you, what can the people of Austin, Texas do right now to make sure that their tax dollars don't fund a no kings, anti-Trump rally coming up?
Well, you just tell me, I would love to do something about that. Bring a lawsuit, do something. You know, the best thing you can do is have honest elections because the elections are totally rigged in so many of these places. You know, you take a look, the people, they're all loving you. They can't breathe. They love so much, every one of them. You don't see one negative. Then all of a sudden you lose the election by 20 points. The elections are so rigged, and we proved that in 2020 more than any other time. But even the last
you know
election,
for sure they're gonna be like the fucking
more.
mainstream media is gonna come out, claim that was a lie, and be like every single court case about the election being fraudulent was overturned. Like, get the fuck out of here. When you say rigged, they changed the rules. Mail-in ballots, ballot harvesting. Yes, it is rigged.
And you need great media. You need borders. Wait. You need borders. You need honest media, you need honest elections, and you have a great country, and you need all three of them. Yeah, go ahead.
Lieutenant had ties to all these radical groups that you talked about inside here, so thank you for removing.
I would like you to make
3 a.m. ballot deliveries, yup.
But I guarantee they wouldn't waive it if it was it's not Trump. If it were
Alrighty, crew.
A conservative rally, they wouldn't be waiving
Here's the
it.
dealio.
So maybe you can look into that.
We got to stop. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to stop. Because Cinevere goes live in 10 minutes. And it is her 1,000 subscriber celebration special. Now, there's a lot of you here in this chat right now. 61 of you. Some of you may have been your first time watching me, so I want to give you a little bit of some information before we go. If you'll do me this kindness. I'm a nerdy news channel. I cover nerdy news every day, or nearly every day, whether it be in the video game sphere, whether it be in the anime and manga sphere, whether it be with comic books, Hollywood movies, whatever it may be. Because our culture, and frankly, even other cultures, such as what's going on in Japan and the East, is being usurped by these global interests that serve to that seek to, give us a one world government and just as crazy as it sounds, it is true. They want a single worldwide culture that is subservient to their overarching plans. That includes getting rid of the ideas of freedom, heroicism, identity, individuality, all of that. So, please come back for my videos, my streams, whether they're as hard-hitting politically as this one, or whether they seem more mundane. It is all connected, and it all means something. I do my best around here. So, thank you so much to those of you that showed up. Thank you to those of you that donated. If you opted to, it means the world to me. For those of you that chose not to, that's A-okay as well. You added a lot to the conversation, and it is truly appreciated. Speaking of donations, Butterframe didn't go for a 5-banger. I can't listen to you while I work anymore. It's taking me the whole workday to pull this motor out so I can do a DOT delete. I'm sorry, brother. Sorry if I distracted you. Hopefully you had a good time at least. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5-banger. Let's go ahead and give you a clip.
Name one word that starts with G pronounced like J. Gentrification. Shoot, should have thought of that. I was just in San Francisco.
And then St. Hugo for a 5-banger as well. Also, Leon's even funny at times. I do. I try my best. I try my best. Thank you so much, brother. Let's get you a clip as well. I will come anywhere you want me to come.
All over his backside run? I want to fuck you in the ass right now. Thank you. It's nice to get some appreciation around here.
So for those of you that were new to my channel, there was a lot of new subs today, guys. A lot of new subs. Like over 30-something new subs. A lot of new subs. A lot of new supporters. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you around. Also, if you liked that big-tittied anime VTuber that you just saw in that clip, that is my friend Cinevere. That is who we're raiding. I am setting up the raid right now. And then I will be on that stream with her. And if you guys can't tell, my voice is getting pretty fucking shot. But I'm proud of my girl and I owe it to her and she deserves it. So, let's set up the raid right now. We're gonna raid into her. She starts in about 10 minutes. Oh, fuck off, Hypnotic. Everyone in the chat say fuck Hypnotic. No, shout out, brother. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate you, my friend. Truly appreciate you. Alright, let's find Cindy's stream here in the upcoming streams. Let's just type in. Wow, why is she not coming up? Does she not have it set up? Yo, does this dumb hoe not have the stream set up? Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. What is this dumb broad doing? Where the fuck is her stream? She's supposed to be live in 6 minutes. I can't raid her if she doesn't have a fucking stream set up. Yo, what? I'm gonna message her real quick. I'm gonna message her. What is going on with this dumb broad? Nah. All right, we'll see what she has to say. What about that? The perfect intro, outro ruined. It was so clean. I know, dude. I know. It's doing such a great goddamn job with this outro, and she had to fucking ruin it. Dude, women, dude. I swear to God, women are the fucking worst. They ruin everything, bro. Can't even get a goddamn outro going without some dumb broad fucking it up. Oh my God, this fucking woman. All right. She messaged. Apparently having problems with the goddamn thumbnail. Make a fucking thumbnail. Who cares? It's fucking women, dude. That being said, yeah. Thank you guys. I truly appreciate it. Yeah, boomer problems. Yeah, she got a couple of boomers on her. She got a couple of boomers on her. And that's why we're still here waiting patiently. So we're going to raid her because y'all want to see her giant jiggly anime titties. That's what women are for, right? They're meant to be objectified. That's all they're good for. New subs, he's being sarcastic, he loves Cindy. Oh, this is true. Yeah, for all the new subs, I adore Cindy. She's one of my best friends. I adore that broad. She's incredible. But also, she's useless right now. Also, she's completely useless right now. If she ain't gonna goddamn get a stream up there that way we can raid into her, she's useless. Fucking women. Let's refresh again, see if she's got something up there. Nope, still nothing. Still not. Dude, how much you want to bet we get new information on the fucking Twitch hearing before she gets a fucking thumbnail out there? Speaking of, let's look into that. Let's see if there's been any new information on that while we were going over the Trump stuff. Nope. Nope. Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Like, even on X, there is no... You can go to Twitch hearing, latest, and nothing. Nothing new. What a crock of shit this was. What a crock of shit. Whatever. Just means we get to do it all over again when we finally have some new information. Finally, she has a thumbnail. Alrighty. Finally, she has a thumbnail. Which means it's posted. Hold on. Let's set up the raid now. And I'm still not seeing it. Hold on. Let me refresh. Put Hamas bin Laden Piker. Yeah, dude. Hamas Osama bin Laden Diddy Piker. All right, let's check and see now if we can redirect to her. Finally, there it is. Alrighty, we got a redirect. Guys, after this stream ends, it will go directly to her stream. I want you to put Vital Idol Raid in her comments, and let's celebrate 1,000 subs with Cindy. Until next time, it's all here in the Nerdosphere, and this has been Words of Paradise.